right, everyone. Welcome to episode 146 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. My name's Dan. That's Phil. Happy New Year, everybody. 2023. I'm surprised we made it this far. Aren't you, Phil?
I know. We survived I would say winter, but actually we're only just now in winter, so we might not survive winter, but we certainly survived Christmas, eating too much, and drinking a bit too much, and such like.
It's a constant problem for me, Phil. I'm well trained in eating and or drinking too much.
Oh, well, I try and cut back on that as much as possible, except at Christmas. I go wild.
I remember, Phil, when I hadn't seen you over the course of the COVID lockdown, and you had gotten on the old Joe Wicks, and I saw you for the first time in your new gaunt form. It was a shock to the system at first.
I know. It's never been quite so good. The Christmas has taken its toll. Let's put it that way.
That's true. That's true. You are starting to look a little plumper these days.
How dare you?
It's true though. It's in the face. I can see the plumpness there.
Maybe.
I appreciate no one listening to this has the benefits of seeing that. So you're just going to have to take my word for it. But Phil's got fat, everybody. So fat. Says me, an incredibly fat man. Such is the way of things. Anyway, Phil, look, here we are again for another potentially full year. At least that's the plan anyway, of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. What a time to be alive, eh, pal?
Oh no, it's pretty exciting stuff. The big year for supposedly 10th edition. So potentially it'll be the best year, or maybe our busiest year at the very least, of 40k.
It's a big time in the hobby. So much so we're going to talk about it with our 2023 predictions. But in addition to that, Phil, what else are we talking about?
Well, there's the balanced Dataslate as that's come out, so we're talking through that. Well, we're not really talking about it. Well, we are, but we're doing a listen along, which is what we did previously with the balanced Dataslate. So we're watching the Meta Watch video, or at least a good chunk of it, which covers the balanced Dataslate, and then commenting on that and using that to focus our thoughts, basically.
We used it as an initial framework, and then when they started talking about the Minotaurs the points, when they started talking about the field manual, we were like, we'll just talk about it from here on in. So we used about 20-ish minutes of the Meta Watch video as our foundation, as it were. And you know what else is foundational, Phil? That was a terrible segue, but I'm going with it. Do you know what else is foundational, Phil? Why don't you say?
I bet it's a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter! Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
All right then, Phil, this week's 5-star review, where has it come from? By crikey.
Oh, is it because it's the start of the year you're going with the classic of Apple Podcasts of the UK?
I wish I was, Phil. You were so close until you said the K. It was, well within your grasp to have kicked off the year and your new potential undefeated record. But unlike 2022...
From Ukraine or something?
No, just the US, mate.
Oh, the US.
USA.
The other place that begins with U, of course.
Yes. Well, I mean, there's many places, I imagine. I can't think of too many off the top of my head, nor will I embarrass myself by trying to list them. But this one in particular has come by way of Bingo Bongo 323.
Brilliant.
That's who's given us a 5-star review this time around, and they come by way of the United States of America and have left this review on iTunes. And if you would like to be like this wonderful human being who has left us this lovely 5-star review, you need only do so. And eventually you will appear here in the 5-star review segment. It is our decree, isn't it, Phil, that as long as you keep leaving 5-star reviews, we'll keep doing episodes.
That's exactly how it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. As soon as we run out of 5-star reviews.
Contractually obliged, yeah.
That's when, to be fair, I think that's a pretty good rule for Lookout Sir. The day we run out of 5-star reviews is the day it ends.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule. I mean, to be fair, we've got quite a backlog, which is quite terrifying. But, I mean, this one was left on the 14th of January, 2022.
Okay, that's quite a backlog.
Yeah, it's quite a backlog. So we're going to be going at this for a while, mate. We're going to have to go back to doing weekly podcasts before we get rid of this. They won't let us stop, Phil. They'll never let us stop. Also, in addition, thank you to our patrons. You're all incredible human beings who make all of this possible. Response to that, this year we're committed to doing content exclusively on Patreon. We've done bat rep of Admech versus Astra Militarum, or Imperial Guard as they should be known. Krieg specifically, Krieg, although not Krieg in game terms, but they looked like Krieg, so it's fine.
No, they were the infantry with the Krieg ones. Yeah.
Oh, do you actually take them as Krieg infantry?
Yeah. The only one with the grenadiers were the Kazakins, because I was trying that out.
Yeah. Anyway, so there was that. And then we've just done an outtakes video for our illustrious scorekeeper. So these are the things we do now. We do videos. We need to work out what we're going to do this month, although technically the outtakes of the scorekeeper kind of was it, but we also probably should do something else. But we'll see how it works out. Me and Phil have threatened getting together to play some Age of Sigmar ahead of the doubles at the end of the month. So we'll try and make something out of that. Or maybe we'll just vlog our trip to Warhammer World.
Oh, well, we could do, yeah. I mean, well, technically, I've got 2 trips to Warhammer World, but we can talk about that and be out.
Oh. I mean, technically, this will be my second trip to Warhammer World this month as well. Not technically, it actually will be.
That's true.
Anyway, look, we're getting off topic. The point is, thank you, patrons. You're amazing. Couldn't do it without you.
Thanks very much.
So thank you. Yeah, cheers. And there's merchandise. We haven't updated in ages. Not very many people buy it, but that's fine. If you wanted to, it's there. Be cool like us and own Lookout Sir merch. Cool. Shilling done. Let's get on to what is in itself more shilling. This week's 5-star review comes by way of Bingo Bongo 323. Thank you, Bingo Bongo 323. And their review reads, thank God! Finally a podcast worth listening to. 5 stars. Philip and Dan, slightly insulted that they didn't, abide by the alphabetical order of things there. I think it's very well established that the Dan comes first.
No, they've clearly gone in priority order.
That is true. That is true. You are the co-host extraordinaire or co-founder. What are we now? Have we given ourselves titles?
No, I don't know. I'll
we'll
take
go with
either.
co-founder. Yeah. Co-founder sounds pretty fancy. We'll go with that. Make an excellent pair in this can't miss podcast. 2 mates, or at least that's how we come across. It's all lies. It's all lies. We do it for the money, don't we, Phil?
Oh, exactly. It's just a professional relationship only.
That's it. 2 mates enjoying their hobby and discussing all things 40k. What not to love? They have just the right amount of passion, knowledge, and irreverence for the hobby to make the podcast both educational and entertaining. Their approach makes the hobby very approachable, I suppose. Approachable for beginners, but it certainly has enough substance and meat to sate even the most seasoned old hat players. If you only have time for one 40k podcast, this should be it. No questions. My only critique would be not enough talk of my personal favourite faction, Necrons. But other than that, 10 out of 10, magnificent podcast. Couple of things there. Thank you very much. Bingo Bongo 323. It's a lovely review. And also a little impressed with myself that I didn't muck it up too bad, because there were a lot of words in there that were definitely looking like they could have, caused my dyslexic brain a few issues, but I think I got through it pretty well. What do you reckon, Phil?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Like I am floored by Bingo Bongo's eloquence. It is by far, dare I say, one of the best 5-star reviews we've gotten. It's now going to obviously be the benchmark standard that everyone else will have to live up to. It makes me think maybe we should do a special, I don't know, like a 5-star mug award that we give to the best review at the end of the year.
That's true.
And this one is definitely one of the contenders, for sure.
You know, the issue, though, is that in order to track down whoever this person actually is to reward them with their mug is going to require a great deal of effort. Because how can I tell who this person is?
I guess they would have to contact us and show us a screenshot.
Verify it somehow.
Logged in, yeah, maybe
show us
like
their passport and all of their, legal
personal
documents.
Details, yeah.
Leave us their credit card number.
Exactly. And then mother's maiden name and all that.
Yeah, all the good stuff. Say thank you, Phil, and we'll move along.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, Bingo Bongo. Absolutely lovely, heartwarming review. There's not really much to add. There's no sort of funny skits. It was really good. Thank you so much. I'm so kind. I'm humbled, basically.
There you go. Me too, to be fair. That was an absolute belter. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone that's ever left us a 5-star review and those that have considered doing so. And anyone who's just listening, we really appreciate it. It is awesome. It's going to be a great 2023, or it might not be. But whatever happens, we'll keep doing this until we don't. Transitional noise. All right, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about the year 2023. Not in the general sense, because that's real boring. We're going to talk about it through the prism of Warhammer. Specifically Warhammer 40,000, but I imagine we'll touch upon a little bit of Horus Heresy. We'll touch upon a little Age of Sigmar. We'll touch upon a bunch of different speculations about different things, all, circumnavigating, following the orbit of Warhammer. Isn't that right, Phil?
I'm sure we can cram it all together like a really stuffed sandwich.
One of those...
Force feed it to you.
There you go. A beautiful doorstep sandwich.
Yeah.
There used to be a place called Doorstep Sandwiches in Salisbury, and it was a fine sandwich shop. How I miss it. I know it's gone. They used to make massive sandwiches, basically.
Hence the name.
Like a doorstep. Yeah, I know. I assume that is just the general name of a sandwich that's big, though, as well.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
I think so, too. So, before we talk about 2023, let's, pour one out for 2022, more towards the end of it and the things that they revealed as we got towards the end of that illustrious period of time.
Oh, yeah. And the New Year's Day reveals as well. We've yet to talk about those.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that has happened towards the very end of 2022, and we'll be feeling the impacts of those moments as we go into 2023. So first and foremost, the Christmas Day reveal, Phil. Everyone was talking about the fact it's going to be the lion. It's going to be the lion. And in a way, it kind of was because, it's got the lion's helm. So part of it is theoretically lion-orientated. Although I always questioned, right? So one thing, or we should say who it is. It's Azrael, everyone. Azrael has become Primaris. Yay!
Yes, I think lots of people were wondering what your take on this would be. Well,
one thing I will say from the outset is I don't understand why now Azrael wears the lion's helm. If the implication is this is the helmet worn by the lion, surely his, Primarch head would be far greater than Azrael's, thus making... it must rattle about with his little Diddy Primaris head inside of it.
Well, maybe a Primaris head is the same size as a Primarch head.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the major difference between the two of them. It's not that they get actually any bigger, just their head gets bigger.
Yeah, interesting. I never thought about that he actually does wear it. Because I guess before it was just being carried around, right?
Correct, so, yeah.
I mean, the implication even then is maybe he does wear it, even in the old version.
People would convert him to, wear such a helmet. But, yeah, I always assumed the heritage of the lion's helm is it's the helm of the lion. Admittedly, I don't know necessarily if the Lion would have necessarily worn such a green helmet, being, majoritively adorned in black armor. But then probably as he was...
Good point.
Well, probably as he was, moving over into his new chapter status, once they had sort of created that division from what then became the Fallen, I guess it was a good way of identifying him from the other ones that had gone a bit...
Yeah, because he survived post-Horus Heresy, right? And it was just,
actually no, because I think the events of I think he had a bit of a semi-emperor situation, but with Luther. So I think he got rid of him, but then basically ended up in a situation where he had to go away and sit down and think for a bit because he was just really hurt or something. I honestly actually can't remember how it ended up for the Lion. It's actually completely left my brain. I did used to know, but it's gone now. So we'll just chalk that up to my general stupidity. But look, here's the thing, right? I think everyone who is a regular listener to the pod knows my perspective on Primaris Dark Angels. I've had a, shall we call it, spiritual or ideological aversion to the idea of the Dark Angels accepting Primaris into their ranks or the technology used to convert existing Dark Angels into Primaris, because I think ultimately it implants additional organs, it creates a series of kind of things which I could only assume would alter the personalities of the, people who go through the Primaris process. What's it called again? They step on the Rubicon.
The Rubicon.
Yeah, that's it. So, look, historically, I've had a real problem with Primaris in Dark Angels. But I'm at that point now where I'm like, cool, clearly Games Workshop don't care. The Primaris exercise has moved to a stage where Games Workshop has essentially demystified and or abandoned a great many of the interesting opportunities that it presented. And it's clear to all of us that there is a obvious business motivation in effect here, which is everything's getting updated, everything's getting bigger, and ultimately everything's just becoming Primaris, because this is just a range refresh that could just have easily just been called bigger Space Marines, but they didn't want to.
It could have just been Mark 9 armor, right? And as part of that, it was just true scaled. I guess that they've worked in some extra lore narrative to explain new weapons, new vehicles, because that historically shouldn't really exist in terms of the development of new weapons and vehicles, but what they would always do is either retcon a new thing to have always been there, such as knights, or they would go, it's an STC that's been discovered, which is how I always thought was the best way of introducing new vehicles, where it was lost technology, rediscovered, and then created new variations from that STC, which is how you get different patterns of vehicles and stuff. I've never minded the whole Primaris thing too much, but as you say, I think there's the bit where it gets a bit frustrating now is literally every single character will become Primaris, and it's like you've got to come up with a lore justification for it. So it's like they've got to be in a battle and they've got to be grievously injured but not died or near death, and therefore they get the Primaris treatment. I mean, it would be cool if they just threw in the odd character update as a true scaled Space Marine using the old Mark 7 or 8 armor.
Well, the only one they've done that with is the Grey Knight guy, isn't it? Old Cruel or whatever his name is.
Yes.
The guy with the demon.
Castellan Crow.
Castellan Crow, yeah. So they did do it with him, and there's a lot of rumors doing the rounds that Dante's coming, and apparently Dante will be in his existing armor. It would be cool if they just did a new Dante model and were actually, because that would make it interesting for me, right? Is if they did a new Dante model, but because he's down in the Imperial Nihilus or whatever it's called, he's in the other bit,
or up in it,
yeah, or up in it. Sorry, because he's in the bit that Gilliman's not in. Maybe I would have a rejuvenated appreciation for what they're trying to do narratively if someone just got a new True Scale Mini, but they were like, oh no, he's Firstborn. You know what I mean? Like, because
they sort of did that with the, I can't remember what it was called, one of the Black Templars minis that was based on the old John Blanche mini, and they never really clarified if it really was a new model or not.
It's a true scale firstborn Marine, but they called it Primaris in the Codex because the Castellan. All the Castellans are Primaris. That's just basically just a weird rules
like a
thing.
title.
Yeah. But here's the honest thing for me with Space Marines. Do away with Primaris as a terminology. They're all just Space Marines now. Some of them are Primaris, some of them aren't. It doesn't matter anymore because you've essentially gotten to a point where you've eroded every opportunity for that to be interesting. They've clearly come to a consensus that, Primaris could have been something, but it's not now. It's just Space Marines. And some Space Marines are, some Space Marines aren't. We just don't care anymore, and neither should you. And that's where I'm at with it. I would love to be annoyed by Azrael as a Primaris Marine, but all it's done is basically just cement how little it matters. You know, it's like, if Azrael's Primaris now, then that tells me that either they don't care or they don't feel the same way. Obviously they don't feel the same way I do about it. I mean, the way it's explained in lore, like I listened to like Secret War, the audio book, and it's basically described, if we made them Primaris, we're into them. But if they're the Terrans,
the gifted ones,
the Mars
that
ones,
was on Mars,
the ones from Mars, we don't like them because we don't trust them.
Fair enough.
But then even then, to me, within the lore and what they created, I don't think Dark Angels would even trust the process of turning one of their existing Marines into a Primaris Marine. But again, I'm interpreting it based on the lore and discounting just the fact that it doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just a true scale Azrael, or, you know, a better scaled Azrael, that ultimately is a very good reflection of the character. It embodies all of the kind of core aspects of him. As a model, he's probably one of the least interesting chapter master models available. Like, he's so boring. Like, it's remarkable that they've made him this bad, because I'll put it in perspective, right? Like, if you look at even recent things, put this guy up against High Marshal Helbrecht, there's no contest. High Marshal Helbrecht, extraordinarily good model. This guy, dull. Again, Blood Angels, Mephiston, beautiful miniature. Like a real evolution of the concept of Mephiston and brought to life in just a beautiful way. Even Calgar these days I'm kind of into, although he's a bit boring still. But, you know, genuinely, I think Shrike is a better looking chapter master than this guy. Because at least I know, but at least he's got his own little wall that he carries around with. I think the thing is, maybe I'm being harsh, but I was super underwhelmed by this when I saw it. I was like, it's just generic Marine with sword in the air
I mean, I think the problem though is I think it's a beautiful sculpt. It's done really well, but the thing that's sort of uninspiring is it is a kind of 1-for-1 replica of the last mini, but just Primarisified and obviously just a bit bigger. So you're not wowed by a new pose or like a kind of dynamic fighting style that they're in. It's very sort of by the numbers. I don't want to call it lazy because obviously it's not.
There is beautiful miniature in all the ways that Games Workshop miniatures are, because it's a technical marvel. I'm sure it'll be a delight to put together. It's a well-crafted piece of work, but it's just dull.
I mean, I do like it. I think the thing that I thought was most interesting, and obviously I didn't know necessarily all the lore and background, I was like, oh, he's got an old Mark helmet. That's very odd. And then obviously people point out it's like a relic helmet. So obviously that hasn't changed. But I was a bit like, well, you know, Calgar has the gauntlets of Ultramar, and his armor was all relic as well. Obviously not from a Primarch, but I was like, all of his stuff got updated. So I was a bit I'm surprised.
Not the gauntlets, they're the same.
Are they?
So if you open on your web browser a picture of Marlius Calgar, look at the gauntlets of Ultramar, and you'll notice that they are purposely painted differently from the rest of it to denote the fact that they are relics, because they're chipped and dented and old. So they are literally on the miniature. They communicate that through the paint job. That they're the old gauntlets of Ultramar chucked onto a thing. So you'll notice it's got like chips and stuff in it. And that's all been done on purpose.
Well, I take it back.
relics.
That's very impressive. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, they look like they've been done, just updated. But
no, well they have
fair
been,
enough.
but they're the old original gauntlets that were put on him. They didn't alter them or change them, other than maybe refitted them for his larger arms. I guess.
Scale. Yeah, that makes sense. Although that's good in which case. And what I like about it is, we are seeing old marks of armor on Primaris, and I imagine obviously this one has a bit more of a lore context reason for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more of a mix and match going forwards for some either characters, like you say, maybe Dante, or just in general. I think once you've gotten over that initial hump of they're Primaris all new, maybe we start getting a bit more freestyle from the designers and the creators in terms of what they're going to do with what Primaris is or was, and how they're going to change it going forwards. Just as you say, to be Space Marines, right, and not constrained by its certain type of armor. Maybe it'll be a certain type of armor, but like the Castellan from Black Templars, it can look like an old mini as well. Yeah.
I think the thing that Azrael missed out on versus some other chapter masters, and Dante, I suppose, had this same problem. Like, if you look at actual named chapter masters from like 2nd edition through to now, there was only really Logan Grimnar, who had a model in 3rd edition, didn't have a model in 2nd edition. There was Azrael, who's had a model from 2nd edition through to 9th edition. There was Dante, who's the same 2nd through to 9th. And by all accounts will continue into 10th potentially. But Calgar was the only one that kind of had gradual upgrades. And I think weirdly Calgar benefits from the fact that he got those gradual upgrades, whereas this guy, similarly to even Tigerius got an upgrade. He got upgraded from his 2nd edition model to I think they did a new Tigerius in 5th. But regardless of all that noise, the thing that's weird about this guy is that because he never had a midway point, they've sort of still had to hold true to certain like design aesthetics that I think, like, I love that banner. It's an iconic banner for the old miniature, but I just don't think it belongs in the current context.
Yes, it sort of looks very Second Ed, right? A bit cartoony, and I don't mind it, but you're right, they could have potentially updated just the look of it rather than it being a complete like one-to-one copy of the original. Likewise, weirdly, they have actually changed his gun to have the ammo feed, the mag clip sticking out the side rather than it being underslung, because I think people pointed out and like it just didn't really work in terms of the design of it. So they've repositioned that, but then it also still looks a bit weird.
I think this is the thing with him, right? Is like you look at the character of Helbrecht, High Marshal Helbrecht, and you look at the way that they've put his trinkets and things amongst the base and sort of had menials and servitors carrying his equipment, and it's a really nice thing to behold. Whereas like I have to be honest, I really appreciate the fact that they've put the Watcher in the Dark on the base, because having it as a separate thing was always a bit weird. So it's really cool that they've incorporated the Watcher into the actual base, which is in keeping with what they've done with other kind of people like High Marshal Helbrecht. But again, I feel like that banner would have been better served as maybe another Watcher with the banner. You know what I mean? Like I would have liked that component of it more than having it on his back, you know. And I think
I'm a big fan of back banners, so I'm not going to complain about that.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just, again, Azrael, to me, I just feel like Azrael deserved a little better. I think High Marshal Helbrecht is a really beautiful example of what they can do.
I mean, that's such a high bar, because that is such a good...
it's incredible.
But I also think those kind of like mini dioramas work really well. Obviously, you've got the Watcher here, but you say maybe make the base a bit bigger, have a couple of Watchers. Because if he's holding the helmet, there isn't anyone holding the scabbard. So you're kind of missing out. Really, you could have two doing both.
Or
or
three.
the banner or something. Yeah. Have him surrounded by these little minions.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I think this is the thing. Like, to me, Azrael's a big deal, right? I love the character. I love the lore. I love the whole thing about him, right? I mean, he's basically taken the Dark Angels from, you know, what they were and led, like, some of the most sort of, like, insane, like, campaigns to hunt the Fallen with a level of sort of vigor and enthusiasm that sort of eclipses everyone that came before him. He's a total nut job, and I love him because he comes across with this like crazy calm demeanor, but he's one of the most sinister characters that is loyal to the Emperor. And you know, he just embodies all the sort of secrecy and just everything that is Dark Angels, that sort of sinister element to them. And it's a shame because I just was like, I would have loved to have seen a little bit more work done on like the posing. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more kind of like interpretation of the armor. Like I said, I think the problem is with this one is that I think as a character in a lot of respects, there are people out there who like Azrael, like me, but I think most people see him as a relative non-event in the canon of, or in the pantheon of chapter masters. He's just like
controversially, he's a bit boring.
Yeah, exactly. But he isn't. He's actually super interesting. But the problem is that they don't. And the thing is as well, right, is like the thing is with the Dark Angel range is they've got some gorgeous characters that have stood the test of time. Like Ezekiel is incredible. Like I would love to see what they could do with Ezekiel, for example. I mean, Ezekiel's an incredible character. So I would love to see that coming to life. I would love to see what they could do with Asmodai, Samael, Belial. Like they're just such good characters in that range, which is why I was really miffed by that Primaris dude, Lazarus. I was just like, what is this?
Oh,
this
yeah, the random lieutenant that they created. He was a named lieutenant, wasn't he?
No, he was a captain. He was a master, sorry. But he was the first ever Primaris master. He's not the Grand Master, but he was a master.
Oh, yeah, because it was in the series where you had, the fisty bloke from Imperial Fists.
Yeah. Old Big Fist. I can't remember his name now either, but yeah. But this is the thing with it, right? It's like, you know, like you look at even that old Primaris miniature of I was pretty sure his name's Lazarus. I'm just sort of scrolling through to find him. Have they taken him off order or has he just sold out? Has he rotated out?
He should be there, but yeah.
Yeah, Master Lazarus. So the thing is with Lazarus, right, is like the thing about that miniature was when you first looked at it, you were like, oh, I guess that was supposed to be Azrael, but they lost their nerve. But now it's sort of weird because it's like the two of them combined. It's like, you know, I mean, in a way, I think the Lazarus pose is better. You know, I think, you know, do I think Lazarus is better than Azrael? No, I don't. But the fact that Lazarus was pretty dull, and I don't think there's a million miles between these two characters, I think it's a shame because I think, I think Lazarus is actually quite a cool mini, and he's obviously,
but I think you say there's a lot of similarities to it. I think he's good for what he is, but when you compare it to Azrael's definitely a better mini, I think.
Do you know the thing about Lazarus, which is funny, is I actually think the Lazarus kit makes a better generic master than it makes a Lazarus. I think the Lazarus version of him is the worst version of him. I think the guy with the power fist and the bolt gun is more interesting than Lazarus. Do you remember that you could make a generic master out of the Lazarus kit?
Oh.
I thought that was I thought that was more interesting for sure.
Oh, I see what you mean with the power fist and other helmet, yeah.
But also, to be fair, like the best Primaris mini they've still done is the old Lieutenant, to be fair.
Yeah.
Old, I'm just looking at his name here. Zachariah.
Oh, yeah, he's cool. Yeah, because he's got the hooded hood.
The hooded hood, indeed.
Yeah, the hooded hood. Not just regular hoods, double hood.
Double hood. Azrael's got a hood, but he's wearing it down. So, look, I mean, here's the thing, right? I will buy the mini, and I will embrace the fact that Dark Angels don't care about Primaris anymore. And just get on with my life and buy some Primaris Terminators that I hear are coming out later in the year.
Well, exactly. Well, I guess on that perfect segue, we can talk about other stuff that's happened.
We can, because they treated us, didn't they, Phil? They treated us to a medley of silhouettes. Silhouettes! Who doesn't love a silhouette?
Exactly.
I'm desperately trying to find the video that shows said silhouettes. No, it's not that one. That was the commemorative coin. Come on, silhouettes, where are you at? You found the silhouettes yet, Phil?
Yeah, I've got it. I was just about to send you the link.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. I got it in front of me. So, essentially, what we're looking at is a bunch of silhouettes. What is it that everyone's agreed that these are now?
So there's one that's missing that you can see if you scroll to the bottom that's in the video but isn't there, is Adeptus Arbites, or RBTs, depending on how you pronounce it. So I'm super stoked for that one. That will be really cool. Obviously there's some Drukhari, which is speculated as
Is it Drukhari or is it Corsairs?
I think people are saying it's probably Drukhari and it's just a upgrade sprue for them. As is the tradition of, you get 2 kill teams, one's a brand new one, one's
of course.
a regular one with an upgrade sprue. That's the talk on the town anyway, but
that would make sense.
Actually...
So you're saying it's a Drukhari kill team?
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, I could get into that. Although again, could I get into the idea of a falconer amongst the forces of the Drukhari? It feels like a bit too much discipline for them.
I mean, Corsairs do like some birds.
Corsairs like birds. I could get my head around the idea of a Corsair having a falconer type bird situation, because they already do. There's a model that sort of already, exudes that quality. But like Dark Elder, not sure.
I mean, they do have, is it Razor Wings? Isn't that them?
Yeah, but they're like, I don't know, they're just like beast packs and things. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what it is. It's a Beastmaster, I suppose.
Yeah, could be.
That could be interesting if it was a Beastmaster. I mean, it does have all of the looks of such things. There's our Imperial Arbites with the shield, isn't it? With the shield.
Yeah, so classic look. Pretty iconic. It's pretty obvious from the outset.
How much like Judge Dredd do you think they're going to go? How close to like the old Dredd 3D film from now, probably far too long ago, but still one of the greatest films ever made?
I think they're going to toe the line. It's obviously going to have obvious nods and winks. It's going to be so
close, isn't it? It's going to be like literally, because even like when I look at the silhouette of it, right, you see even like the way that like some of the like shoulder bit like padding is moving, and they've even got like the large shoulder and the other one. So I mean, mate, I feel like this is going to be, it's going to be so close to the line. Oh,
yeah. I think
sure.
It's gonna, it's probably gonna look a bit like it, right?
It's gonna look so close.
I think they're gonna merge it, so it's obviously gonna have nods to the Necromunda Enforcers as well.
Oh, sure.
So I think it's gonna have that kind of vibe as well. So I think
where they need to just tread carefully with the Dread stuff is as long as they make the helmet close but legally distinct, I suppose they can get away with it, and then the rest of it they can just go to town and just do a 1-to-1 copy of it. Like I think they'll do that thing where they have like all the like like sort of circular padding and all that. Yeah, I feel like they're going to go proper plagiarism on that one.
Fair enough. They've also got, I think, is it Grit Snots? The Snagrot. Yeah, the
That's
orc.
what everyone says it is, or it's just a generic. I mean, obviously, I think even if it has the opportunity to be a generic, because I'd love a generic Commandos war boss, like that would be awesome. But obviously, the Commando war boss is Snagrot, so if it did both, that would be great.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool thing, and more kind of character kits would be cool like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably just him though, because most of the named characters, barring probably that captain we were just talking about, tend just to be that one character and not have an alternative non-named character build. Although weirdly, I believe, not all AOS, but a lot of AOS models do have that kind of multi-function.
A good amount of them do, yeah. And to be fair, more 40k models are as well now at the moment. There's increasing amounts of it. I can't remember what the one was for. Oh yeah, there was it was Matey Boy from Leagues of Votan.
Oh yes, the Carl, the High Carl, had two versions of him. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So yeah, then we got Farsight. Interesting that they're going even more into kind of like that Japanese inspiration, and they've got like almost like
with the sort of bonsai tree. On the base.
Like a cherry blossom type visual. Yeah. I feel like at this point they're just like whatever. We're just going to lean heavily into that now. They're the Japanese mecha army. Get over it, which is fair. Yeah. And if Farsight is of a good quality, which I'm sure he will be, because let's be honest, you really would have to go some ways to muck up Tau battlesuits. They're just innately cool. So yeah, I think this is going to be phenomenal, right? And Farsight's a great character, so if we get a really cool Farsight, I mean that's going to be a great centerpiece for people's Tau armies for sure.
Yeah.
So hyped for that, no doubt. Next up, we have what appears to be a Space Marine. What's the internet rumours on this one?
So I think people have been saying it's some kind of missile launcher unit, I guess. And it kind of looks like that, so that sort of holds water. Yeah, how good they are or what they do, who knows? I assume they're like the plasma hellblasters. But just with missile launches instead.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see this as it comes through. I think it's weird because it almost looks like one of those like net projectile things. Like it looks like it's got like canisters with like a weird like net system on it. Like you're just gonna like trap someone in.
Yes, yeah. It's definitely an odd look from the silhouette. And it's weird because if it's meant to be missiles, but it looks like a kind of regular style ammo belt, which doesn't really work from the point of view of missiles unless they're really small. So maybe they're like heat-seeking smart missiles that are tiny or something. Who knows?
Aren't bolt shells basically little missiles anyway, though?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they are actually. Yeah, so maybe it works like that.
It's not too much of a stretch. It's really cool though, man. I mean, it's good to see. I mean, obviously, in terms of the article and what they talk about, we know that we're going to get the actual Astra Militarum book, which we kind of already have, but it'll be good once the range comes up. We know World Eaters are coming, and that's broadly it, right? Like, it's just World Eaters and Astra Militarum, and then we'll drop the mic.
Then it's Arcs of Omen, I guess, in terms of the sort of boarding actions.
Can I just say, boarding actions looks fabulous. I've been watching people playing it, specifically Joe, but like oh my god, like I'm hyped for a system that will enable me to like really roll back and play like a 40k game that's like skirmish focused but also kind of bigger than Kill Team. Like Kill Team I played for the first time last week, by the way, and it's fantastic. We should get around to playing it. But, boarding actions. Oh, what a great way to go out. I mean, everything that's going on, and we'll talk about actually the other edition, the rest of the changes to the edition in a bit. Like, everything else is going on. I'm like, I don't care. I feel like I'm probably going to be all right playing boarding actions for the next 5 months until 10th drops. Like, I think that's going to be pretty good. And as time has gone on, I've definitely arrived at I don't care about World Eaters anymore. There was a time where I was interested, but I think that's gone. That's
okay.
I love Khorne stuff, but I just don't think they've been imaginative enough with this, and I don't think they're doing enough to support it, and I'm not inspired by the range.
Well, I guess potentially we've not seen it all, but also this might be a phase 1 of a release, and then
I really hope
time we'll get another phase 2. So that will be quite exciting. I do think Agron looks really cool. I think as a centerpiece model for another.
Love Agron.
Can't go wrong with him.
Yeah, love Agron. I think as well the Khorne Lord on Juggernaut. Love that miniature. Like that is chef's kiss. But, and the Berserkers as well. Love the Berserkers. It's just the rest of it I wasn't super into, and I don't know. I feel like, it's a shame that we didn't get, I say we, I don't collect them, but it's a shame they didn't get like a specific Terminator kit. I think honestly, if they'd done a Terminator kit for them, I would have probably bought in. But the fact they did those really weird, spiky berserker possessed dudes, I was like,
yeah,
nah,
the super
not into
possessed
it.
guys, yeah.
Yeah, it just didn't hit the mark. If I'd just got a really cool like Terminator squad, I would have probably have got all in. If they'd given us a really cool Terminator squad and a Juggernaut squad.
Yeah, I was going to say Juggernaut squad would have sold a lot of people.
Yeah. If they'd done those two things, I would have bought in. But without those two elements, and it's surprising, man, because this is one of the weakest. Well, it's not the weakest because it's in line with what they did for Thousand Suns, but you compare it to what they did for Death Guard. Like Death Guard was such a good release for Chaos.
Oh yeah, huge
release. So to go
it
from
felt
that
so
to this,
standalone. Whereas Thousand Suns, and I guess to an extent, World Eaters feels a bit like you have them, but you also have a lot of generic sort of Chaos stuff as well. Like vehicle-wise, whereas Death Guard is like, you don't have any of that. You've just got Death Guard stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, Thousand Suns are definitely worse because they've got, like, upgrade kits for Age of Sigmar models, right? I mean, they were really scraping the barrel when they did Thousand Suns in 40k. But, you know, I think with World Eaters, it's not a million miles off. It's definitely not on the Death Guard level, but it's not. It's a little bit further along than Thousand Suns. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, they're going to be an interesting army, but I think they're just going to be. I feel like the army is going to be too dumb to be good. It's literally just like a blunt instrument army of like, we're running at you, do something about it. And, you know, a lot of armies, I think, will. I
imagine it's if they get into close combat, you will lose.
Yeah, 100%.
That's how you have to play it.
But fortunately, it's so easy to get into close combat in this game as well because the boards are small and the movements are ridiculous.
Well, at least they won't have jetpacks, so that's something. No,
they just got pre-game moves. And the fly keyword somehow.
Do they?
Yeah, you see that on that Juggernaut Lord. He's got the fly keyword. Because he's got, you know, a magical pony.
Oh, because it leaps in the air or something. Speaking of which, I discovered something mad that has the fly keyword. The Hierophant from the Tyranid range.
Oh yeah, has it got the fly keyword, the Hierophant?
Yeah, their Biotitan has the fly keyword. And I presume the reason why is purely to solve all the interactions of it being so big and doesn't have a base, but yet needs to move over terrain. So they've just given it the fly keyword, which seems really bonkers, but actually works in the game.
Yeah, it's a nice workaround. I mean, you could see how it would like sliver in such a way. That would make sense. So that's it on codexes, and obviously we're in Arcs of Omen. Arcs of Omen Book 1 is Abaddon. As we understand it, Book 2 will be Agron. So we know that Book 1 is basically a bunch of stuff for this new boarding actions. Essentially, the vibe of Arc of Omens, if I'm not mistaken, is that effectively Abaddon has made friends with Matey Boy, Demon
Voshnak, or I can't remember how it's pronounced.
And he's gone, hey, let's cause some mischief by throwing Space Hulks at people. And that's how we are boarding actions, because little bits of Veshnar are on Space Hulks or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. Obviously, we got the books on pre-order, so yeah, I'll look forward to having a read through of that and seeing what the lore is. I've sort of been actively avoiding all the traditional YouTubers coming out with their like lore videos and stuff, because I just want to read it for myself and not learn about it. I don't want to be spoon-fed. I want it the hard way.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, whatever the summary was I just gave there is definitely lacking detail and or accuracy. So, you know, I'm just basing it on like the synopsis on the website, basically. I just had a quick read of that. I was like, Abaddon, Matey Boy, flinging Space Hulks. You must go in.
It's a weird one, because remember I told you about the very last Warzone book, and it was basically Abaddon was going through the gauntlet between the Vigilus gauntlet from the Nihilist to the regular Imperium. They were creating a massive block. The good guys, the Imperium, were creating a massive blockade at their end, and basically Abaddon had gathered a huge fleet of ships, and it was always described there as just being like regular ships on a huge scale, and that he was basically trundling on through and was about to break into the Imperium Secundus, I think. But yeah, and then I guess it's now turned out that I guess a bunch of those are the actual Arcs of Omen, I assume. It'd be interesting to see how they're done. But it seems odd that there wasn't more hints to the Arcs from the previous Warzone books. Maybe they would have if they had done more Warzone books, because it felt like that was a project that they canned halfway through as a concept because they weren't popular enough. Which was a shame, because I know they got a lot of hate, but I did like that they were at least trying to give us more lore and more stories within the sort of setting and timeline that we're currently playing in.
Yeah, I was never that into the Warzone books. They were fine, but they just sort of, yeah. And it's really ridiculous that they've just kind of fizzled out as well, haven't they? Because most of the Warzone book content, in terms of games content, obviously you can still play it if you want to play it, but at least in the competitive scene.
Well, no, now, yeah, in terms of, January was the kind of cut-off deadline for a lot of it, so...
yeah.
And they do make a reference to that in the MetaWatch article that we talked about, or we'll talk about, depending on which order this appears. So some of the the Adeptus Mechanicus buffs from their, I think, Skitarii cohort have just been whacked into the core codex willy-nilly because they need it as a buff. So it's like, that's quite impressive that you don't need to take a specific cohort to get those benefits anymore. Which is mad. But it does mean things like, so for example, Astra Militarum, their codex has just come out. Would have been great to have seen what they might have gotten, although they did get the White Shields codex supplement, although I don't think they got an Army of Renown, which would have been nice.
They did. It was, but it was I feel like it was a Scion Army of Renown, wasn't it?
No, because all the Scion armies were from Psychic Awakening, and then it was just White Shields was the only one that they got, which I think was a Cadian.
But that was an army. Oh no,
it was Codex Supplement Cadia, which contained a load of stuff for White Shields. That was it.
Yeah, I feel like well, maybe I don't remember, but yeah, I mean it's interesting, man. I think like when it comes to Arcs of Omen, it's nice that they're not just doing. It's nice that they're not just doing new unit rules in it. They're focusing on, in this instance, boarding actions. What's insane, though, is the fact that they're calling... I genuinely cannot get my head round why Games Workshop feel like... Basically, what it is because it's clear that what they wanted to do is start telling this Arcs of Omen story, and they wanted an Abaddon thing, and as a result, they created this game system because... of the events of Arcs of Omen, right? But then to create a thing and it's called boarding actions, and for you not just to do a rule book and a box that just says boarding actions. The fact that I buy boarding actions as a box and I get a load of terrain and then I say, where are the rules for this version of the game? Oh, it's an Arcs of Omen Abaddon. What?
Yeah,
what is
that's I think I pointed that out when they first previewed it. It is odd, right? But this should be Codex Supplement, or just supplement boarding actions. It's a standalone release, you buy it in this book, that's it, and then anything else could have been tied onto that. So the Arcs of Omen Abaddon could have been specific missions tied into that part of the narrative, and then additionally sprinkling in some extra rules. That would have been really cool, and I presume that's what they're doing with the other two books, or three, or however many there's going to be in total. It feels like there's going to be more faction specific ones, like rules and stratagems and what have you down the line. But what's also more confusing is obviously you've got boarding actions, which is also called Arcs of Omen, because that's the book that it's in, but then you have the GT mission pack, which is also called Arcs of Omen. So when people are talking about Arcs of Omen, you're like, are you talking about boarding actions, or are you talking about the GT mission pack? Because that's actually quite confusing sometimes when people are talking about when they just describe Arcs of Omen. It's like, which one? So that, I get why, because they've done all their they've themed everything around war zones, and that Arcs of Omen, I guess, is the name of the war zone. but it's also a name of a series of books. Yeah, so it's a bit of a head scratcher. Like, I think the GT books maybe would have been better. And I think the difficult thing is it because Boarding Actions is a completely different style of play. It's not just a narrative 40k game using normal 40k rules. It's like on a specific terrain, on a specific board, with a small subset of extra rules to make it work for 40k. But I mean, despite that, I think overall it's quite exciting. It'll be an exciting period of, 6 months while we're doing Boarding Actions as this thing.
Yeah, I think. I just think it was a bit of a mistake. But I agree with you. One thing I will say though, for Boarding Actions, I think Games Workshop have massively overplayed their hands with the price of the Boarding Action set. 130 quid, lunacy. Absolute lunacy. For terrain, guys. Like, I understand stuff's expensive, right? But, like, it is bananas that they want to charge. If you want this game and its rules and you buying it on Games Workshop's official website, it's like £165 for 2 playmats, which is just some folded up cardboard, and in its entirety, 8 short walls with hatchway and pillars. 2 different designs. 4 short walls, 4 long walls, 4 long walls with hatchways, 4 long walls with pillars, 4 long walls with hatchways and pillars, 4 short walls, 32 pillars, 4 wall ends, right? Like, it's like you go through it and you're like, that just doesn't feel...
Yeah, and like, it's also missing all the kind of cool scatter terrain that they've released with the 2... what's it called? The 2 Kill Team ones, which are Gallow Dark, right? So they're really interesting stuff, like those little extras, because they're like wall pieces. There's like little sentry guns, canisters, crates, stuff like that. And I think that would help flesh it out. As you say, quite expensive, I think. But I think that's one of the problems with Games Workshop prices, is that terrain is so expensive. It's like you want one of those Minotaur containers, like the like those cylinders with a little domed top. It's quite a big piece, but it's like 1 sprue, and that's like 40 odd quid. And it's like, and you, especially when you go to Warhammer World and you see what they do with the train, it's all amazing. It's like they use like 4 or 5 of them on just like one board. Like they glue them together to like form like a big line of sight blocking piece of train, and put some stairs going up it and all sorts of stuff. So they do some incredible stuff, but it's just so expensive. And you would have thought that this could have been either a loss leader or at least like a bundle deal, so it's like a lot cheaper. Because you were saying about getting the Boarding Action set, and I was like, I think we'd be better off just buying another Kill Team box, because we've got half of the Kill Team, well, we've got half of the Boarding Action set of terrain from the first Gallow Dark box, and then there's definitely going to be some more down the line, so it's like, let's just buy one of those. It's the same price basically, but you get half the amount of terrain, but you also get like 2 really cool Kill Teams in it as well.
Yeah.
So
and the Kill Teams are retailing for about 35 quid each, aren't they? So you're getting like...
if you got Shadow Vault, the Kazakin are retailing for about 100 quid on eBay, which is insane. You'll literally make your money back just off of that, which is...
I bought Danvers a copy of Shadow Vault, and I was up in Warhammer World last weekend, and they had a copy on the shelf, and I messaged you guys, and you were like... Tom was very close to saying yes to it. So
I know. I really want to get the scatter terrain sprue from that set, because that's got cool sentry guns. I'm currently looking on eBay. They're like going for around 30 quid. If I can get one for about 15, 20, I'll do it, because I think that'll be worth it. But I'm hoping they'll come out at some other point, although I don't know, because with Games Workshop, some stuff they just do it once and you'll never see it again. So yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super interesting sprue. I mean, that's all it contains is the scatter terrain, right?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah. You might not ever see it ever again. Gone forever.
I know.
Anyway, there we go. So that's what's sort of going on in the more immediate sense. Let's talk about 2023. Let's talk about what we think we're going to see. I want, Phil, your 3 boldest predictions, and that can't include 10th edition, because we both know that's happening. So we're going to talk about what we think 10th edition will be after 3 bold predictions. I will begin, Phil, and it's not really a bold prediction, but it's something everyone's talking about. They're definitely going to do Lionel Johnson, right? Like, that's what everyone on the internet is saying. We're going to get a second loyal Primarch returning to the Imperium of Man, and it's going to be Lionel Johnson. And why that is super interesting, in my opinion, and why it always had to be the Lion, is because the Lion is the guy with the most interesting relationship with Roberte Guilliman, because all of Roberte's brothers, with the exception of the Lion, that are loyal, were kind of looked upon with a certain level of trust and revelry. But his relationship with the Lion is definitely one of the more complicated ones. And the Lion is an individual who we know, or we assume, based on historical precedent and the way they've been presented in the Horus Heresy novels, the Lion is certainly a far superior combatant than Roberte Guilliman. Like, at least when it comes in terms of their physical prowess, he is a much more assertive and or foreboding individual when it comes to their martial prowess. So again, he is an individual with a great deal of pride, a great deal of secrecy. He has definitely had an interesting past with Robute. So I think bringing the Lion in creates some interesting tension and makes for some really interesting opportunities to tell stories. Will they do it? Who knows? But I'm excited to see what they do with Lionel Johnson. I think one of the more intriguing Primarchs for sure. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I mean, if they do Lionel Johnson, that's going to be pretty great. And obviously the Forge World miniature for Lionel, extraordinarily cool mini. Yeah. So Lord only knows what they can do with him when they bring him across to the mad world of grimdark 40k, eh?
Yeah, exactly. It'll be... Because I think his pose is so good in the Horus Heresy one. It's like, it's going to be hard to beat that one. But I hope they do.
I think what you'll see is a much more Baroque style of armour, and I think you'll see a much more dynamic... probably not much more dynamic pose, potentially. Potentially they'll go more static with it by comparison, because the dynamic nature of the Lion in the Forge World kit is one of the things that really makes it beautiful. The fact that he's mid-combat, cutting through waves of Night Lords, phenomenal. Such a good kit. If anything, they should just do that in plastic, basically. And just
kind of. Yeah. Well, I guess what's interesting, so lore-wise, when Roberta Guilliman came back, like, they had the whole creating the new armour for him, which I guess was like a justification for giving him a completely different look. Like, will they do something similar for this guy, or will it be like his same old kind of classic armour, but just in plastic now? Like,
yeah, it really depends what aspects of the character they're seeking to explore, because the idea is that he's been in, like, recession, as it were, or he's removed himself. He's not that he's unable to rejoin. It's that he's been hiding away for a while. And again, the events of the fall and what that did to, the events of the on Caliban and everything that happened. I mean, that was a really interesting narrative for the character. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they do with him and what they do with that narrative going forwards. But Lionel Johnson, that's something people are talking about that's going to happen. I think it's going to be super interesting to see how it unfolds. Have you got a bold prediction, or do you want me to do another one?
I don't really have any predictions. I'll have a think about and say what I would like. It's not a prediction. I think in part due to predictions is like there's so many leaks around, like, Chapter Master Varak and people like that talking about what's happening. So it's kind of like I know some stuff, assuming that his predictions are correct, and they tend to be, because he's got a decent insider. So it's like, yeah, I know there's like a new Dreadnought thing coming out, and obviously the missile guys for the Primaris, they've been talking about them for months. So it's like, in a way, it's like it's really hard to surprise us nowadays because of all the leaks that happen internally at Games Workshop and the people that disseminate that information. I guess what I would like to see, obviously, probably not this year, but as part of 10th edition in general, is a new race, a new Xenos race. Obviously, we've just had squats, technically Xenos, but also so closely allied to the Imperium with the Arcs of Omen GT mission pack that you can include them in your army, which is mad. So yeah, I would like to see...
I hate that, by the way. Hate it.
No, I know. It's a bit...
It's
bonkers.
awful.
I feel like it does disservice to them being their own faction, or at the very least make them more like mercenaries where... they can be allied with several other factions, like especially Tau, because they're meant to have like working relationships with them as well in terms of selling them technology. So it's like if they made them available to several armies, that would be fair enough. But in a way, they'd be better off just being standalone. Let them stand on their own 2 feet, their small little feet that they've got. Let them be on their
little hooves.
Yeah, I guess what I would like to see is like an expansion of certain sub-factions already exist to be their own. So Kroot, give them their own codex. Corsairs, give them more models, make them their own rangers. Stuff like that I think would be really cool. Traitor Guard, oh my god, I'd love Traitor Guard to be its own thing. I think one that's probably a surefire bet as a prediction is Dark Mechanicum, I think, or that would likely happen based on the Voshna, whatever his name is, the new demon that's part of Arcs of Omen. Hopefully that will herald the Dark Mechanicum coming as a standalone faction. Not Xenos, obviously, but I think that would be a really cool one to see. Even things like... not Corsairs. What's that other Elder one? The Exodites. Elderon. I mean, I don't know if that's a bit of a step too far, because that's proper like old school 2nd edition madness, right? Like seeing dinosaurs. I don't think it's a step too far.
I think the thing is with the Exodites and why they could justify... what I would like to see for the Elder is Codex Yunari, and I would like to see the Yunari army fleshed out. And I think Exodites...
Beyond 3 characters, yeah.
Yeah, I think Exodites are a really good thing to bring in via Yunari, because in the lore, the Yunari essentially are garrisoned or gone to Exodite worlds and have converted Exodites to Yunari, because it's a death cult, basically. It's a religion. It's a new way of thinking. And the thing with the Exodites is they're following, this like system where they have abandoned the old ways of the Elder or the Aeldari, and they have sought out these worlds and exodited themselves from the old ways to try and basically live simpler lives, to be able to sort of live in peace and get away from conflict, because that's the whole thing that kind of led to the birth of Slanesh. However, they've joined the Yunari now because people in that, world are being, attracted to this new way of thinking and these new, ideals and what, the Yunari represent. So I think if you're going to bring Exodites in, bring them in via Yunari. And I think that would make sense. And also then it would give you an opportunity to flesh out and give us Yunari-specific units. I would love to see Yunari troops, Yunari elites. I think it's ridiculous that at the moment it's just literally take an aspect temple and give them a head swap, that's Yunari. It's like, come on, guys.
I sort of see why they did it, especially when they're like, how can we create a whole new faction using just 3 models? Like, they had to go, they're like an ensemble force. You can take Harlequins, you can take Drakari, but you just take those regular guys and there's somehow magically Yunari. It would be great, as you say, that eventually they get their own stuff. And I think Exodites works really well, because obviously they're so separate from Craftworld. It would seem odd to have just like, if they did a Corsairs for Exodites, right? They go, here's one unit, and they whack it in the new Aeldari Codex. It might seem a bit out of place. Whereas, as you say, having it in a dedicated Yunari army feels a bit more appropriate from a lore setting. So that would be cool to see.
Yeah, and you could definitely still, within the Yunari, give them access to certain Elder units. Like, that's totally legit. Like, that's fine. It can become very supplementary to the existing Elder range, but it needs to be its own thing. I think the problem is with Ynnari is that they've never felt substantial. And I think Ynnari is the way that you do Exodites. But I think that you kill two birds with one stone, basically. You do both. And you flesh out the Corsairs range. Just give us some other HQ in Corsairs other than Uriel.
I loved the old Forge World Corsairs, which had a sort of different look, but they had like kind of almost like bug wings to fly around with. So I'd love to, and which actually I only realised like last year harked back to the Rogue Trader artwork, where you've got these elders. Characters like flying around, and they look like fairies, like little fairy wings and stuff. So I think that's where the Forge World Corsairs got their inspiration from, is from that old original artwork. So I reckon using the new look of the Corsairs, which are a bit more Drakari piratical, they could do some really cool like winged creatures to harken back to those Corsairs of old. So that would be really cool, like kind of jump infantry unit.
Yeah, it'd be really amazing to see them kind of go back to those old opportunities as well. So I'd love it. I'd love any of that stuff would be great. A new faction for sure. Love it. Good shout. Look, I think let's just talk about 10th edition, right? Because the other all kind of prediction stuff, it's all just kind of circled around 10th edition stuff, isn't it? Really, let's just get into that, because I think, us throwing out another couple of wants. I mean, I don't even really know now what I had one in my head. It's just popped out of it. So let's just get into 10th edition. So look, I think 10th edition's got some work to be done. The things that I think they need to address as a games design team are as follows. I think we need an overhaul of all stats and profiles. I think everything that is in the game currently is a mess, and I think it's the root of a lot of the problems, and I think they need to figure out a way of addressing that efficiently, because it's the root of a lot of the problems. Movement is too high, ranges are too far, APs are too good, damage is too high, right? All of that is a problem, because the game needs to be toned back. The thing about old school 40k and even 8th edition was that it was a game of moments that was made up of skirmishes and combats that took place around the board, and ultimately was driven by the game wasn't so killy all the time. Like, it was killy, obviously, because it's a game about warfare, but like, the design of it was such that there was a struggle that was being fought, and there was an ebb and flow to gameplay that just has been undone by the sheer volume of output that happens at the moment and the speed of everything. I don't know if someone picked up, say, 6th edition, 4th edition, 5th edition, and they started playing it and they were going, it's a bit rubbish, isn't it? Because I can't just charge straight away and I can't just do this. It's like, no, that's not how it works. This game is based on, decisions and planning and a bit more thinking. And I think that's the thing with current 40k is everything just does everything all of the time. And that's what I need them to try and address. I think they need to start to really put the work into understanding what their system is, and hopefully create something that really exudes those qualities. Because I don't think we're going to end up in a situation where they're going to reset everything. I don't think we're going to get a rule set that's going to be completely new. I think everything that exists currently will port across into it. I just think that we need to end up in a situation where over time there's a little bit more like dynamic systems to the game that creates more interesting moments, and just giving everyone everything all of the time is just too much. They need to tone it down, and they need to figure out what this thing is and make it work better. I know that's a really broad statement, but it's just that they're just, 9th is so far from making this work better. Like Age of Sigmar is a game that understands that it's about positioning, movement, and, like managing the probable outcomes of different situations, because Age of Sigmar is obviously remarkably similar conceptually at its core to what 40k is, but it understands that systematically you use ranges and distances in very specific kind of tactical ways, and it's all about managing your losses but ultimately creating optimal outputs for yourself using a stacking series of command traits and rules. 40k is that, but ultimately, or is that in so many ways, but at the same time it's just got a much more lethal shooting phase, and it's layered on a bunch of rules that change certain dynamics, and as a result it's just very different. But I don't think anyone writing the rules for it seemingly understand why, or haven't up until this point. So I just think that's what I am with 10th edition. I just hope they look at it, think about it really hard, and come up with some design principles that will take it in the right direction and keep it going. And also, last thing with 10th is, once you've decided what your kind of core principles and mechanics are, don't change it after 6 months, because that is the biggest problem with 9th edition, is you came up with a bunch of restrictions and ideas about how things was going to work with Marines and Necrons, and then by the time you got around to Tau and Elder, you just thrown it all out the door.
Like adding in a lot more prevalent, like ignore invuns and stuff like that, which were, with the exception of the missiles on the Dominus class knights, it didn't exist anywhere else in the game. Like, it was literally unheard of, and now every single faction, even Guard, have it on their Vanquishers, but not their Shadow Swords. How weird. So I can get behind a lot of that. Yeah, it's but part of me would like a sort of hard reset, go back to indexes, because then a lot of the problems which always exist in the codexes you can undo, and it feels like no matter, because I do think 9th edition as a kind of core mechanic, now you probably disagree, I think the core game is fun. I think it works for a lot of aspects.
I agree.
I think if you play an open war deck, or you play Tempest, well, maybe not Tempest of War, open war deck, I think is the best example of fun 40k that I have at the moment. And it's like, when you do that, yeah, it's all good. Yeah, there's stratagems, and they can be a bit overused, but the actual kind of core game mechanics all seem to work. I would say morale probably is the one that feels now a bit overcomplicated and does very little. Maybe it needs to go back to kind of old school 8th edition way, which is same as AOS, which is a lot more lethal. So it's like, whatever the difference is that you failed your leadership test by, is that many people die. Maybe it does need to go back to something like that, so it feels like it's got a bit more of a meaningful impact. But yeah, because part of me is like, one of the biggest problems is there's an abundance of stratagems, and it's like, unless they're going to write into the core rules, like, you just pick 5 and that's all. Or
make it deck building would be fine.
That would be the only direction it feels like they could go in, and then you've still got all of the ones from your codex, so you still have the initial problem of having to read through them all and understand the combos and synergies, and then you just pick the ones you want. So the actual gameplay is a lot more streamlined, but the army building mechanic is actually more complicated, because now you've got to think about a lot more of that up front. Whereas if they did indexes, they could just get rid of all the stratagems, like, straight off.
They need to get rid of stratagems.
Don't need to worry about them whatsoever, or that, each army has like a handful, like 2 or 3 or something like that. Because I think they can be good to create cinematic moments, but at the same time, I'd almost rather do that via abilities within the data sheets. And I sort of feel like that the AOS model is actually a bit better, where each unit has like one ability that it can do, but you've still got to spend like a command point effectively to activate that unit to do that thing. So I'm trying to think of a really cool example. The Alaris Terminators, that they can split down from, the Custodes Terminators split down from one squad to individual units. That's kind of cool thematic thing that sort of seems to fit with them. So rather than that being just a generic stratagem, that's an ability on their data sheet, but you still spend your command points to activate it. But when you're looking at your army list, when you're playing the game, you just have to look at that data sheet, and it's there. the thing that you can do for that unit is there. You don't need to flick through 5 pages of stratagems to find that one stratagem that you're trying to do for that one unit. So it really pares down, because there's a lot of repetition within stratagems. There's a lot of transhuman-esque abilities, or there's a lot of fight on death, fight again at the end of the phase that are used by not all armies, but a lot of them. So, you could just get rid of all of those. And just have the cool thematic stuff instead.
They definitely just need to go back to, like, core rules and core stratagems, or, like, ideas around that, or just, like, if the stratagems all have the same names, because everyone just calls the transhuman stratagem the transhuman stratagem. It doesn't matter if in one army it's called, robot legs are strong, it doesn't matter, because everyone just goes, it's the transhuman strat, It doesn't matter what it's called. Same thing with Deep Strike. Arriving from reserves via this method, it's Deep Strike. Just call it Deep Strike. Call it
sort of like
effectively,
it's like universal special rules.
Yeah, but just do it with stratagems and just literally be like, there you go. And like you said though as well, allocate specific unit stratagems to a unit. If a unit has a stratagem that it can use, put it on its data sheet. For God's sakes, just do that. Like, if that's what you want in it, that's fine. Personally, I suppose my major gripe with the current edition as well is re-rolls. I mean, that's one of the most refreshing things about Age of Sigmar.
Auras
I never
well,
re-roll anything in AOS at the moment. Yeah. And maybe that's my army. Does yours re-roll stuff?
I don't think so. No, I think re-rolls is actually quite rare. Yeah. No, I can't think of anything that gives me re-rolls in my army.
And I'll tell you what, as well, within their system, bizarrely, because you hit on the number and then you wound on a number, there's a lot of weird dynamics between that, because they actually do come up with ways with a hit roll and a wound roll being so different that things feel different, right? So it actually does work. So if a model, like say, let's say a Space Marine would hit on a 3, but its gun is damage 2, that would mean that it's better than the guy that would hit on a 3 but have damage 1, like there's things that they do, or rather, hits on 3, wounds on 3, whereas like another guy would hit on a 3 and wound on a 5. Like, those things are really interesting, but the problem is with like 40K's system is they seemingly just seem to give everything's hitting on 2s, right? Except for the few things that are hitting on 3s, and God forbid if you hit on 4s, because the game is so riddled with ways to increase your ballistic skill. It doesn't matter anyway. And then it's like, okay, cool. And then, everything in this game is basically either going to be wounding you on a 5 or it's going to be wounding you on a 3. But it's like, it's just, I don't know. Like, I think weirdly with Sigmar, like there's some stuff in Sigmar that I feel like they should probably just port into it and make sense of it to showcase some of the differences. It's like, I don't know. It's like maybe if it is that Gilliman's weapon skill 2, but so he hits on 2s, but he wounds on 3s because he's got the martial prowess, but he's maybe not as strong as, again, if we're talking about Lionel Johnson, he'll hit on 2 and wound on 2s because, he's got that little bit of an edge, and it's like, but his sword is less damage and, because it's not the Emperor's sword, like make it, there's ways that you could express things through that system like they do in AOS, but like, I don't know, like the stratagem stuff, I'm just over it. I feel like the stratagem system needs to go away for a bit, just like, because in boarding actions, they've gotten rid of stratagems, right?
You just do the core rulebook ones, which I guess a lot of them, all the ones from Ninth, you pretty much ignore anyway, because they will kind of get out of gotcha stuff. Like if you've been surrounded, you can cut your way out or what have you. So, that one might be useful, but I think, you're predominantly using your command point reroll and your auto pass morale maybe once per game. Like those, there's not a lot more that you'll probably end up using.
Yeah, just give me that. And that's a really easy way of getting around it, isn't it? If they in the rulebook just give you a big load of generic strats, like if you get like 20, 25 generic strats and everyone can use them, and they'll go, there you go, done. That'll be fine. I can get my head around that. That'd be all right. But 10th, I am excited for 10th edition. I want it to be great, and I want it to be something that rejuvenates everyone's interest and excitement in this game. And I want this to be something that people are, because I love this hobby and I want this to continue, and I want 10th edition to be great. I don't know. I think the only way they can make it great is if they burn 9th edition to the ground and start again. But I don't think they're going to do that yet. I think if there ever is an 11th edition, I think that's where the potential purge comes in. But I've got to be honest, like, I just can't see them taking everything they've created for 9th and killing it off yet. But they should. They really should.
I guess on that note, one thing I would like, deviating slightly, is for 10th edition to last longer than 3 years, or even 4 years.
Yes.
Because I feel like I don't actually want 10th edition. I'd much rather they stick with 9th for a bit longer, and just so we've got some breathing space, we can actually enjoy the codexes. It would actually then give them more time for you to enjoy your codexes if they were ever to just screw them up and throw them in the bin and be like, here's indexes, we've done a complete rewrite. And it gives them more time to like perfect their next edition. But also, I think it just gives us more time to enjoy the game. Like, if boarding actions is great, it's like that will tie people over for at least 6 months, if not a year, right? So, and then you could do a couple more campaign books. I would love to see some more Warzone books, or like a huge kind of narrative campaign that we can all get behind. And I know they're sort of trying to do that with Arcs of Omen, but I think it would be great to do boarding actions. That's one thing. That's got its own little campaign. And then afterwards, a big generic 40k campaign afterwards. And then you do 10th edition next year. But I know that's not going to happen. So if they're going to do that for 10th edition, right? Have 10th edition last 5 years or something. Like, because I think the churn of the codexes is hard enough as it is. But then it's like, as soon as like the last codex drops, it's like, okay, the next edition is here. And it's like, no, this should be the glory time where you're enjoying the game for a long period of time, where everyone's got their codex, everyone's having fun, and I know it will feel stale. I know they struggle to sell stuff because they need to sell codexes, and they need to sell rulebooks, stuff like that. So that's why, as soon as the last codex drops, it's effectively the next edition. So I would rather have a bit more breathing space.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Like, I feel like that's one of the things that is so horrifically absent of our hobby now, is that time to let things settle and to just exist. And, maybe it's always been like this to an extent, but I don't feel like it has. I feel like in older times where there was longer instances between book releases and there was more like time for things to just sort of percolate
it's almost, the problem I think was actually created in 8th edition. In 7th and previous editions, you were lucky to get a codex that edition. It wasn't guaranteed. It probably happened for most of the armies. And it was so like random, right? It just sort of, every few months a codex would appear. It wasn't at the rate that it has been like this year, last year, where we got like two a month almost, at times. And with 8th edition, they kind of cemented this kind of release schedule of you get all the codexes, bash, 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 bash. They all come out. Then you get maybe 6 months in, it's the next edition. And that's how they did it. And that was the model for 9th edition as well. Probably going to be the model for 10th edition. And that's right. I think every army should get a codex, but I think it's a bit frustrating that it feels like you're not playing the game of 9th edition until you've got your codex. Like the way Guard now plays is very different from the previous one. And it feels like this edition, because there's so many rules baked and like abilities and stuff baked into the army, it feels like you're not playing a 9th edition game unless you've got the 9th edition codex. So it's like, as a Guard player, I'll have less than 6 months of properly playing 9th edition with that army.
It's true.
So, whereas before it's like the codex is just updated stats and, you gave you the units and stuff, but it never really felt like it was a vastly different experience playing the game from one codex to the next, I don't think. And that's something it feels like it's been created since like 8th edition. So that's where we get this weird sort of feeling coming from, I guess. So, hopefully editions will slow down and take a bit more time. Potentially with So you've got, because you get one tentpole release every year. You've got 40k, you've got Horus Heresy now, you've got Age of Sigma. I mean, I don't necessarily want to say Battle for Middle Earth because that's not really one that gives a big summer release, but potentially the Old World, when that does come out maybe next year, that would be 4, which would give you a 4 yearly cycle. And you always used to get 1 year before Horus Heresy, because you basically had AOS and 40k. You'd then get 1 year of something random, like, Shadows of Armageddon. We got what was it? Armageddon, right? That came out 1 year. That was like the filler. There's always like some random game to like fill up that other release, and I feel like Horus Heresy's now doing that. So yeah, hopefully the cycles will slow down, but the rate that stuff comes out just seems to be getting quicker and quicker. So maybe that won't happen.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, man. I feel like, I don't know. It's so interesting to see what's coming around the corner, and it's obviously exciting for 40k that, we're getting this new edition, but, like you say, I think sometimes it's, better to try and sort of appreciate what's there. And I think there's a thing, I'm going to enjoy playing boarding actions. I'm going to enjoy what remains of 40k, 9th edition now until May, June. But I'm certainly not. I think at the moment, like, the idea of me getting heavily invested in buying more stuff necessarily becomes slightly dwindled by the idea that actually, it's just obviously it's difficult to get super invested in the idea of buying like new stuff for 40k today when you know that everything changes so drastically in such a short period of time. In less than 6 months, anything that I am thinking about or imagining is good today is not good in May.
True, but then I think if you go at it from like a lore point of view and you go, I just want to create a cool themed army, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. It's like the new AOS General's Handbook not completely nullified my army, but they have Galatian heroes, which are characters on foot, can do cool benefits. They get extra like relics, they get extra warlord traits, effectively type of thing. Some missions you need them to score secondary points, but only bonus points, like here and there. Like they're not the main primary or anything like that, so you can win the game without them. But my Nighthawk army is all on horseback, so none of mine can actually be that. So that's where you get into the weird state of, yes, it's not going to be the most technically competitive army. It wasn't in the first place, but at the same time, it's got a cool theme, and I'd rather run a cool themed list than like the most optimum competitive list. But at the same time, I also appreciate, like, I think through osmosis, like, you constantly get told these units are rubbish, don't play them. And despite your better judgment, you probably do put them on the shelf because you just think, oh, they're not that good, or I'll probably lose this game, or I want to play with something that I know is going to give me a fighting chance. So, yeah, I understand where you come from.
Yeah, that's it. But at the same time, like, the boarding actions got me excited. On the topic of not buying things, have bought more Corsair models because I will do a Corsair's boarding action faux show. So that's definitely happening. But, I'm excited, man. I think the other thing is as well is my last final prediction is that I will win the Warhammer 40,000 Grand Tournament at Warhammer Fest. There you go.
Wow, that is a big, bold statement.
There you go. I'm going to win. I'm going to do it with a Space Marine tank army.
Fantastic. The meta might have come around to that by then. Maybe.
I doubt it. I feel like this is me reinventing the wheel here. I'm going to go with that. Space Marine tanks for the win.
Brilliant. Well, but best of luck to you.
Indeed. I'll need it. I don't think it's going to stand any chance. I don't actually feel like I'm probably going to take Space Marine tanks. I don't know what I'm going to do for the...
Well, you said it. You've got to do it now. Good to do it.
That's how we're going to win, yeah. I'm going to win with a Marine tank army. The only Marine tank army you can actually run is Ultramarines, though, because they're the only guys who have access to a character that's in a tank.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So I have to do it as Ultramarines.
Exactly.
What do you reckon would be a good tank army for Space Marines? Which tank would you prioritise?
Pure tanks, or tanks that are transport, so therefore you can have other
Some will
units.
have to have a transport capacity because you can't fill the points out with just their tanks alone.
Well, if you do, let's say you're doing Arcs of Omen detachment, you can have 6 heavy slots and an HQ. So Space Marines don't ever have anything in squadrons, right? So you couldn't.
I feel like it's just multiple land raiders, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think executioners, like the repulsors, I think are really good. I think repulsors and gladiators would visually look great as a force. Or if you're doing firstborn, lots of land raiders, and probably some predators or whirlwinds or something like that to give you, because they're like all classic iconic units. If you want to go a bit more themed, obviously do Terminators in land raiders, have some rhinos with some units in as well. So you can give yourself a bit more, say, fill the points out, right?
Yeah, that's definitely feeling like the vibe, isn't it? So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, there you go. That's us talking about what we reckon's going on in 2023. We hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. Phil, what a lovely time it was talking to you as always. Any final thoughts, or should we just move along?
My last thing is I'd like to see more animations on Warhammer Plus.
You'll never see any animations on Warhammer Plus, Phil. That is never happening. I mean, you may as well ask for, the Emperor to get a model.
I know. For Horus Heresy, I hope. That would be cool. One day.
Do it. They won't do it, will they? The Emperor? The Emperor?
Should be playable, surely.
Well, all right, fair enough. If you believe so. Transitional noise. All right, Phil. How you doing, mate? You all right? You well? You doing well? You good?
I'm alive. Yes.
Is that the minimum expectation that you have these days? Have you become broken by some kind of external event?
Just painting lots of ghost horses.
Ghost horses are fun. They look nice though, mate.
Yeah, they're not too bad.
I have been painting a mega boss on Angry Cabbage. That's what I've been painting.
I'm sure we'll talk about that more in the outro.
Exactly. But you brought it up, Phil.
I know.
It's not my fault.
But you asked me how I was, so I was telling you.
But that's not how you are. That's what you've been doing.
But how I was dictated by what I was doing.
I see. It all correlates, spiraling into a beautiful medley of fun. Much like the maddening world of Warhammer 40,000 and their many rules, Phil. I've forgotten how to say your name, mate. So long it has been since you and I have done this podcast together. This is our first recorded segment of 2023. It might not be the first segment that appears in this episode, but this is the first one we're recording, right?
It is indeed.
There you go. So yeah, balanced data slates and or all other affiliated rules. We've got an Arcs of Omen Grand Tournament pack coming through. We don't know what's going on with that new chapter approved Grand Tournament thingamabib because we haven't got it yet. We haven't signed the relevant NDAs or even really ever been approached by Games Workshop to get involved in that sort of noise. So we don't have really any clue what's going on with that. But what we do know is that there's been a balanced data slate and a lot of points changes. Isn't that right, Phil?
If you're Space Marines, then yes. If you're Forge World, then no.
Have they not added any Forge World changes whatsoever?
There was a few, like a couple of really odd, like the odd Xenos and Chaos, like I think sort of big models. Pretty much, what was interesting is all the Space Marines got a reduction with free war gear. All the space, so therefore you would have thought a Forge World character that's a Space Marine that has its war gear included would go down in points appropriately. You would think so. No, none of them have changed. I don't think even any of the vehicles dropped in points. None of Astra Militarum changed. It's like they just forgot about it.
Or they don't care and they want everyone to forget about it and move along.
Well, quite likely both.
Do you think 9th edition could be the last edition that they support any of the Forge World range?
Oh, that is a topic for another day.
There you go.
Because that is a big question.
We'll put that down on the board. Topic for another time. When do they say goodbye to Forge World? I don't think it will happen until they meaningfully flesh out the Custodes range. I think that's always the one that kind of keeps them in the game. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, quite likely. Yeah.
Anyway.
It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Even more interesting to talk about at a later date. But anyway, yes. So, as is the way with these balanced data slate updates, sometimes they are relatively insignificant. Sometimes they are massive. But whatever the case, Games Workshop has established a pattern of behaviour whereby they will release what is known as a Meta Watch to accompany this grandiose event. And me and Phil did this last time for the balanced data slate, so we figured, why not do it again? So what we're going to do is we are going to be listening to the Meta Watch video as released on the 5th of January 2023, which, by the way, mild little gripe. The video that they uploaded to YouTube actually has the date stated as the 5th of January 2023. It's not how dates work, is it, Phil? Not how dates work. It's how you say them. It's not how you write them.
I mean, well, they have written it like it, so I guess they can.
Well, I appreciate you can. I appreciate that's what's happened. I'm just saying, it's bad form, Peter, is all I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough.
Although it could have been worse. They could have defaulted to the American date format, which is, maddening.
I know, which if they had written it out in the same way would be the January of the 5th. 2023.
That's it. Just wouldn't work in that sense, would it? It'd just be madness. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. Anyway, we're going to watch this Meta Watch article as we did in the past, and then we're going to pause it at various intervals and offer our own opinions on the flannel that the good people of Warhammer Studios are saying about their game. Right, Phil?
Well, true. Yes, apologies to anyone that's already watched it, I guess, that we're making you listen to it twice, in effect.
Well, it's like a kind of pseudo commentary track.
It is.
Essentially the game. But, the reason why I thought this was a good thing to do is because every time we've done a balanced data slate update prior to just talking along with a MetaWatch article, it just can sort of derail and go on for a while, and I wondered whether this would be more focused. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. I mean,
if it's not very
has
good,
one of our episodes ever been derailed?
Never. This is the tightest 5 hours in podcasting. Gosh darn it. Anyway, right, here we go. I actually need to... Yes, everything is correct. Right, let's hit that play button.
Welcome to Meta Watch, Games Workshop's regular catch-up on all things match play. It's a brand new year, and bringing with it is exciting new things for Warhammer 40,000, including a new balanced data slate, the new Field Minotaur manual, and of course the new Grand Tournament season as well. My name's Nick, and here to talk us through all these exciting things is Stu Black, the head of the Warhammer 40,000 studio. Stu, how you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Nick.
Good to have you here, man. Did you spend your Christmas break painting miniatures? More
of
Space
course,
Marines?
always.
Excellent work, excellent. Well, we've got a few things to talk about. First of all, we're going to look at the balanced data slates. Now, before we go through what's changed, I wanted to ask quickly, how do you guys decide in the studio what appears on a balanced data slate?
Yeah, great question. So we've talked a bit before about this, haven't we? So we've got 3 tools that we use to kind of balance as best we can the 140,000 kind of match play experience.
Well, talking of making things a bit easier, the first thing we want to talk about on the balanced data slate is that you've taken one of the rules that was previously there away. We're talking about Armour of Contempt.
Correct.
Which makes a big difference for powered armoured armies and, of course, the Astra Militarum as well.
Yeah.
Tell me why. What's going on there?
So the thing we tried to do with Armour of Contempt, so we bought it in last year to really assist around Space Marines. So Space Marines have struggled, I think it's fair to say, for some time in the kind of competitive kind of scene. And one of the things that they struggle with is actually like keeping their bodies on the board, right? So as most people will know, winning games of 40k is around objectives, holding objectives, controlling them, taking them off your opponent. And with Space Marines being such an elite army, you don't have that many playing pieces. You don't have that many models on the board, in order to achieve those goals. So every Marine's quite precious to you in terms of what he can do. So, because the game's got quite deadly, there's a lot of firepower in the 41st millennium. We're finding that Marines weren't kind of lasting very long. So you quite often would get to maybe turn 3 and really have started to run out of models. At which point you'd start to lose the game based on those objectives. So Armour of Contempt was really put in place to help kind of give them a bit more durability, help those Marine models last a little bit longer, and therefore score more objectives and score more victory points.
Makes sense, yeah.
But what we've found as it's played out is a couple of things. People get smart to that, right? So the meta adapts. We talked before about like life always evolves, right?
Life always finds a way, Phil. That's the quote. Not life evolves. What is that?
It does.
It does. Life does always find a way. So essentially, right, let's just have a quick talk about Armour of Contempt, right? The lay of the land, what it was, what it is no longer, I suppose. It's remarkable to me that they're speaking in this kind of language about Armour of Contempt, given the fact that it was so immediately obvious what it was doing for Marines. But the fact that it was also a little bit intense was just the amount of it that they were throwing around, to the point that I think by the last one, Guard had it on all their vehicles. Sisters had it on everything. Chaos Space Marines had it. Space Marines had it. It was a lot of Armour of Contempt doing the rounds, right? It got a little bit oppressive, I would say.
Yeah, and that was just a balanced stage say, but obviously Votan get it natively as well. And
they keep it, right?
Have it, yeah. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think the initial fix was, let's just give it to Marines. But obviously you've got to give it to all powered armors to make it fair. And then it slowly crept out to, Guard are struggling. Let's give it to them. Yeah, it's one of those things where weirdly, if it was just a generic rule for all vehicles, or the -1 damage that dreadnoughts get was for vehicles, it would sort of fix a lot of things. But at the same time, it is a fix rather than an elegant solution by not having the problem in the first place, which is predominantly too much AP in the game. And it's like, actually, the game would be in a much healthier state if they just reduced the AP of kind of everything by 1, or everything that's at least above -1 down by 1.
Yeah, I think that's the overall thing, isn't it? It's like, ultimately, they create these problems by throwing lots of advantages into the mix. But then also they create these problems because, again, right, the 3+ armor save on a Space Marine is legacy, right? Like 3+ armor saves are what Space Marines have had since 2nd edition, right? Every edition of 40k, a Space Marine has rolled a 3+ in order to save. In 2nd edition, we worked with minus modifiers to saves, much like we do in 8th and now 9th edition. But in subsequent editions, 3rd through 7th, the 3+ armor save was essentially in effect until it wasn't. So effectively, if you were shot with a weapon that braked armor value of 3, you just didn't get a save. So if you had an AP-free gun, as they were called back then, your 3+ armor save was nullified by that shot. So it's interesting, right? Because it always felt in like the 2nd edition that the minus APs were not that abundant, right? Like there were a good deal of them around, but it never felt too ridiculous, right? Like bolt guns didn't have a minus modifier to people's saves. Las cannons, plasma guns, they had it, but, not everything does. The thing with 8th and now 9th edition is that the amount of AP -1 that does the rounds is quite egregious, and the impact it has on the survivability of models like Space Marines is quite profound, because they've given Marines a 3+ armor save, because Marines always had a 3+ armor save, but they've not really thought about the wider ecosystem that they've put that 3 into. And if they want to convey a more durable save in the game of 9th edition, they probably should be giving Space Marines just 2+ saves, because of the nature of what they've created as a system. But again, giving a Marine a 2+ save is perceivably silly based on historical precedent. Because again, it feels like to me, like so many of these design decisions are guided by precedent as opposed to being guided by current circumstances. It was like when I said to you years ago, Phil, and hardcore listener fans of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast will remember this, when I told you that Dante should have had like 10 attacks years ago, and you were like, that'd be mad. But it's like, but it's not mad within the confines of what 40k is today. And I think that's really the problem with Marines. Is there a 7th edition stat line or an evolution of a 7th edition stat line existing in a game that has no place for it?
Yeah, you either need to have sort of like no small arms fire having AP, because realistically it shouldn't do in terms of what it does in the game. Only effectively like anti-tank or like heavy weapons should really have any kind of AP. Yeah. Or maybe in addition, you, as you say, maybe Space Marines have a 2+ save. Maybe Custodes, being better than Space Marines, have a 1+ save. And maybe that 1 is an auto pass. Like 1s aren't a fail, maybe.
Wouldn't that be a thing?
That basically means they're completely immune to small arms fire. And maybe vehicles are the same, right? Maybe that's weirdly replicating the sort of 7th ed style armor penetration values, where tanks, vehicles, heavy things like dreadnoughts and stuff, all that had on penetration value were effectively immune from small arms fire. And you needed something with a lot of AP to actually punch through. But obviously, you say, Marines not having a 3+ save just feels wrong. Things having a 1+ save that they auto pass, unless there's an AP modifier, just feels wrong. Doesn't mean actually in the current landscape, it actually, maybe it is correct. Maybe that is the evolution of where we are now to where the game could go in the future. I mean, I sort of doubt it, because it just feels like it's a step too far. But it's a bit like how, you know, the game has always been played on D6 dice, but loads of people always go like, well, what would it be like if you played it with D10s? Like, how much more granular could the stats then be with dice with more numbers on? But I think it's one of those historical things where people like D6s, people will feel weird not playing the game with D6s. Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I think 40k could weather the storm. I think they could transition to a D10 system adequately without people leaving it. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I don't think people would leave it, but I think it's, I don't know. I think people would quite quickly have nostalgia for D6s.
Yeah, fair.
A bit like how they probably do now for blast templates when Horus Heresy came back and was like, oh, brilliant, blast templates. Whereas when we got rid of them, we were all cheering.
Not me, Phil. Not me.
No, that's fair enough.
I understood why they needed to go, but
no, exactly.
I liked them. I still like them now.
Same.
Keep one under my pillow at all times.
Caress it.
Exactly. Just a small one. Just a small blast. I muck around with it like a fidget spinner.
Okay. Just draw a little face on it and call it Susan.
I'm not mad, Phil. I'm not faces.
You're like, it's not my girlfriend.
No.
Wouldn't be that.
Exactly. Or I wouldn't admit to it anyway. So look, I think, again, obviously, we'll get back into talking just a second. But I think that's the interesting thing about it, right? Armor of Contempt was in a way a solution, but again, it was a solution to a series of problems that they've created for themselves. If you look at general weapons within all of 40k, right, and you look at bolt rifles, which are like now the baseline Marine weapon, and you look at shuriken catapults, las guns, I don't know what, like, the orc shooter. Like, you look at the majority of, like, normal guns, there should be an argument that all of them become AP nothing. And then maybe to showcase the historical precedent of shurikens, you can still have that rending style rule on them if necessary, but ultimately,
or like a 6 to wound or something. So it's it can be there, but it's not always there.
Yeah, exactly. And then ultimately, but then you apply that rule to a lot of different things, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't need an AP value on it because it doesn't, right? Like maybe a heavy bolter shouldn't have an AP value. Maybe it has to really be like concentrated, specific weapons that start to do that.
Sort of like an autocannon and upwards, I would say. I can see the argument for heavy bolters, but I think heavy bolters was one of the sort of standout reasons why Redemptors needed Duty Eternal, because they do 2 damage and they're strength 5, which means you can, not easily, but you can wound vehicles easier than small firearms, because you need just a 5 to wound. And it's like, okay, if you're getting rerolls, that makes it a lot easier and stuff. And it's got a bit of AP on it, so it suddenly takes what should be good at killing elite infantry, suddenly, because of weight of fire, can become actually quite good at chipping away a lot of damage on vehicles, which isn't really what it should be there for.
I haven't got the time or the mental capacity to do this on the fly, but I would assert that the difference from changing a profile on a weapon, changing a save from a 2+ save to a 3+ save is less egregious than a 3+ save becoming a 4+ save. I think weirdly, that's why I think as well the -1 is such a negative to Marines with their baked in 3, because passing 4-up saves feels demonstrably harder than passing a 3-up save versus if a 2 becomes a 3, it doesn't feel nearly as perilous as a 3 becoming a 4. I don't know why that is.
It's still statistically changing the percentage by the same amount, the shift, but it's probably more of a noticeable effect because you're going to be failing a lot more saves, I think.
It might just be a spiritual thing, Phil. There might not be any basis for that statement, but it just feels worse, There's nothing worse than having to roll a bunch of 4-ups because you always fail them.
When there was an aspect of Armour of Contempt that I liked, and it's it actually felt good as a Marine player to have a bit more durability, and it was themed very well. So it's like, oh yeah, cool. They've literally got armor that's just better, and it ignores a -1. And the -1 is the normally anti-infantry sort of style of gun, so it sort of ties into that sort of aspect to it, and it gave them a bit of survivability. However, gameplay-wise, it was a right faff, and I kind of hated it. And whenever I played against another Marine player, we just tended to agree not to use it, because the mental load of the maths of trying to work out what's your AP? What's my save? Am I in cover? It's like, okay, you get -2,
what doctoring
but
am I get and am I in again?
Yeah, it just became too much to deal with. And when you say to someone, "Oh yeah, that's like -1 AP," you'd always be like, "Oh, is that with Armour of Contempt or without?" Because I don't know the stat of your gun, so you'd always it just increases the time that it takes to play the game, and that aspect of it became unfun. And the fact that it also comboed with cover just seemed a bit ridiculous, because then you got really broken scenarios of, I'm a Marine in cover, I've got +1 to my save, so I've got 2-up save, and I ignore -1 AP. So then they're crazy durable in that scenario. So it was stuff like that where it goes, okay, it's a cool idea. It feels kind of cool to play in theory and lore-wise, but mechanically it's just really tiresome after the first few games. In fact, even the first game, it's quite mind-boggling to work it out constantly.
Yeah, it was a terrible mechanic. It needed to go, but it is an interesting situation that it had to exist to make Marines even remotely viable. Let's see what they say.
And so people are starting to play around Armour of Contempt by either picking really, really high volume fire that doesn't really matter about the armour piercing, or the other way around and leaning into things that are like -2, -3, -4 AP, which lessens the impact of Armour of Contempt. So people are playing around that benefit. The other thing is that actually Space Marines themselves have one of their army rules, which is combat doctrines, gives them better armour piercing because of an extra pip of AP, depending on what doctrine they're in. which actually is like directly cancelled out by Armour of Contempt. So for lots of Marine players, it's like a zero sum.
Because if you're playing against power armor, you might as well not have the doctrine.
Yeah. And we talked on a previous episode. I mean, Space Marines, although they've struggled a little bit in the competitive scene, they still make up about 20% of, the field. So when you then also factor in Chaos Space Marines, Death Guard, Thousand Suns, Sisters of Battle, probably half of anyone's games are played into a power armored army that was getting Armour of Contempt. So actually, as a Space Marine player, you kind of got given a thing and had a thing taken away at the same time.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So it hasn't really had the impact that we wanted it to. It had a good initial impact, but over the course of the year, you started to see Space Marines drop back down again. Armour of Contempt's not having the impact that we wanted it to. So, as we were saying earlier, we want the fewest possible rules in the game to give people the experience that we want them to have. So Armour of Contempt's kind of served its purpose, and it's time to do something different instead.
So just to say, just in closing, because it sounds like that's all they're going to say on the topic of Armour of Contempt. I think they're accurate, right? Like, I mean, what they've said sort of aligns with what we just said, that ultimately into Marines, zero-sum game. I think they've identified the thing. Their points about what was frustrating about that, not frustrating, but what was odd about that is there was no acknowledgement of what Marine players were doing to lean into it more as well, though, right? There's a reason why Blood Angels are doing better than most other Space Marine chapters, because they have an abundance of 2+ armor save, highly mobile, combat infantry that fly around the place and cause all sorts of problems, and the Sanguinary Guard, but also the
and it really benefits them.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, there were certain armies that did really well out of it, which predominantly, exclusively was Blood Angels. And it had a really negative impact on some of Marines' best units prior. So, like
Blade Guard.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I necessarily agreed with it, but I saw the logic where people were like, everything gets that benefit except Storm Shields. So therefore, Blade Guard are arguably worse now because they're not gaining that benefit that every other unit is getting.
Yeah. And that was the thing that was interesting about that, though, because it disincentivized you from taking a really good unit. And then you just ended up in this situation where Marines just, outside of Blood Angels, it's just they didn't really have anything that exciting. And, and then there were the haves and have-nots, right? Because, Blood Angels did well because they had an abundance of 2+ armor saves. They had, things like Assault Centurions did quite well in Blood Angel armies. But, then you had things like Space Wolves, who just didn't really have access to any 2+. And because they didn't really have any access to it, they just Space Wolves sort of got worse. Dark Angels did all right out of it, but you had to build very specific Terminator builds for it, abandoning your typical, Thunderhammer Storm Shield variant. And then Death Watch did okay, but Death Watch are a tricky army to make work properly. And then in generic Marines, nothing really. It was only really Sanguinary Guard and subsequently Death Company that really kind of saw the upside of this whole thing. To be honest with you, the armies that benefited from it more were Sisters.
Yes. Yeah.
Plague Marines. My God, the Death Guard were intolerably tough with Armour of Contempt.
Yeah, because they're pretty durable anyway.
Yeah, so Death Guard, Sisters, and even Thousand Suns. They all did very well out of Armour of Contempt. Like the army that got the least out of it was Marines. So with that being said, I think removing it, if it was entirely designed to help Marines specifically, then I think removing it was the right call. Because, I think on balance, the one army that, outside of Blood Angels, the one army that really saw the least benefit from Armour of Contempt.
Yeah, because I'm not sure, Sisters particularly needed it as a buff.
No, they didn't.
But it felt like they were getting it just from a lore aspect. And maybe they should have reworded it so it was, Armour of the Angels, so it would just apply to Space Marines and not Chaos Marines, or maybe at the very least Marines. So it's like an Astartes specific thing, not a power armor thing. So you can not, so you basically can exclude Sisters. Maybe that.
They excluded Custodians. They didn't seem to care about giving it to them, did they?
No, well, exactly, because apparently, I guess they're just doing all right, and they didn't give it to everyone.
Too darn good.
There's Inquisition with power armor there's like one character, they didn't get it. Sisters that don't have power armor also technically got it, and same with like Chaos Cultists all got it as well. So it was a bit like, not very well implemented from, the sort of weird lore aspect that you're trying to come at it from, even though
it was an ugly, frustrating rule, and we're better off without it. Goodbye, Armor of Contempt. Don't come back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because obviously Space Marines still need a buff, and all of a sudden what they've gone and basically said is they're going to be easier to kill again, and will whatever we do to Space Marines offset that, basically.
Yeah. Well, as I say that it's gone, Votan still have it. So, yay, Space Dwarves. Anyway, let's see what they say.
2 new changes for them, which I want to hear more about. Tell me about them.
Okay, so there's 2. One of them will be familiar to people who've been playing the game for some time. So the first change is to their combat doctrines. So the way combat doctrines works currently is you start off in Devastator Doctrine, and you get a benefit to things like heavy weapons. And then kind of like an auto progression occurs, where then in the next turn you move into Tactical Doctrine, you get a benefit to your rapid fire weapons, and then later on you move into Assault Doctrine. And what we've done is we've actually gone back to a version of the rule that existed in a previous edition of the game, where actually you as a Space Marine player decide when that change occurs. So you can start in Devastator Doctrine. If you want to, you can stay in Devastator Doctrine for the entire game.
Amazing.
So that will really impact on armies either that have a lot of kind of heavy weapon firepower, or things like Imperial Fists or Iron Hands, or any of those ones that are predominantly a shooty Space Marine army, and quite often where their personal combat doctrine for their chapter keys off of the Devastator Doctrine. Because now you get the benefit of that for the entire game.
That's amazing.
Those of us who play with kind of Ultramarine successors or Ultramarines, where really a lot of your game is spent in Tactical Doctrine, well, pretty much from turn 2, you can just stay in Tactical Doctrine for the rest of the game.
And I will.
Yeah, me too. So I'm currently playing with loads of bolt guns, with my Space Marine army, so they'll stay in Tactical Doctrine and get the benefit of that. So what we've effectively done is, rather than giving them a new rule, we've tweaked one of the rules they've already got that just means you get a lot more play out of it.
Right. Okay. Couple of things. I don't hate it. I think it's a good decision for them to be allowed to stay in a doctrine. I think that is a sensible, correct decision. What I don't understand about it is why you can't just pick it.
Yeah, because it basically really skews it so it favours, as they said, Iron Hands and like Dark Angels, where they want to be in heavy doctrine for the whole game.
Well, not Dark Angels specifically. Dark Angels. You mean Iron Hands and Imperial Fists?
Yes, I guess so. Although I know Dark Angels have a lot of heavy weapons and plasma spam and stuff. So maybe
but that would massively A Ravenwing army, oddly, would want to stay in the Devastator Doctrine, because that's when the Ravenwing buffs are available, yes.
But if you're like how I play it with White Scars, it's like, this doesn't benefit you at all. And it's like, oh, okay, I've still got to wait till turn 3 to be my preferred doctrine.
Yeah.
And of that, I kind of get it for half the game, 3 turns, whereas you say Iron Hands get it for literally 5 turns. Yeah. It's like, that feels a bit unfair. And I think they've done that deliberately because they're like, well, Blood Angels are doing really well, so actually we want to decrease how good they're doing in comparison to others. So they're like, let's penalise assault armies because they're performing better than shooty Space Marine armies. So I think that's why they've done it. And yeah, so unfortunately, I think there are a couple of losers like White Scars in that.
It doesn't make any sense, though. It doesn't make any sense that you don't just let you pick it. It doesn't make any sense. It is
because it's. Well, part of me is like, is that the lore reason? Because the whole point of the doctrine of combat is that at first you fire the big heavy guns, then you go in with the infantry and you shoot your tactical guns, you like your bolt rifles, and then you charge in to combat. That was the whole process of your 3-2-1 as you go down in those doctrines, and that was why it was in that order. So technically you've still got to do that, but some might just stay at a higher one. But if you're going to allow some armies to be in the heavy doctrine all game, as you say, why can't you just go, actually, I want to be in the assault doctrinal game.
Yeah.
And maybe you can't. Maybe it's still a cascader, you can't go down. So if you're in assault doctrine from turn 1, you got nowhere else to go because you're at the bottom. You can't go back up to heavy. But that's the risk that you take doing that kind of army. Or you make it a bit more like the Custodes, I won't say Montcars, but that's not the Qatars or something, where it's like you just pick a fighting stance and it's like, this turn I want to be heavy, next turn I'm going to shift to another one, I'm going to go assault, and then actually after that I want to go back to tactical and then back to heavy or something, and you can just pick any order every single turn. Like, why not give them that flexibility, which would be a bigger boost for all the armies.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is they haven't addressed how this works for Deathwatch, which is really interesting. Because Deathwatch have a specific ability where they can choose what doctrine they're in. So they can choose to be in any doctrine, any battle round. So essentially, as Deathwatch, you can do what we are saying you can do, which is pick to be in tactical. But the specific wording of their army is you can pick to be in Devastator doctrine, but you can only do that once. You can pick to be in tactical, but you can only do that twice. You can pick to be in assault, but you can only do that 3 times, right? So you can start in assault and stay in assault for 3 phases and build an army around that, but then you have to shift to tactical or assault in the later turns. So they haven't, but they didn't FAQ it to just be like, pick it and stay in it. Because again, that would be really good for Deathwatch, because you could just turn around and be like, cool, I'm in tactical all the time, which you could definitely lean into as a kind of build, for the Deathwatch specifically. Because their super doctrine is they pick every turn what doctrine they're in. But there is a specific quantity of said doctrine that you can use. So it would have been nice to see them address what is going on with Deathwatch there. But my assumption is they've forgotten what Deathwatch have and haven't gotten around to doing the FAQ.
Yeah,
for
is Deathwatch mentioned in the actual balanced data slate?
No, it's not in there at all.
It's in the FAQ?
Nope. No, the last FAQ they had was in July of 2022.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so they just forgot about them. It's just like, oh yeah, oh wow.
Maybe theirs is sort of flexible, so that they can't be in Devastator rule game, but they probably wouldn't want to be. So they've gone. Well, what they've had already is better than this solution. So,
but it's just good to have it clarified, though, in terms of how it's intended to work, because there could be some Deathwatch players out there that want to stay in Devastator Doctrine the whole game.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be good if they did do that, but we will see. Okay, fair enough. So that is the changes with that. Let's see what's next. So just to say, all right, fair enough. But at the same time, I still think it just would have been better, because Blood Angels are an outlier, but everything else is, like White Scars are not tearing it up by comparison. Black Templars are not tearing it up. It's really just Blood Angels.
Yeah, and and it's almost like they would have been better off actually applying some nerfs or debuffs of some kind specifically to them and the units or the stratagems that they're using, that power that army, basically.
Yeah.
And then you could have leveled up other assault armies rather than just sort of penalising all of them. And they're basically the casualties of war for Blood Angels being too good, basically.
Yeah. Noting that Blood Angels have easy access to putting stuff in their assault doctrine. Like, that's one of the things they do, because you just take the sanguinary priest and he just goes, that big unit of Sangard are in the assault doctrine now. Move along. It's like,
Oh, yeah, that's true. And also, I think their actual ability of +1 to wound in combat is bonkers.
Yeah, it's super strong,
That's way
right?
better than all the others.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, White Scars is I can leave combat and charge afterwards, or rather, I can advance
no,
and
the
charge.
equivalent is they do 2 damage in the combat doctrine.
Yeah, but no, the +1 to wound roll is just Blood Angel, mate. That's not. Super
Right,
doctrine.
yes, okay, yeah. So,
The super doctrine is +1 attack.
oh god, right.
It's so ridiculous. Yeah, they're very good. They're very good. Anyway, let's listen on.
So there's another change for Space Marines as well. Tell me about that one.
Yeah, so this one, again, is really kind of designed to change or kind of enhance the way they actually play the game. So it gets kind of nicknamed as sticky objectives.
Yep.
But essentially what it is that Space Marine troops units, when they hold an objective, when they claim it, they'll actually be able to leave that objective and move around the board. And as long as nobody takes that objective, it still belongs to the Space Marine player.
That's great.
You can see why it gets called sticky objectives.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And basically what that does is again, your Space Marine troops units tend to be quite expensive because they're elites. You know, they are the kind of humanity's finest warriors. And so actually if they're just camped on an objective all game, because they need to hold it, you've got quite a few of your kind of resources tied up doing that. What this change enables you to do is you can move like an intercessor squad or a tactical squad or maybe something like an infiltrator squad or something onto an objective, kind of metaphorically plant your flag on it, and then move on. So what you actually get is a lot more playability out of those units that you've paid those points for. So again, it helps Space Marines actually play the game. It lets them go and capture more of those primary objectives with a little bit more essentially resilience, because it kind of enables them to be in 2 places at once. So rather than you having to take 2 squads to hold 2 objectives, 1 squad tags it, can move to another place.
The first thing I think about as well is going to really change lists. In my Space Marine force, I always take a couple of squads intentionally just to stand at the back on objectives, like Eliminators or Intercessors with Stalker Pattern bolt guns, and I don't have to take those anymore.
No.
Which is really interesting. I've now got more freedom to take what I want.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, you know, you want your Space Marine armies to feel elite. They shouldn't be, you know, there shouldn't be hordes of Space Marines. There's only, you know, like 1 million in the entire galaxy. So what we want them to do is feel like elites. But in order to play the game as the mission pack kind of sets out, really it's all about holding objectives and taking objectives off your opponent. So it kind of gives them a bit of a benefit in the way that they can hold those objectives.
So what's super interesting about that statement in and of itself, right? We'll talk about the specific rule in a second. But he just said that we don't want hordes of Space Marines. Why would we do a thing like that? Why would anyone want to enter into a situation where Marine armies are just horde armies? I mean,
Exactly.
so for those who aren't aware, and maybe they don't talk about the field manual, but they have just massively decreased the points across the board of pretty much all Marine stuff that is of the Primaris persuasion, and then given free upgrades to all of the firstborn units, with the exception of a few Thunderhammers in a few places. So effectively, we're in a situation now where Marines are basically a horde army, right? Like, in the competitive sense anyway.
Not in the same way as like Guard or some Orc armies. So yeah, there'd be more on the tabletop, like an extra unit, maybe 2 at a push. But that's sort of counteracting the fact that Armour of Contempt is gone and they're all going to get blown off the table. So it's sort of fair enough, but yeah, I wouldn't say they're still a horde army. Although sometimes it does surprise me how many Marines you can get in a 2,000 point army. And you're like, how many? You what?
You can get loads, mate. It's crazy now, right? Like, so you can get 10 in for under 200 points, right? I mean, if you can get 30 Reavers in an army for, 480 points?
Yeah, but like guardsmen are like 50 points for 10, so it's like they're not quite in the same swarm numbers.
True, but then guardsmen aren't 2 wounds, 3 up armor save, toughness 4.
No, but we're just talking about, you know, actual numbers on a board.
Yeah,
they
but
don't quite compare, but they're good for sure.
It's feasible though, right? Like, without being ridiculous about it, it's feasible that you could get, like, most Marine armies now are probably looking at about 60 plus Marines in an army, right?
Yeah, that's quite a lot. I mean, but I think that's a general state of the game of games are getting bigger in terms of the number of models.
Yet the boards keep getting smaller.
Yeah. No,
and the range is more infinite.
What do you think about the actual sort of sticky objective rule itself? Do you think it's good?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I actually think it's quite... So it's interesting, obviously, first of all, that it only applies to troops. But I think that's good, because it ultimately incentivizes you still to take those troop units, but especially when we're looking at an updated rule set that will facilitate much greater flexibility in terms of army list creation. Like with the Arcs of Omen book, you can take a very elite focused army around specific elite choices. And depending on how you approach that, I think if this was available and doable by all Marines, I think you could have had a very strong argument to move away from a great deal of troop choices. But as it currently stands, it does still mean that there's a viability to it. Now, I think obviously when you're in a game where mobility is as egregiously fast as it is, the fact that you can enter into situations where stuff's just flying over your head and getting behind you super quickly, there's obviously going to be a lot of circumstances where it's going to be difficult for you to hold on to those objectives, even if they are sticky. But I think what is good about the sticky objective is that even if it is that your opponent has the mobility to take it off you, you are at least in a more advantageous position to deal with that situation. You're not having to hold stuff back to hold. You can have it and be, you know, better situated to block certain units from getting to that objective. And then ultimately they need to then use very specific types of units to get over your head and get to it. And in those situations, they're probably not as beneficial as where they were before, which is just, you're just a unit of Marines. I'm going to move towards you in the movement phase, shoot you a bit, and then charge through you, and then just take the objective off you anyway. In this situation, the Marine could be holding the objective, stood 6 or 7 inches away from it, and then thus making it impossible for that same opponent to run through them and get onto the objective, or at least making it a great deal more difficult outside of units that are super fast. So I think basically it means the Marines have a lot more opportunities to pressure the midboard. I do think this is a rule that massively benefits Deathwatch. I think Deathwatch have been the big winner overall. I think when you look at the Deathwatch army and what it can do, and its reliance on kill teams, which are troop choices, the way that the points have been decreased, I think Deathwatch have become super good, or at least arguably super good within the context of Marine armies, with all these changes. I think Deathwatch are due a bit of a moment in the sun, I would say.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I like sticky objectives. I've always thought missions that have it for everyone, it's more fun. And because I think that's actually how Age of Sigmar works, just in general. So I think it actually makes for a much more interesting game if everyone has it, but I think it's quite a thematic one for Marines and fits sort of their playstyle, where, as they point out, to have a unit back on an objective is quite expensive. Now, normally I just have like some stalkers, just, you know, stalker incestors just doing that job. And I always go, oh, they're rubbish. They don't hit anything, but fair enough. That's what all I've got in terms of my army. I kind of wish it was more, it would affect infantry and not just troops, because then you get a bit more variety in terms of like what it could affect, like having aggressors or inceptors flying around capturing objectives and then flying off them would be, super cool. But obviously, you know, I can see why they've limited.
That's why Deathwatch, mate. That's why Deathwatch is so good, because all of that stuff is troops.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. That's a good point. I do think because they made the whole point about Armor of Contempt is that people play around it and the meta changes, and I think that's just going to happen straight away to this. So everyone's going to take deep striking units, especially with the Oxbowman GT pack. Putting stuff in reserves is now free, so it's super easy to do that. And it's like, I remember playing a game, No Retreat, against a Blood Angel army, and obviously he had he put like a unit on each backfield objective. We were doing Hammer and Anvil, so like long ways, and he was coming at me because he's Blood Angels, and I just had all my Scion forces drop down. I had some artillery which would like try and shift stuff off of those objectives, had the Scions drop down, shoot the unit that was on that objective. If there wasn't anything there because it moved everything up the board, it's like, cool, I've just captured some objectives for free, nice and easy. And he's, I'm doing that a turn or two later, and he's been running up the board for 2 turns. So he hasn't even got a chance to come back and try and reclaim them. So I think as a Marine player, you've got to be really wary of people, as you say, like jumping over you because you've got fast, like jet bikes and what have you. But I think, deep striking is the other way, that just be a hard counter for it. And as you say, you can sort of do a halfway house where your units are 6 to 8 inches away from that objective. So they're not on it, but they're not far away from it, where if someone tries to come down onto it, that you can either all-spec scan them or that you can charge them in your turn. But they're still far further up the board to still be engaged in like actually shooting other units. And they're not just like tucked behind an L-shaped ruin, not participating all game or something like that. So while it's cool, I can imagine the meta competitive players will work around it pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's an interesting change for sure, and it's good to see him doing stuff to support Marines. And I think
it's good that it's not just a mechanic of, we're gonna arbitrarily bump them up in like power level, give them extra AP, give them Armor of Contempt. This is something tactical to do with the battlefield, which is a bit like what they tried to do with the previous balanced the Dataslate update, which only affected the GT missions. I'm trying to remember what it was now. It was something to do with scoring.
Shock tactics.
And it allowed them to score extra points or something?
Scored 1 extra point on so shock tactics is where you take, I think it's called shock tactics, where you take an objective off your opponent that they already controlled. And then you used to get 3 for it, but they gave you an extra 1, so you got 4. Yeah,
and but only worked if you pick that one particular secondary, which seemed like the biggest limitation. So it feels like they're trying to replicate the sort of tactical nuance of that that update with something that's actually much more wider ranging and just works on any battlefield, no matter what mission you're playing, sort of thing. So I do like that aspect. It's not just a numbers mechanic that they're tweaking.
Yeah, I think though, to your point though, it'd be good if like Sticky was available to more armies or more options. One of the things I really like about the kill team rules is that you can essentially go onto a objective and then spend an action to boop it, as I'm told they're called, which essentially activates the objective, and then that is yours until someone comes over and takes it off of you, and they need to actively take it as one of their actions, which is
to me, because that's what I always thought raise banners was. Obviously you still tick your points, and with raise banners, the banner is sticky, but the objective is not, which always sort of felt counterintuitive, because I still need someone on that objective to hold it for the regular primary. But the secondary is doing it. So if raise banners was you're spending an action to make an objective sticky for both primary and secondary purposes, that feels cool. Super thematic. It can work for anyone, and it is encouraging you to sort of I like things where it's like, instead of shooting this turn, I'm spending an action to do something else instead, because that's like a really cool trade-off. Also, ultimately lowers the firepower potential of anyone's army if you've got a couple of units doing actions instead of shooting every turn, which is why I dislike stratagems that allow you to do both.
Yeah, I totally agree. Death Watch have a warlord trait that lets them do both.
Of course they do.
I'm just saying, Death Watch.
Is this your new army for the year, Dan? Is that what the
Well,
summary
I
of this is?
already have a Death Watch army, as you know, Phil. So my new army for the year is Iron Jaws. You know where it's at. Ooh. Anyway, let's see what else they've got to say.
Now, we spoke last time on Metawatch about one unit in particular in the game that you had your eyes on, and that's the Flamers of Zeech.
Yeah.
The Chaos Demons. And there's a change in the balanced data slate for them too.
There is.
What have you done there?
So we looked at loads of different ways of dealing with Flamers, actually. So Flamers are a really interesting unit because they're surprisingly tough. So although you look at their stat line and it's like, it's okay, but they have a 3-up invulnerable save, they've got a good number of wounds, they've got a good toughness, so they're quite hard to shoot and get rid of. They're really fast. They have assault weapons, so they can assault. They can, they can advance and fire. They've got a really good range. You can't really even fight them in combat because if you decide to charge them, they just overwatch you.
Yeah.
And because they've got flamers, which auto hit, they get round like the downside of Overwatch. So we looked at loads of things. We looked at changing the number of shots they had. We looked at their points values, all kinds of things. But where we've settled actually is we've just taken away that automatic hit. And what that does is it kind of means they, in a normal sense in a normal scenario in the game, they put out about a third less shots, because you have to roll to hit and they've got a ballistic skill. So, 1s and 2s will miss. So it kind of takes the edge off of their kind of offensive output, but really shuts down their ability to overwatch. So at least your opponent has some play into them.
Yeah.
You might think, I can't really shift them by shooting at them, but at least now you can assault them. You declare a charge against them. They can still overwatch if they like, but they're hitting on 6s like everybody else rather than just automatically hitting with 6d6 plus a billion kind of automatic hits. So it just gives your opponent more playability.
There must have been that eureka moment as well when you're thinking about all the things you could do and somebody's went, what about we just make them ballistic skill to hit?
Yeah, and we looked at all kinds of different things. Yeah. We looked at maybe we turn them into heavy weapons rather than assault weapons because that would, again, cut down on your ability to move and fire with them. So there was a bunch of different kind of options that we looked at. What if we just ramp the points values up? Which is usually how we deal with units, right? Usually the points value should be a measure of that unit's effectiveness. One of the things we found when we were testing it with the Flamers, though, is that you would keep them and drop other things out of your list.
Yep. Because they're just so good.
Because they're so good.
Them,
exactly. Yeah. So you're like, yep, double the cost of them. I'll just take less bloodletters. You've done that. I'll just take less of these. So the last thing anyone was taking out of their lists would be the Flamers.
And that's not a place you want to be in, is it?
Yeah. No, so it's not really solving the problem. And, or you end up in this place where Flamers are like 100 points each, right? Which is just clearly mad.
Yeah, right. So just to say, I think anyone who plays the game on the regular would have noticed that that's a bit much, isn't it? Right? Like for the price of admission. I think it's funny actually, because I didn't really pay very much attention to Flamers until my mate Dean was like, these are a bit mad. And talked about everything they could do. And it was one of those conversations where it's like, and they do this, and they do this, and they do this, and they do this. And you're like, oh, I get it. They're really strong. Cool. I think this is just another great example, right, of like G-dubs needing to spend more time playing their game and thinking about the system that they've created and understanding that a free-up invuln is madness. In any context, right? Like, in my opinion, there's only really room in this game for the most elite stuff that comes at a high premium having a free-up invuln. Not a unit of demons, you know?
Yeah, I thought they were doing it quite well this edition where it felt like they were reducing the number of stuff with invuln saves. Like, are they just natively a 3+ invuln, or is it a 4 that gets bumped due to like when they're being hit in combat or something or shot at?
No, they're a 3+ for being shot, and they are a 6+ in combat.
Right, it's a 3+. Oh, but you can't charge them because of the Overwatch check. So it's like I see. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the 3+ was just too high. If they took that down to a 4+, maybe that would have been better.
See, even in my eyes, even a 4+ is a lot.
Yes,
like I think we need to move.
Time. Yeah,
yeah, I think we need to move into a system where we're more commonly working with 5+ as the average, and 4+ is as good 3 plus is
for
exceptional.
Sure. I think they've done it though because obviously demons don't get a regular save; they pretty much just have their invuln save, right?
That can't
demonic
be
save.
Impactive. Whether it's better than having a 3 plus invuln is better than any save you can be given in any other variant, right? Like it's the best possible thing you can give something.
Yeah, maybe would they be better off just giving them you've got a 4 plus regular save, but a 5 plus or 3 plus regular save and a 5 plus demonic save. So it's like going back to that traditional method of, they're durable against AP, nothing, but stuff with AP actually does affect them, but there's still a slightly higher cap for when the demonic save kicks in.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it could have just been an invuln save, but now there's so much ignore invulns. In fact, if you had a regular save plus, actually no, because everything that ignores invulns got crazy high AP anyway. I was going to say, by giving them a regular save, you kind of don't need it to be a demonic save. It could just be an invuln save. But then you get into the problem of being hit by guns that have -5 AP plus ignore invuln. And then you're just killing the squad anyway, right? So maybe the demonic save for demons is still a nice thematic touch.
The problem they keep creating for themselves is that they, again, as I keep saying, they don't seem to get, or they consistently fail to recognize the things that make units good in their game. Like, you know what I mean? It's always like, is it really fast? Yeah. Like really fast. Like how fast are we talking? Well, it can move about 18 inches. Oh yeah, no, that is really fast, isn't it? Yeah. And its range of its guns, the range of its guns is like 12 or 18. I can't remember off the top of my head. And it's like, oh, well, that's not super long range. Yeah, but it moves 18. So effectively its threat range is 30. And it doesn't matter if it advanced because we made them an assault weapon, but they auto hit. And it doesn't matter because, it's just stuff where it's like, come on, guys, like, surely you know that that's silly. But to their credit, the fix is, in my opinion, perfect. I think it's the perfect fix because their mobility combined with the auto hitting is what made them absurd. You take that away, you make them Overwatch and hit on 6s like everyone else. They're not that scary by comparison.
Yeah, it marks a nice change actually, because historically FAQs, balanced data state updates, pretty much never, when it comes to balancing individual units, all they ever did was change the points. And as they point out, when something is just good, it kind of doesn't matter how many points it costs. You're still going to include it because it is that good. And actually, we've been saying for such a long time, like, fixing the points only goes so far. What I need to do is actually change the data slates, like the stat lines, the weapon profiles, and they historically never want to touch those, with the exception of maybe the most broken stuff. And at least it feels like with this change, obviously it's one of those crazy broken stuff, but it is good that they have changed it and they haven't just whacked the points up really high on it. And they've made a change to the actual stats, which I think is really good. And because quite often when it comes to units which are unusable in the game or really underperform, a stat boost, a tweak to their weapon profile is what's needed rather than reducing them in points. So I'd like to see this sort of change happen more often to more units. Obviously that gets more complicated when all of a sudden your codex doesn't reflect stats of units, but in a digital game with an app that works, that everyone's using and can refer to, that isn't really a problem.
I would have gone one step further though, if I'm honest. I would have taken the fly keyword off them. There's no reason for them to have fly.
Is it because they're they're really old weird models where like they're hunchbacks.
Yeah, the wibbly like
they don't really look like they can fly. Yeah,
I'd take it off.
Just make them sort of because I guess you could say they're like sort of like either jump infantry or like a skimmery type thing, but if potentially that would just limit where they can go on the board. It's like they can sort of run around like crazy fast, but it does mean you can screen them out and stuff. So they've got you're limiting their utility a little bit more. So that's quite a cool idea.
I would have taken fly away in addition to the rolls to hit, and I think you would have then got to the point where they were pretty pretty neutralized, because they're still, the thing is, having the mobility and having the free up invuln still makes them really annoying. But it is what it is. I think at the end of the day, I think that is actually a very good change. And again, hats off to them. When they get it right, they get it right. I mean, I've always said about this stuff is that, and we've already said it, but we don't just need you to like come up with like these point-based solutions all the time. I think, this is a perfect example of a really good change that will hopefully have the desired effect. I'm already speaking to people who have taken flamers who are very seriously reconsidering their viability based on this change, So, I think it has nailed the
That's
the
good,
necessity.
especially if they're people that are taking it because they're just busted, right? You still want them to be usable and viable in an average person's army where they're like, oh, they're cool, they're my favourite army, or I've painted them up really well. I still want to be able to take them and play them, or like do a thematic game with them. You don't want them relegated to just being put on the shelf. Otherwise, you could have just, whacked the points up by like 200 points or something, and like a lot of Forge World units. So yeah, as long as you want it on that sweet spot where you kind of go, ooh, yeah, are they worth it now? Like, I'll take one unit, but I won't take 3 or something crazy.
Yeah,
like that's
because they're D6 plus 3 shots, right? Each one of them. So if you take a 6-man unit, that's 66 plus 18. So it's a lot of shots still with ballistic skill of 3. And minus 2 AP with no armor of contempt is still pretty good. And then you factor in the fact that they only do 1 damage. So effectively, shooting into the infamous Marine unit, if you're going to get an average of, let's say you get 40 shots out of that squad on average, well, that's going to be roughly 30 hits, isn't it? Roughly. Maybe a little less than that, but say 30 hits, which then itself at strength, I think that's strength 5. Hang on. Strength user. Yeah. So strength 5. So they're going to wound 20 times. Yeah. I mean, you can easily see a unit like that tearing through, Space Marine squads. And that's with them rolling to hit. So actually, yeah. Good change. Good, solid change. What is next, I wonder?
The other one we've got on the balanced Dataslate here is the Harlequins.
Yes.
They've received a bit of a reduction in their effectiveness.
They have.
Tell me about them.
So Harlequins have been on a journey, right? So this is, I think, our 10th go at trying to take the edge off of Harlequins. And what we've done actually is we've taken some things that were on the balanced Dataslate off. And we've gone for one kind of more global change to Harlequins, which is we've just taken one of their bits of invulnerable save away. So they move on average from a 4-up invulnerable save to a 5-up.
It's a huge difference.
It is a big swing.
Yeah.
It is a big swing. And really that's about like the unintended consequences of things, right? So Harlequins are super fast. They should be. That's entirely right. They're super killy. They should be. That's entirely right. But they should be quite vulnerable. That's their whole shtick, right? They're a glass cannon. They kind of leap out of the webway, run over, stab everybody. But if you can catch one of them, you should be able to mess it up, right? But actually, they've got quite a lot of defensive abilities. So they have their built-in hollow suits. They have some -1 to hit abilities. They have some feel no pain ability. So it's actually, they end up being remarkably resilient. Particularly when you then use transports for them as well. Because effectively you have to hit and wound and destroy the transport before you can get to the guys inside who are then really tricksy to hit. So rather than kind of fiddling around with a load of things, the simplest way to approach it was actually if we just take one off of their invulnerable save, it has quite a big impact across the board.
I'm going to be really interested to see the numbers after that change.
For sure.
Will they still be as popular as they were before? And if they are, will they still be in that?
Yeah,
where they were
and the
rate?
popularity thing's really interesting because Harlequins are one of like the bogeymen of 40k, right? So they're really good. They do very well in a competitive setting. They're actually not played very often. I think they're 19th or 20th
that's really interesting.
in the kind of like most taken armies. So, and people who love Harlequins genuinely love them, right? And we don't want to ruin their fun. So they're kind of, you're actually not that likely to meet Harlequins, like proportionately in an event. unless you're doing quite well, because they kind of sort towards the top tables. So by the time you kind of cross over the halfway mark, you're much more likely to meet a Harlequins player than you are like on the lower tables. So they are a bit of a bogeyman, and we really wanted to deal with them, hopefully, once and for all this time.
So, I mean, ultimately, all that is them saying what we already just said, which is the invuns be silly when they're 4+. So that's the right call. They should never have given them a 4+ invun in abundance, especially when you add in all the other mechanics that they gave them. You can only hit them on 4s, the -1s to hit, the sheer volume of mechanics that they had to keep themselves alive, combined with the 50-50 durability of a 4-up invun, was crazy. So, absolutely 100% the right call. Right, Phil?
Hard agree.
Harlequins, be crazy, y'all. So good that they got nerfed. Is it too much of a nerf? Not sure. I think, in the grand scheme of things, I think it feels appropriate because it neutralizes them. I worry that it might. There is a part of me that thinks maybe it's a bit much for all of it to kind of get hit like that. But then, I don't know, they were so oppressive and so frustrating. So in a way, you kind of just have to let it go. But the thing is the reduction from a 4-up invun to a 5-up invun is massive, and they've seen no reduction in points costs to reflect that.
Yeah.
They're still the same points they were before. So I guess it'd be funny if they have to do things to kind of try and bring them up again now. If it is that they drop off a cliff, it'd be like, oh, now we've got to make them cheaper. Which would be...
No, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So what's the next bit of this?
What we could do is we could change the points values, right? Yeah. But again, you'd have to move them quite some way to get a change.
You still want people to have a good-looking army, like decent-sized army.
Well, also, if you've spent ages painting all of those little tiny diamonds, right, being only able to use 2/3 of your army just is a bit sad.
You change the points, it's like, well, that's 300 diamonds I painted for models I can't take anymore.
Exactly that. And again, that's not the experience we want people to have. I think one of the things that's...
So I just want to chip in there, because their logic that they have here is you've painted up a unit or an army. It would be unfair to have that sit on a shelf. Now, going back to the Guard Codex, where they changed the majority of vehicles from squadrons of taking them in units of 3, so therefore you could take up to 9 of them, and then knock that down to single units of 3 max, so you can only have 1 per unit and a total of 3 because that's the cap. It's like, I've seen so many people saying like, oh yeah, I've got like 6 hellhounds sitting on a shelf now because I can't take that many. So their argument is great, but should really be applied uniformly. But then, people used to spam 9
Hive tyrants,
like the winged flying hive tyrants and stuff like that. So, but at least with the Guard one, it was like, this is thematic for their army, that they have vehicles in squadrons and they take lots of them. It wasn't necessarily spammy in the same way that the Flying Hive Tyrant was. But yeah, just an interesting little segue.
Exactly, it's ridiculous. So I've got 8 Elder Planes that I can't use anymore.
I know, poor you.
Exactly.
Crimea River.
Strange though, isn't it, that you take the high ground when it's my planes, but all those hellhounds, those poor people.
I know. I mean, the hellhounds were never like that great, to be fair.
Never were my planes, mate.
Except that time when you were smashing up the top tables of the tournaments.
I do not recall.
There was another army we talked about last time we met, which was the Tyranids. You had to own them.
Yep.
And in the Balanced Dataslate, there are 3 changes you made. Tell me about those.
Yeah, so the first one is to a stratagem called Overrun. So this is a good example. We were talking earlier about things that are a little bit uninteractive. So what Overrun effectively enables you to do, particularly combined with like a Flying Hive Tyrant, is basically fly halfway across the board, kill a thing, and then fly away again, and your opponent can't do anything about it.
Yep.
So it's very powerful.
Yep.
But it's also just really annoying and really uninteractive. So as the Tyranid's opponent, you just feel like, what could I have done differently?
Yeah. Not deployed.
Yeah, exactly. and so you can imagine like the conversation at the end of the game with you and your opponent. They're like, what could I have done differently? And they're like, not got overrun. So, which is just like not helpful advice.
Play a game with no command points?
Yeah, exactly. So what we've done is we've said that overrun doesn't work, particularly on flying hive tyrants. So it doesn't work on monsters. Still a great stratagem, but not an automatic include, and it stops the hive tyrant acting like a weird cruise missile.
I've not experienced the overrun strat too many times. I've definitely had it happen to me once or so. But the changes they're referring to in this particular instance is basically change the second sentence of the overrun stratagem to read select one hive tendril core unit. So basically what they're doing is they're making it so big, scary characters, monsters can't do it. And the stratagem is, if I'm not mistaken, and hopefully I'm reading the right one, is use the stratagem at the end of fight phase, select one now hive tendril core unit from your army that made a charge move this turn. If there are no enemy models within engagement range of that unit, models in that unit can make a normal move instead of making a consolidation move. So effectively, it's an extra move after the fact, so you don't get smashed into, I guess, as much. Make sense, Phil?
Yeah, it's sort of like a move, shoot, move, but obviously
combat-y.
With combat. Yeah, move, fight, move, I guess. Which
does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, there has been that sort of stratagem. I think one of the Tzeentch discs had that sort of ability where you can like fall out of combat, and effectively you can attack, you can charge in, and then run away before the other opponent can attack you back. Yeah, I guess it's just a bit egregious when it's done on a giant monster that can just smash people up. Seems like a sensible change for sure.
Yep, so Zoanthropes. So the other thing, and this actually ties a little bit into the Hive Tyrant, Tyranids are really good at putting out mortal wounds, which is one of the other things actually going back to the Armour of Contempt, is that Armour of Contempt was designed to make Marines more survivable, but actually a lot of like top lists in the meta just put out a lot of mortal wounds, which don't really care about your armour anyway. So Zoanthropes are very, very efficient at putting out mortal wounds, and we've just taken the edge off that a little bit.
And there's been a change for spore mines as well. Tell me about that one.
Yeah, so as we were saying earlier about like uninteractive mechanics, spore mines are one of those ones that can be quite frustrating to play against. So Tyranids have been on a bit of a journey. So they're a very powerful codex. There's a lot in the Tyranid codex. And what you find is that as a particular build kind of bubbles to the surface, and we take action, another one kind of finds a different way to get there.
It adapts like Tyranids do.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very on theme. And so what you find is that the things that maybe people haven't been taking because they're the third best choice now actually become the best choice. Yep. And what you're really starting to see is like bubbling up through the kind of Tyranid meta is using spore mines in what's a very clever tactical kind of way, but it's just really frustrating to move block your opponents, screen out units of the board, put them on objectives so that no one can hold them. Those are things that, like I say, they're quite clever, but they're just very uninteractive. There's not a lot your opponent can do about them.
If you're controlling people getting to objectives, that's what the game's all about.
Oh, exactly. Which is why it's like, it's really smart, but it's just not that much fun.
So yeah, truth be told, me and Phil looked into it. We don't actually entirely understand what they've changed about Zoanthropes. I understood the spore mine thing was a bit egregious, so it's good that got changed, and that ultimately they're a little less, evasive, or not evasive, but sort of intrusive, I suppose, as they were before. But yeah, the Zoanthrope change, I'm not sure exactly what they're referring to. I need to go and do some more research, clearly. But if you listen to what they're saying...
there's one paragraph about the synaptic imperative, which that changes to exclude living artillery. So I don't know if it's the knock-on effects of that, because the Zoanthrope synaptic imperative is a 5-up invuln for monsters, 4-up for monsters, and a 5-up for all other non-monsters, and all synapse units gain that, so maybe it's excluding some other units from gaining that, I guess. The spore mine one, I guess, makes sense, although I have a fond recollection of 6th Ed Tyranids, and loving the idea of a spore mine heavy army. Because every time you shot spore mines and you missed, you got to place spore mine markers on the table. And that was the edition where you had the kind of drop pod type thing, but there was the equivalent multi-part kit where you could turn it into like a permanent sort of like fortress gun that would just shoot spore mines in the air constantly. And I was like, that's a cool, fun thing that you could have, and just riddle the battlefield with spore mines. Obviously, Stu Black doesn't like that idea anymore.
Boo, Stu Black, boo. Anyway,
Boo.
let's see what's next. Yeah, so specifically that's just melee attacks, right? I didn't think they did a very good job of clarifying that in the description of it, but yeah, so now on a 4+, they can fight you back. And it's specifically if they haven't fought already, which is another interesting and very specific stipulation. So given that they're Emperor's children, they will come, and Mark of Slanesh all over the place, they will be fighting first by default. So it's quite probable that they will have already hit you by the time you're trying to hit them back. So you need not worry if they've already fought. But even then, on a 4+, as Stu just said there, it's much less likely to happen now, which is an improvement for sure, because they were a little bit too oppressive. What's intriguing is, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, I acknowledge I could be, I believe there was a stratagem that would allow them to shoot on death after being shot. So I think there is a thing that you can do.
Yes, I think there is, yeah.
So it's intriguing that they've not then applied the 4+ to that variable. But I suppose
maybe that's because you're paying the stratagem points.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that's where the logic comes in, and ultimately it's limited, and they're probably not as threatening in a shooting capacity as they were in a combat capacity, because Lord knows, at least in the competitive sense, the game is much more combat centric than it's ever been. So
I mean, I like it. It feels like it's tying it in with how, like, the Astartes Banner Ancient, right, that when they die on a 4+ they can fight or shoot. So
they can only shoot or fight once, i.e. they can only do one attack or one shot.
Yeah, no, that is true.
So it is better than that.
Yeah.
But, but it's not as good as it used to be. So that's
no, true.
Thumbs up there. I don't know, have you played against Emperor's Children in the new game?
No, not for a long time. But I always hated the Norse Marines.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's so stupid. So this is a welcome change as far as I'm concerned.
Fair enough.
Look forward to all of those Emperor's Children players rolling 4+s constantly, though, because it's just going to happen. They'll have that one special dice they always use, Cheeky blighters. Anyway. So basically, their Terminators are OBSEC again. That's literally the only change that's made. Oh, and they're Wardens as well. I don't think they're Wardens I think maybe their wardens were OBSEC, but if they weren't, they are now.
No, well, they're elite, so I don't think they would have been.
Yeah. So their Terminators and their wardens are now OBSEC. Yay! It's a good change. I mean, it's a pretty reasonable change.
Oh, for sure, especially with the Terminators.
Oh, huge. Yeah, like just one-man unit Terminators. Brilliant, little OBSEC guys running around the place. Happy days. I wasn't sure, does that extend to the Sisters of Silence as well? It would do, because they were troops anyway, wouldn't it? So they were already OBSEC, so it doesn't matter. Or at least the troop variant would have been. Maybe it also applies to, like, Witch Seekers and... maybe Witch Seekers are the troop ones anyway. So change the third bullet point of the detachment ability, Adeptus Custodes attached to read, Adeptus Custodes core infantry units, and... So Anathema Psychana troop unit... Oh, troop units. Okay, so it's still... So not all Sisters of Silence have OBSEC.
No.
Because,
they're not special.
They're not
Custodes
special.
are special.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go. That's all right. Let's see what they talk about next.
Which is a popular one on the scene, which is the Necrons, using the ancient dynasties of Relentlessly Expansionist and Eternal Conquerors together to have massive objective-secured units, taking objectives, and also getting a pre-game move.
Yeah.
You've kind of stopped that happening.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit sad about that one, because I really like the fact that it's been dubbed the OBSEC dynasty, spelt like a Necron. So I think that's really neat. But again, so one of the things people will have seen is Necrons are doing quite well. Their win rates are starting to drop a little bit as people figure out how to play against them. But the way that they're winning games at the moment is just by being really efficient at their secondary objective game. And again, it's kind of, you're waiting for your opponent to lose. So what the Necron player wants to do is basically not play. They just want to stand there
objectives
and rack up points. Which again isn't a great gaming experience. It's a very efficient way of scoring points, but not very much fun. And some of that's driven by the secondaries themselves, which we'll talk a bit about in a bit for the mission pack. But some of it is that ability to combine those two. So all we've done is just made those two mutually exclusive.
It seems fair. Which one do you go for, though?
So I think probably the objective secured is still the best pick. It kind of depends what you've got in your army, though.
There's also...
So, look, I mean, I think anyone who's been playing... I know you haven't been playing Nephilim, Phil, but anyone who has can very immediately and obviously acknowledge that... both Sisters of Battle and Necrons did very well from a secondaries perspective early on. And certainly in the case of Necrons, I mean, it was just a bit silly, the secondaries that Necrons got. It was so easy for them to score points. It was crazy.
I mean, I hadn't played them, but I had heard that they're pretty much like auto-scoring.
Yeah, it was stupid.
In a lot of cases.
It was really stupid. And... the way then they also gave them a bunch of other perks to then make them do other things as well. It just got dumb. So I'm glad that they are changing that. And I'm hopeful when we get our hands on Arcs of Omen that they will have secondaries that are much more versatile and better reflect some of the more interesting things that you could do with Necrons. I have to be honest, Necrons feel like they're in this really weird spot at the moment though, because they're not the Marine army that came out first, It's it feels like it's the fate of all armies that release alongside the Marine book at the start of an edition, that they're always sort of in a weird place the whole way through. So I guess Tyranids are in for a treat come 10th edition, because it seems like they can never quite work out how to make that other army make sense. But hey, there you go.
A couple of missions as well in the Grand Tournament pack, which stop you making pre-games move actual but more on that in a bit. So the last faction to get a tweak on the balance data slate are the Adeptus Mechanicus. What's going on with those guys? Yeah,
so again, the Adeptus Mechanicus have had a roller coaster ride through the current edition of 40k. They were again the big bad previously, but they've been underperforming for a while now. And so we've made two changes to those. Again, we'll talk about the points a bit later. But two key things. One is that their Cataphren servitors gain the core keyword, which just means they gain access to a lot of the different kind of enhancements and things within that codex. And then the other thing is that the Skitarii veteran cohort is kind of dropping out of the game. now. And so one of the things we've kind of ported over from that is the invulnerable save that the Skitarii units had from that. So their invulnerable save goes from a 6+ to a 5+. So they keep some of the benefits of the veteran cohort without actually the cohort itself.
That's a big buff.
Yeah, it's good.
You hope that'll take them from where they are to back into that Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, so I think that and the points. I think the points will have the biggest impact on them. But just kind of unlocking part of that book to the Cateron servitors. I mean, they're pretty tough. They've got good firepower, and they'll now get access to more of the kind of benefits from their characters and their stratagems and things that they haven't been able to up till now. And then just keeping the survivability of the Skitarii will also just stop it kind of pivoting one way or the other.
Right. So obviously it was crazy that the Cataphren breaches destroyers weren't core in the initial sense. So, yes, well done. You've made them core, like why they weren't in the first place. I don't know, but,
yeah, I sort of suspect it's because that they were either worried that they'd be too good with it because they're like good gun platforms or the close combat environment, or they wanted to distinguish them as like they're not core because they're servitors, they're not men in the sort of traditional sort of rank and file sense. So distinguish it maybe. It's kind of interesting, that one, I think.
I think giving the 5-up invuln to the Skitarii is pretty big as well, right? Like, I mean, that's
huge because it's affecting the Rangers, which have a 6-up normally. So, we were saying about how they've been toning down the invulns. So to suddenly give your core infantry like a 5-up invuln save, it's like saying all guardsmen get a 5-up invuln. Like, that's bonkers, right?
Yeah.
That'll make some of those units. I think suddenly servitors would probably see those breaches and destroyers a lot more. Now they've got a decent invuln save and their core, so they're going to be benefiting from a lot of rerolls. The like Iron Striders just get better. Yeah, so it's a really big boost. I mean, I kind of hate army-wide invuln. So, and it feels like why do AdMech get it? It's like, I get it from the Harlequin's point of view. Like they're speedy, nippy, they're really hard to hit. I get it from the demon's point of view, like the demonic warp energy. And it's like, these guys are just like cyborgs. They're half man, half machine. And for some reason that gives them an invuln save.
Well, if you hit the robot bits, innit?
I guess so. I'm pretty sure Iron Hand Strachan had a similar thing, I think. So maybe.
Yeah.
Just a bit odd.
Well, I mean, when you look at as well the points changes that they've made to the Skitarii army or the Adeptus Mechanicus army, I mean, some of these points changes are pretty big, right? So
in terms of dropping,
so points. Castellan robots, they've taken a significant decrease. So Castellan robots are now base 85, regardless of what, or Castellan robots or whatever you're supposed to say. So they've gone from like 100 points a model or maybe even like 90 points a model in certain builds to just flat 85 regardless of what you take them as. So that's meaningful. The infiltrators and rust stalkers have come down a little bit. Not dramatically, but they have come down. The Sky Stalkers have come down a little bit. I mean, there are some significant decreases. What's interesting is most of the decreases in this book is war gear upgrades. So they've mostly tweaked the points of the upgrades, which is an interesting decision.
Is that doing what they did with Space Marines, where they're pretty much all war gears free, which is something they haven't talked about here. Maybe they talk about it at the end or towards the end, where it's like, war gears now free for most things except the odd, cool item. Yeah,
that's not the case for the Mechanicus by the looks of things. Although breaches, breaches still have the cannon upgrade, destroyers. Yeah. So the breaches no longer have to pay for the flamer upgrade, or the destroyers rather. So they've tweaked it slightly. Some upgrades have been removed. Yeah, it's not a dramatic increase across the board. I mean, Skitarii Marshal's a lot cheaper. Well, not a lot cheaper. It's like 10 points down now. It's like 50 points base. Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty reasonable reductions, but not huge. Like, I'm not really sure what you're going to get extra. I mean, I think basically you're looking at maybe a 10% points reduction. If that, maybe like 5% point reduction. So I don't really know what that's going to mean for people other than they're probably going to need to now tool up their units a bit more.
Yeah, it might be that you can just afford the better war gear options.
Yeah.
One very cheap unit push.
It's interesting, though. It's an interesting change. All right. Well, there we go. Let's see what they say next. Right, okay. I don't know how long they're going to talk about this for. I feel like that's them talking about the balanced data slate out of the way, right? So let's just quickly talk about aircraft, because they don't talk about it clearly. In fact, let's derail this now. We've got them. Let's just do us, right? So basically, aircraft, Phil. Let's talk about that. So they have changed aircraft quite significantly.
Yeah. Yeah, they made it. They made a couple of tweaks. I think the limitation's still there.
Correct.
Although I think they've maybe tweaked it because originally it was just 2.
No, it was 1, 2, and 3 depending on the game.
Oh, was
size.
it? I thought that was. I thought that was a change that they did on this one.
No, as it was before, it's 1, 2, or 3.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, so basically, aircraft units from your army must start the battle in strategic reserves. If the total points value of a player's aircraft unit is more than half of the total points value of their army, which would be a hell of an accomplishment in a 2,000-point game, I suppose you could just take 2 Marauder bombers.
Not for certain builds, though, right? Because I think, obviously, like the Scion drop force would have a lot of Valkyries, Vendettas. Like, you could do, like, an aircraft-themed unit historically, although saying that if a cap of the aircraft is only 2, as you say, it's going to be quite hard to do.
Yeah, it's like my flyer is a Tau Manta. It's like, okay.
Yeah, mate, I think that would be pretty much what this has been written for, because that gives you 2,000 points. Yeah.
But anyway, so that player's aircraft unit must still start the battle in strategic reserve, and no other units from their army can be in strategic reserve. Oh, I see. So basically what they're saying is if you're more than half your army is aircraft, you can still chuck them in strategic reserve, but nothing else can go in.
Yeah.
Makes sense. If an aircraft unit has a rule that is triggered after it has moved, that rule only takes effect if that model ends its move on the battlefield. For example, this means an aircraft unit cannot drop bombs on a unit in a turn in which it ends a move off the battlefield. Okay, so that's another interesting clarification, because one of the other things that certain flyers were able to do, such as the Drakari bomber, or maybe
the Void bomber,
or even like the Dark Talon, I think it was from Dark Angels. You could basically fly over stuff but go off the board and still drop bombs as you're doing it. So it's good to have that clarified, that that's not an option. Although that might have already been an existing clarification. I'm not sure. Maybe the major change is just putting them in the reinforcement step. Here's the thing, right? Like with flyers being forced into reinforcements, I think it's an interesting change, because in some regards, I think this was a mechanic that should have probably been enforced for flyers across the board. And I think what's weird about it is I don't understand the restrictions based on them putting this mechanic in play. Or rather, I don't understand the extreme nature of the restrictions. Maybe it feels to me that you could have given people access to more flyers, or created scenarios where flyers were less egregious, therefore more appropriate. I think we all understand that there are some flyers that are extremely strong, mostly Elder ones, Orc ones. Even some of the Tau flyers had, certain times where they seemed interesting, at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like you say, Phil, like if you want to really lean into things like Scions and do more, guard armies built around the Imperial Navy and the aircraft, well, yeah, like it feels like it's a shame that you can't do that. And again, contrary to what they were saying earlier about people's collections, right?
Yeah, exactly. So those Elysian armies, the Scion sort of air wing armies, is still unplayable, and they've made it even harder to do. It seems odd because I mean, I'm a bit out of touch on the tournament meta, but I didn't think flyers are still dominating. I thought the cap on flyers was enough. It's interesting that this change actually brings it back into, 7th edition fly rules, where you always started off the board. And actually, that's to an extent a benefit to your flyers, because it stops them just getting shot off the board. And I presume, does it say they go into strategic reserve for free? Or
well, in Arcs of Omen, they're making
Arcs of Omen free, yes, but not in other situations, right? So
if you were playing
not playing the
this week,
Arcs of Omen GT, but you were playing the balanced data slate, then it's still costing you points to put your aircraft in there. Instead, I'd rather they upped the number of flyers, even if it's to 3.
Yeah.
And then had this strategic reserve rule in. I still think 2 seems a bit arbitrary. Or at least there's maybe you say you're allowed. So, rather than a maximum of 3 aircraft for your whole army, it's your, there's a stipulation of you can only have each unit that isn't troops a maximum of 3 times. So if you say you can only have each type of aircraft twice, up to a maximum of say 3 or 4 flyers, it meant you could have a bunch of Valkyries, a bunch of Vendettas. You could do like a really thematic, guard or orc, air wing army with at least some more models, but you're limiting spamming of any one type of flyer. I think that could have been an interesting direction to go in, because it still puts a cap on thing, like if the AdMech flyer was being a problem, it kind of puts a cap on that because of, you can only take 1 or 2 of a certain type of flyer, but you could still technically have more flyers in your whole army. I think that'd be a nicer way to go about it.
Yeah, totally. I just feel like it's just a shame, isn't it? Like that we're not in a situation where they can't come up with better ways. But I think the problem is with 9th edition being what it is, they just had to remove them from the game effectively, right? And this is just another step to removing them from the game because they don't know what to do with them. It's a thing that came about in the first Games Workshop available flyer was the Valkyrie, I think, was the first one, wasn't it? Not the Valkyrie. Yeah, the Valkyrie for the Guard, right?
Yeah, the plastic one. I think it would have been, because they were originally Forge World kits in resin that they then ported over to plastic.
Yeah, and that was 5th edition, I want to say, that they did that.
I reckon so, because they were around in 6 when I was there, but the 6 was the edition of the flies where they were introducing them for all the other factions and stuff.
Yeah, 6th was definitely a flyer edition, because that's when we got the Helldrake, when we got the Hemlock / Crimson Hunter, when we got the Tau thingy-mabib, I forget what they're called.
Yeah, and I think that's when we also got the Space Marine ones as well.
Space Marine ones were a mix, so we got 1 in 6th and one in 5th, and then another load in 7th. So they did the Storm Raven in 5th, then they did the Storm Talon. I actually think the Storm Talon came at the end of 5th, potentially leaning into 6th, but maybe it was the 6th edition. And then we got the Stormhawk Interceptor or whatever it was.
That was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. So they all. Yeah, and then I think the Necrons got the Croissant. I think that might have been a 5th edition thing.
Yeah.
But that was the thing, that was back when they were just constantly trying to add new big stuff to everyone's army. That's when we got Wraith Knights and Riptides and, all this craziness that they just kept adding all over the place. Which was cool, right? But at the end of the day, the game has spent a lot of time specifically with flyers, at least in 9th edition and in 8th edition, to be fair, trying to navigate the problems that they created for themselves back then by adding these kits. But Yeah, I acknowledge in the case of the orcs, in the case of, because even Necrons had a time where their flyer armies were absurd.
Yes, yeah.
And that's the thing, it's just like, just come up with rules that make them make more sense, you know? Like, stop trying to squeeze them in as something that they can't be. Like, you know, make them tokens that represent, like, bombing runs or represent, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It feels like almost we want to be using the, we want to abandon the range of plastic.
You're going to say, because I think we talked about it before, use the aeronautical ones.
Yeah, use the aeronautical ones.
On little
on
high
long
wires.
sticks. Yeah.
That's what they do in bolt action. And
Exactly, but then it
systems.
represents like planes high above doing stuff, you know?
Yeah, no, that's true.
And that would be fine.
I mean, I do like them, but as you say, they're the least sort of realistic representation between reality and rules.
Yeah.
Because it's like, they're literally flying around like effectively on a postage stamp in terms of the speed and, the distance that they would actually be covering. It doesn't feel very realistic, but ultimately they just become like fancy vehicles.
Yes.
But
that's how they were originally introduced. In the old games, they were just skimmers. They were just skimmers. That was all they were. It was like, it's a big skimmer. Like, all right, whatever, sure. Anyway, long story short. I think Games Workshop don't have a solution for flyers for 9th edition. So this is a series of just get them out of here. Get out of here with your noise, and we'll just move along. So the other things, obviously, that was a massive series of changes, was the field manual, the points. So we should probably do a broad summary of that. I mean, the most absurd unit or army in terms of point reductions was Space Marines, right? Space Marines have just massively come down in points. Insanely so in some instances. Like, there are some points reductions here that are massive for Space Marines. Like, really massive. Have you spent much time reviewing these points reductions for Marines?
I looked at some, obviously, like, key units I have, like, Inceptors went down for the Plasma ones. Because basically it's like free war gear, right?
Yes.
And I think even, I'm pretty sure a regular Contemptor went down, but the Forge World one didn't. And that's why I'm like, okay, Forge World got completely passed over, which is a crying shame. But says something either how they view Forge World or what, I don't know. And and I've said it before, like with the Guard Codex, it's power level through stealth, and it's all power level light. It's effectively you're doing power level with maybe one or two things like, Thunderhammer's going to cost you because that's really good. Like a few little things here and there. And what I find funny about that is everyone's like, oh wow, this is great, get loads of free war gear. It's really cool. But then when 8th edition dropped and the push was predominantly for power level, everyone hated it because they were like, oh, I want my granularity. But now they've kind of removed it and everyone's really cool about it. So I almost wouldn't be surprised if, 10th edition goes a step further and does that more for everyone army wide. And, eventually we get to the point where it's like, we just do power level now. And maybe one or two equipment will change your power level maybe instead of points. It does make army list building way easier, when everyone's get free war gear, but you get into that point where it's like, if you're not taking the upgrades, you're kind of losing out in effect, because you're not maximizing your damage potential and what have you. But it's cool to see.
Yeah. I mean, look, for me, when it comes to all that sort of stuff, I don't love power level because I find it a bit too rigid. I think, like, Age of Sigmar, right, is weird because it's like, this unit is free, this unit is free models. If you want to add one more model to that unit, you can't. You have to add another free. You can just add one, but it costs you the same points as if you put free in. And it's that weird sort of thing because Age of Sigmar armies are really hard to make cost exactly a number, which annoys me about it as a system. So I don't really want to be in that kind of level of rigidity. But if it is that an individual model costs 20 points, then fine. I can deal with that, but it's when it's the Age of Sigmar style, when it's like, this unit comes with 3 models, and that's what these 3 models cost. If you want more of them, they only come in 3s. It's like, it's annoying.
Well, I mean, a lot of, Space Marines. Well, actually, no, you can be a bit more flexible, but it feels like you take them in 5 or 10.
Yeah, of course.
Taking them as a 7-man squad, you can do it, but it just seems weird to do it.
But that's the thing, right? When you've built your army of 5 and 10 man squads and you find yourself in a situation where you go, oh, I've got 15 points left or 20 points left, you can still chuck another Marine into a squad.
Yes. That's true.
Get closer.
I think for, someone that wants to, as you say, want to hit that target of 1,000 and you get a certain sense of satisfaction from having your army at max points, then making it harder to do that is, somewhat annoying, I guess, but it simplifies a lot of things. Yeah. On the other end of the spectrum. So for me, the units from generic Space Marines that got a substantial improvement as a result of the winners. Yeah.
The winners for me, right? So first of all, amongst my list of winners, has to be Outriders. I still think they are, I think when compared to some newer units like the Squat or Leagues of Votan bikes, I still do think they're not necessarily comparably as strong as those, but I think them coming down to 35 points is a meaningful drop. That's a 10-point drop per model. That's pretty big. There was a time when Outriders were looked at as a very scary unit. They're certainly not that anymore, but at 35 points a model, they're pretty strong for that price of entry. So that unit has gone from costing you 135 points to costing you 105 points, which is a pretty meaningful decrease, if you ask me.
Yeah, sounds good.
And Outriders are still pretty reasonable. And, as White Scars, for example, can still be quite punchy. So that's one I like. The other one I'm definitely impressed by is Reavers. I think Reavers are a pretty big winner because Reavers before now were 18 points. But if you wanted to give them their grapple hooks and floaty jump package, grav shoots, you had to pay an extra 10 points for the unit. So effectively it used to be that it was 100 points for a unit of 5 geared up with all the best stuff. Now,
could you do both though, or was it? Because I don't think you could do shoots and
you can.
Grapple hooks.
You can do both.
I thought you'd always do one or the other personally.
Yeah, but now they're free, so doing both.
I guess so. Yeah.
So I do think 16 points for a Space Marine is pretty amazing, because you've got to think like an Intercessor now is 18 points, or an Assault Intercessor is 17 points, and they don't have the same level of versatility as a deep striking unit of Reavers, because you can still have Reavers with heavy bolt pistols and knives, and then they're pretty comparable to an Assault Intercessor, except they've all got deep strike. But the build that I always find interesting, and Richie uses a lot, is the bolt carbine versions, which I actually think are very underrated. I think bolt carbines are really interesting. And I think the fact that you can have a deep striking unit that could come in, especially his Imperial Fist, by the way, the gimmick Richie does is hilarious, because he turns all of their bolters into pistols, and then they all shoot at the same time. It's like some crazy thing where like each one of them shoots 3, maybe 4 shots at AP -2 or something. And it's like
in combat, I guess, but in your shooting phase.
Yeah, but he does it in the shooting phase, because then the bolt carbines and the heavy bolt pistols all fire at once, because they're all pistols.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Shenanigans, indeed. But that's the point, though, right? Like, it's a really interesting unit. I think it would be nice to see Reavers getting a little bit of love. I still think that the Gladiator tanks aren't worth it. I still struggle to come up with a reason to want to take them. The other winners, I suppose, are the firstborn units to an extent, but I don't think overall that they've really meaningfully seen enough of an argument. But I think people will probably argue that things like Vanguard and stuff like that are probably strong again, because you don't need to pay for their upgrades, or you don't pay as much for their upgrades, I suppose, but you do.
Yeah, I like the fact that Thunderhammers they still cost, right? Or they free on sergeants, but they still cost for characters. It's something like that.
They are free on certain squads, and they cost in certain other instances. So a unit of intercessors can have a squad sergeant with a Thunderhammer for no points.
Yeah.
But a unit of Vanguard vets will still need to pay 10 points per model for a Thunderhammer.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And then 5 points for a Storm Shield. Which is the points they were before. So, like, Vanguard, I don't know. I'm not necessarily knowing for sure that they've just had basically a very small points reduction, but they're still relatively expensive to kit out. So I'm not sure, really. I mean, Vanguard veterans were sort of one of the really, like, strong units that was an argument for, like, firstborn models. I think the Terminator squad coming down, the Assault Terminator squad coming down to 33 points is pretty massive as well, because now Thunderhammer Storm Shield. So basically you can get a unit of Thunderhammer Storm Shield Assault Terminators for 165 points, which is pretty amazing. I mean, Terminators have done okay out of it. But then the weird thing is like the Terminator, the normal Terminator squad with the Power Fists and Storm Bolters are the same points. And yeah, okay, fair enough. I can put like a Typhoon missile launcher in there, and but that's literally all I can do. It's like but then I suppose the Typhoon missile launcher, I think, was like a 15-point upgrade before. So yeah, it's all right. It's all right. But in terms of General Marines, I think, for me, I don't know. I think of the Primara stuff, the Reavers feel like a really interesting one, and one that I think there's an argument that you should probably just chuck Reavers into armies, because I think they're pretty good. I think, they'll do you all right. But yeah, overall, I think, the Marine reductions are pretty big. So you will find that you've got a lot more room in your army for more models now, which is going to be interesting, right, Phil?
Yeah, for sure. I think the only other one I can remember off the top of my head that did quite well was Eradicators, purely because now you can take the multi-melter for free.
Yes.
So it's like, why wouldn't you? Although the argument, I guess, is that it's a heavy weapon and everything else is assault, unless you take the heavy variants of the... Yeah, potentially. Yeah, depending on your playstyle and maybe your chapter tactics, you might have a different preference, but the... Because I can't remember if the heavy ones actually just cost more before, or if they were the same price as the assault ones.
No, they were plus
and it was just
5 or plus 10
extra.
points a model. I think they were like plus 5.
Then maybe you'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll just count them all as the heavy ones now and throw in the multi-melter, because why not for the extra shots?
Yeah. I think to your point as well, though, the interceptors with plasma are a big winner as well, though, to be fair. Like, that points reduction is pretty meaningful for them.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I don't think the actual base cost has gone down. No. So the assault bolt ones, technically you're not getting a saving, but the plasma ones are. So, and they were the ones that were good. So I guess people would just go take more of them or lean back into them. Whereas I've got units of both. So it's like, the one, when I'm taking the assault bolters, I'm not gaining anything, but the plasma one, I always, to be honest, I always hate the plasma ones. I never have much luck with them. Everyone raves about them and I'm like, they just die. But maybe that's how I'm playing them. I'm doing it wrong. I just love the assault bolter variant more personally.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I think, look, in terms of like the interesting stuff that I've noticed for other like specialists, right, is like Blood Angels for the whole have seen very little to no changes outside of their Death Company units. Obviously, some of their characters went down, but it was only Mephiston who went down for them. And then, Death Company Marines aren't dramatically cheaper than they were before, but they are a little cheaper. Death Company Intercessors, there's an argument that they're pretty reasonable now, because 18 points a model for a Death Company Intercessor is pretty cool. But, you know, yeah. I tell you actually, now that I'm even thinking about it out loud, what have the Veteran Intercessor squad's gone down to 20 points? Still feels expensive for Veteran Intercessors, you know? Like, the Veteran Intercessor squad is a squad that I always want to be good, but it never seems to ever be.
Yeah, I know. I've got a squad in limbo that I've been building for like 2 years that I've not got around to finishing off. But they're really cool. I like the fact that you can sort of play them as sort of regular guys or the assault intercessors. But yeah,
but they don't have the intercessor / assault intercessor keyword, so they don't use any of the stratagems.
Which I think is the biggest crying shame about them, basically.
Well, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, the veteran ones are the ones who have forgotten how to do all the cool stuff.
Yeah.
It's super dumb. But yeah, Blood Angels overall, not that incredible. And then, in terms of, like, reductions, the one that really stood out to me, to be honest with you, is Dark Angels. Like, Dark Angels, to me, feels a bit crazy with some of the reductions they've had in place. So, like, all of their major characters have had points reduction. Azrael's gone down by like 20 points. He used to be like 160, now he's 140. And Azrael's great. I mean, Azrael's a really good character that gives 4-up invuns to everyone within 6. I mean, he's strong, right? And he's had a pretty meaningful reduction. Asmodee's come down. Ezekiel's come down like 10 points. Ezekiel was a bargain for 115 points. For 105, he's an absolute, like, steal. And then the one that really makes me laugh is the Black Knights. The Black Knights are a Ravenwing unit, right? You can take them in units of 10, right? So a Black Knight is movement 14. Otherwise, it's a Space Marine with toughness 5, but it's movement 14 with toughness 5, otherwise Space Marine. But it's a veteran Space Marine, right? So it's got 2 attacks on profile, +1 when it charges in, standard, noise. But it's armed with a Corvus Hammer, which is a free upgrade, which is strength +1, -1, 2 damage. And then it's got plasma guns, right? So it's got 2 plasmas on the front. But they've made them 30 points now. So they, to begin with, if you wanted to take them and then add a Corvus Hammer to them, they used to be like something like 40, maybe 45 points a model. Now they're 30 points, completely tooled up. And you can take them in units of 10. And the other thing that's hilarious about them is they're inner circle, so they've got both Deathwing and Ravenwing traits. So they're completely fearless. They're not infantry, so you can wound them on something other than a 4. But they've got all the Ravenwing guff. So in the Devastator Doctrine, they gain an additional 2 inches to their move. So you can advance and fire them with no negative penalties, because that's what Ravenwing do. So literally turn 1, you can have 30 of these guys and just bomb them forwards, each of them moving 22 inches, and just get into your opponent's face, and then just shoot 60 plasma shots. They're an absolutely bonkers unit. So you can have 30 of them, run them forwards 22, fire 60 plasma shots. Some of those plasma shots you could have firing at damage free, because you can overheat them. And then you can combo that with Weapons of the Dark Age. So you can have damage-free plasma guns just going off.
Yeah. Nice.
Which is crazy. And that's literally 300 points. So that's 900 points to have 30 toughness 5. And, oh, by the way, they've got a 4-up invulnerable save the turn after they advanced. So they got 3-up armor, 4-up invuln, toughness 5, armed to the teeth. And they just hurl themselves at you. I was saying to Adam from 40k Brawl, I was like, I'm genuinely thinking that a hilarious army list would just be 30 Black Knights backed up by as many heavy intercessors as I could get just to walk up the board behind them.
Yeah.
And then just have Azrael just hanging out going, everyone gets a 4-up invuln, don't you worry. And then Ezekiel, because he's just such a steal at 105 points. Like, yeah, you could do some mad stuff. And that's before you even look at, like, their Terminator builds. Like, I know I'm a Dark Angels fanboy, but they're pretty crazy. But then, bizarrely, the one that I think is even crazier is the Death Watch. I think the Death Watch changes are insane. Like, there's so much stuff you can do with Death Watch now. So much stuff. Because they're so cheap. because they've reduced points all over the place. And you can get squads that just do everything. And if you can manage and maintain CP efficiently, I think Deathwatch are just utterly terrifying all of a sudden, because you can have a squad of Deathwatch that is a unit of intercessors with 1 assault intercessor and then 4 outriders, right? So you can have that one squad that is 4 outriders, 1 assault intercessor, 5 intercessors. And then the whole unit can shoot twice for 1 CP. The whole unit can fight twice for 1 CP. It's just silly. It's just like a silly thing, that you can do with it. I think there's some interesting stuff you can do with Space Marines. But here's the problem, right? As people are listening to me saying all this and getting hyped about it, Marine Codex is coming in 4 months. Remember that, right? Like, all of this is getting gone in 4 months' time, right? So I don't think, or maybe 5 months' time, but 4 or 5 months from now, this is all gone. And there's a whole new edition with a whole new Marine decks. So, you know.
Yeah, because I guess the assumption will be that the Marine Codex will be the first thing to come out, because it's always the first thing to come out, right?
Yep,
so
always.
Yeah, I can... it'd be interesting. Well, who knows what they're going to do with the game, right? They could fundamentally change it, or be a sort of 9.5, which is sort of what 9th was with 8th. So it could just be small changes, and therefore, will they just up the lethality of the Marine Codex? So therefore, points will kind of go back up to what they were previously. Or will they potentially, ideally, bring everything back down to the Marine Codex? Which is funny, because this Marine Codex was always on a par. In fact, no, this one was toned down a bit from the 8th edition second Marine Codex, because that one seemed like crazy good. This one seemed a bit more toned down. And everyone sort of thought, oh, this is really great, this is really refreshing. But then the kind of codex creep has gone back up. So it'd be, interesting to see which direction they go with that. Because, things can't just keep getting more and more deadly. You can't keep chucking more AP onto stuff. And that's sort of what we've had this edition. So hopefully they'll reverse that. But then we'd be in a weird situation maybe, whereas as codexes come out, your army gets worse, right? So you almost want to be one of those later codexes, to maximize your efficiency over the new codexes as they come out.
Yeah, totally. So is there anything that you wanted to talk about on the Marine side, or are you pretty content with what we've just talked about there?
Yeah, no, I think they're fine. I was just looking at the Forge World stuff to see what the points changes was. There's very few actual changes. I think Chaos Demons all but one got really big points drops, but they're mostly Lord of Wars, so 650 points down to 600, that sort of thing. Pretty much nothing else has really changed. I think Necron's got a couple of units go down, and I think some equipment from the Grey Knights Land Raiders all now free, so you can get your multi-melter on your Land Raider for free. But literally, like, the regular Space Marines on Forge World, like, no points changes whatsoever, which just seems really weird when you've lowered the points values of everything else for Space Marines in the regular book. So it seems a bit hard done by if you've got one of those like characters or some of those units.
Again, yeah, it's a conversation to have in more detail at a later time, but it's clear that they just don't want to deal with them, do they?
No.
It's like, it's just, they talk about how they bring those rules in-house, but it's just, it just seems like...
Yeah, Curse is a weird, because it almost, back in the day where Forge World was doing it themselves, it's like, were they doing a better job?
Yes.
Than now it's been taken over by Games Workshop, where they sort of begrudgingly feel like they've got to have a look over it and they change it, but ultimately they're potentially deliberately making it as unappealing as possible to play them in a tournament setting. But it's like points aren't just for tournament play, they're for regular play as well. So you're sort of harming your consumer with that ideology, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that's the thing. I think, Forge World did a better job because they did a job. I didn't necessarily think they did an extraordinary one, and a lot of the times it got a bit weird because you would be referring to publications from all over the place that, created all sorts of weird, janky scenarios, but at least they were trying. It's just a shame that they just write them off. It's like when I look at like the Elder stuff, it's like, oh, I could take one of the Titans, but it's 1,500 points for a Titan that isn't even as good as a Knight Gallant. It's like, it's like, oh, good. I could spend 1,500 points for something that can't even win in a fight against something that's 400 points.
I definitely think that's a good conversation topic for a later date.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Flesh out with.
I think just because they're the armies that I play and I look at, Imperial Knights were interesting because nothing's changed, which is crazy. Like, they genuinely landed at Imperial Knights and went, yep, perfect. Which I'm not convinced about, but that's where they're at currently.
Yeah, I sort of feel with Knights that the Armigers and War Dogs need to go up in points and the big ones need to go down, because it just feels like everyone prefers the War Dogs and Armigers now. Because there's sort of so much utility. I think Imperial Knights needed some points reductions to build parity between them and Chaos Knights as well, though, as I say, because I think that's the thing. It's like, the thing about Chaos Knights, like War Dogs are, is like, if you look at like a War Dog Carnivore is way more efficient than a Armiger Warglaive. But, but the Carnivore is cheaper. And it's like, oh, God. Because what the Carnivore is mono, it is what it is. It's a fighty War Dog. So it's just got claws and it runs in and it does that. Whereas the Warglaive has got a melter cannon, and that's supposed to be like an extra thing that it has. But, it sort of, removes some of that sort of functionality. The Elder, Craftworld Elder, had some interesting points tweaks in places. A lot of it I agree with. They increased the points of Farseers, which was important. They increased the points of Warlocks, which was important. So they've done that as well. So the points of Warlocks and Farseers have gone up. And they've reduced the points of Shroud Runners that, I don't understand why they've reduced the points of Shroud Runners. I've long said that Shroud Runners were the best things in their book. But maybe a lot of people haven't cottoned on to that, so fair enough. They've increased the points of Swooping Hawks, if I'm not mistaken, which is super interesting, because they didn't necessarily feel like they were overpointed to me. And then they've decreased the points of Dark Reapers, which makes a lot of sense, because now a Dark Reaper squad will cost less than a fire... I think they still cost more than a Fire Dragon's unit, but not dramatically more than a Fire Dragon's unit. But then the Fire Dragons are just so much better suited to what you'd want the Dark Reapers to... Anyway, I don't mean to get talking Elder again. You know me, I can get all taken away with myself when it gets onto that topic. But, yeah. And Guard have had no changes, have they? They're the same. No, because I guess because their books come out, they've not touched them. I guess it's worth noting that a lot of the units have kind of gotten worse in a way because of the... Before, in the balanced Dataslate, they had an exception under indirect fire, so they ignored those penalties, and now they do suffer those penalties. So I think most Guard players reckon that is very hard to play into like artillery armies now, or just having them. It's like you'd be better off just taking lots of Leman Russes instead. So that's a bit of a shame. But maybe that'll be something they changed down the line or something. I was also having a look at the Adeptus Mechanicus, who had huge sort of points drops across the board, and the Tyranids have gone up a lot. So like the Zoanthropes went up 20 points, which is pretty big. So maybe that's what they were referencing in the Meta Watch. But basically a lot of their big units have all gone up in points, and then everything else has stayed the same. So it's it feels pretty sort of fair, I would say, overall, in terms of all the units and stuff that's gone up and those have gone down.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, I think my prediction is that I think what Games Workshop have done between these points reductions, but also the slew of army boxes that they've done at the moment. Like, there's a lot of people all excited about collecting Marine armies because they're looking at the points going, I can put all this stuff in it, and also I can get models perceivably cheaper because they've done loads and loads of boxes.
It's funny because obviously it's a tired complaint, and one that hasn't necessarily been justified this year, but people always go, there's just too many marine releases and updates and new units and stuff like that. And, they haven't actually had a new unit for a while, it feels like, since Black Templars, which was, quite, I wouldn't say sometime ago.
A year ago?
Yeah, it feels like it. But yeah, all of those boxes, right, that they came out of, like, all sold out, right, pretty much, or at least on the third party site. So people love Space Marines. Even I was looking at them going, I like some of these, like the boarding action ones that they put out today. Like, it's assault intercessors, heavy intercessors, and the new Gravis Captain. And I was like, if unfortunately I own everything except the heavy intercessors. If I didn't have the assault intercessors or the captain, I'd have probably bought that box because I've always wanted heavy intercessors. But it's like, I've already got too many Marines that are built and unpainted or unbuilt. It's like, I've got enough to keep me going for years. But I'm sure as soon as a new unit comes out, I'll be buying them just because. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and they've probably done quite well out of it in terms of sales for Marines, and also, as they point out in the Meta Watch, like, a lot of people play Space Marines, even if it's not necessarily your first army. It's certainly going to be a lot of people's second army. So I think appealing to that audience, and they have been underperforming. So any bump, and I still think they'd be underperforming even after all those points changes, because I think, as they've said, points changes often don't fix something unless they're really drastic.
Strange then that they didn't get a Space Wolves battalion box though, by the looks of things.
True. Maybe that will come out a bit later, because I don't think they've necessarily done them all.
Yeah, maybe them Space Wolves are getting some love. They didn't get Blood Angel box either, did they?
No, yeah, because they've been doing the generic Space Marines supplement ones, I think. Because Dark Angels haven't. No, Dark Angels had one. I feel like they did.
No, I don't think Dark Angels got one either. Actually, you're right.
So those three will they will come out a bit later. No, that's true.
Yeah,
Death Watch, Nor Grey Knights.
Nor Grey Knights. That was it. None of that love. But yeah, that makes sense actually. Yes, because I just clocked that they didn't do Space Wolves, but then I failed to notice that they haven't done. Yeah, a lot of other chapters. Yeah, cool. All right. So yeah, look, I mean, just closing thing would just be based on these changes. You feeling happy about it? I think here's the thing, right? Speaking candidly, I certainly have been in a weird spot with 40k lately because the rules have definitely loaded on to a point that things were getting a little bit cumbersome, and I think the over-reliance on the stratagem system has definitely created some interesting kind of dynamics throughout this edition, as well as the mission structure, everything that's kind of gone along with that. But, I mean, looking at these changes, I mean, I think, I don't know, it feels like they are moving in the right direction. I feel like the thing is that they're working with a very cumbersome rule set that they've crafted over a period of years. And ultimately, I think, I get the feeling that the team there are beginning to identify the problems and starting to gain a better understanding of what it is that they're working with. But I think they're a long way off from creating a truly kind of intuitive, more balanced system. Not that I necessarily would even want that, but what I'm saying is I think 9th edition is such a cumbersome rule set with such a very odd set of criteria and some very interesting design decisions from the outset that I think it will be impossible for them to ever truly unravel it and turn it into something that, works for everyone the way that they want it to. And I think that's the hope I think we have with like 10th edition, is that they will recognize and identify the issues and make steps to make things better in a way that, you know, will work for more people than it is currently. But I like the intent behind these updates. And I think, you know, I think in some instances they've used some very smart decisions. I think the points adjustments are mostly on point, pun intended, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm not hating on it at the moment. And I have to admit, I've spent a lot of time mucking around with army lists using that new up and coming Arcs of Omen detachment and mucking around with Space Marine lists since the points have been reduced. So, you know, they've definitely, this week has definitely rejuvenated some excitement for me with the ideas of what you could do within the system at the moment. I mean, how are you feeling about it, mate?
Yeah, I mean, a part of me is I'm so focused on painting Nighthaunts, I've not cared too much, although I did, I have done a little bit of list building, but not a huge amount. I think, weirdly, so I remember I was trying to put off my Guard army until the new Codex came out, and I was happy playing with my Marines until then. But I did occasionally go back and dabble with the older Guard Codex. And now the new Guard Codex is out, I am relatively excited about Guard, although the more I think about it, I feel like it's sort of such like a relearning of the Guard, almost like from the ground up, and there's a lot of more nuance and complexity to playing that game, in terms of like orders, the sequences of stuff, the different sort of keyword combos and how stratagems and orders are all led into that sort of stuff. Part of me is I just want to go back to playing Marines because it's nice and simple. It's a lot easier, I think, and a bit more straightforward. And it's, you know, smaller army size. I've sort of customized that army a lot more, I would say. Even though it's a smaller force. So I don't know, I'm quite keen to go back to play Space Marines. The fact that their war gear is predominantly free, yeah, it's a cool little bonus. The Arcs of Omen stuff looks interesting in terms of the GT stuff, although I've bought it purely so we can talk about it maybe on the next episode. But at the same time, I almost don't know why I bothered, because it's like I probably won't play a GT one. I think I bought the last couple and not even looked at them because I haven't played it. I've basically been playing Open War. I've been playing my own mission cogitator, like the game generator that I got on my website, and I've been loving those games, like the simplicity of the mission scoring and stuff like that. So part of me is excited. I feel like this the combination of the balanced Dataslate, the Arcs of Omen GT mission pack with its unique detachment building and the points updates, I think is a sort of great fresh entry point into 40k if you've been a bit put off with it lately, or if you've been a bit down on 40k, or you've lost your passion for it. So I think potentially this is a really great place to get back into it, or because you want to do Arcs of Omen, not the GT pack, but the actual boarding actions. I think that's a great way of getting into 40k as well. And I think weirdly a lot of those rules from what they previewed seem great, and I'm a bit like, just put them in regular 40k, because I think that would improve the quality of life of both. Although I've seen some people go, oh, this all seems really confusing, and trying to get back into it just seems more confusing, so I'm going to stick with Heresy. So, you know. Yeah,
I've seen that as well, obviously, but I think, like, for me, I genuinely think boarding actions is a really great way to spend gaming for a good few months this year. I think boarding actions is the most excited I've been about 40k in a little while. It seems like super fun because it's forces that can be really themed and interesting, and a rule set that just seems like it just shaves away so much of the nonsense and just goes really into the more kind of interesting gameplay nuances as created by profiles and so on. I just think I've got high hopes for boarding actions. I have to be honest.
I think partly it's great because it's sort of like Kill Team Plus. Like it's basically, if you're playing, was it Strike Force? No, what's the smallest? Yeah, the 500 point games.
I think it's Strike Force. Or
if you're
Combat
doing Strike
Patrol,
Force,
actually.
Oh, Combat Patrol, yeah. If you're playing that, it feels like this is a much better way of playing it because it does, the limitation that you can't take vehicles, you can't take dreadnoughts. I feel dreadnoughts is a bit of a shame because you would have that in a normal Zone Mortalis game, but you don't get flyers, you don't get a lot of the janky units that you see in larger point games that tend to have a lot of the power level built into it. So I think you're going like old school basic 40k, like you got some infantry and it's like in an indoor setting. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's really interesting. And I think, games of it will be pretty fun. Interesting note, I've been contemplating about cancelling my White Dwarf subscription because I'm like, I don't feel like it's been very good lately. And then today they previewed the next one and it's got 6, boarding action missions in it with like even like little cut out or push out, tokens to represent like warp entities or warp infested, rooms. So I was like, it feels like this will be a really cool issue to buy and that, expanding the actual game for a bit. I am a bit like, on one hand, why isn't this in the book? Like the Arcs of Omen book or as a supplement. But the fact that this is like a bonus one. So if you play through the core Arcs of Omen missions, because I think there's only 6 in that, and you want something else, and then the White Dwarf, I think that'd be really cool. I like that they're supporting it. Whether they support it beyond the next, up until 10th edition will be the key question. Because if they ditch it, if they do Shadows of Armageddon? Is that what it was called?
Yes, yeah.
If they do that and it was a stopgap and then they never think about it or talk about it again, I'll be really annoyed because I think it's a cool concept. It's effectively Zone Mortalis 40k. They should just support that as a game concept, gameplay mode for all, forevermore, right? It should be 10th edition, play your regular games, but there always be boarding actions. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see it sustained and supported. I don't want it to be a one and done, thing that they've just done to tide us over, to the new edition, which I worry could be the case, but who knows?
Have you read the mustering rules that they've released already for it?
Yes. So obviously they've previewed that there's Adeptus Arbites as part of that for the Astra Militarum, but then we've also actually seen it in the New Year's Day previews anyway. So it wasn't too much of a giveaway, but those aspects of how you can effectively have like an ally built into it, I think you can create some really thematic like armies or small scale boarding forces. So I'm pretty excited. I like stuff they've done with the Inquisition and that you can now take an Inquisitor and his troops, because they become troop choices and stuff like that. So I'm like, this is all good stuff. This should be in regular 40k, like how you build these, units and stuff.
Yeah. I think, I'm super excited by it. I think it's just like you read the rules for it and it looks like they've actually thought about some of this stuff and put some interesting stipulations in play and created stuff that sounds fun, and the way that I don't know, like little things that's sort of weird. So like for like the Aeldari army, they've gotten rid of the battle focus move, which is correct, right? Because obviously in that game, being able to move and then move again is pretty massive.
So good. Yeah.
So the fact that they've got rid of that, thumbs up. They've just done smart stuff. Like obviously there's a psychic power in Elder called Executioner, which is do D3 mortal wounds. If you kill something with those mortal wounds, do it again. And they've increased its warp charge to 9. So it's very difficult to get off now, right?
Oh, wow.
By comparison. So they've done some interesting stuff with it and I like it. I think it sounds really cool. At the moment like you, Phil, I'm busy building Age of Sigmar stuff at the moment, but I've just bought some more Corsair boxes because I'm just going to do a 500-point Corsair army for boarding actions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's more boarding actions than Corsairs? Right?
Well, true. You got to be the pirates.
Exactly. Space pirates is the way forwards. The only problem with them is you can only take them with the HQ of Prince Uriel.
Oh.
Yeah, Prince Uriel is their only HQ choice. It's like, Fortunately, though, Prince Uriel is a bit of a beast, so Be fine.
That's fine. Or you can kit bash your own character, but use his data slate to.
That's essentially what I'm doing. So I have
him.
I have the Prince Uriel model, but he's old and janky. I mean, he's all right. He was a fourth edition miniature. Sorry. So Prince Uriel came out in 4th edition, and I have a metal Prince Uriel built. I haven't painted him. I had painted him once, but I've paint stripped him since. But yeah, I was doing size comparisons of Uriel against the new standard Autarch on foot, and he's quite dinky and quite by comparison. So I'm tempted to chop up Uriel and do a bit of kit bashing with some metal components. But then I'm like, oh god, adding metal components to plastic is actually a real faff. So
yeah, especially if it's predominantly, let's say, a plastic mini, but then you've given him metal weapons and arms. He then just becomes top heavy and will fall over constantly.
Yeah,
unless you weigh down the base and stuff.
Yeah,
yeah.
So I'll probably avoid that. Is the long and short of it. I'll just do a kit bash that is a Corsairs Autarch mix, and just be like, there you go, that'll do. So that'll be the vibe. But yeah, no, I'm excited for it. I think, it'll be good. Once I've got this AOS doubles out of the way, I'll build. Basically, my mindset is I'm pivoting into build mode. That's basically where I am now. It's like, once this Age of Sigmar is done, I've got loads of stuff that I just want to build, and then undercoat, and then just use, and just start playing games with it. Mostly Horus Heresy stuff, but also Corsairs. I want to get those Corsairs made, so as I can do a lovely time playing with Corsairs. But that's it, mate. There you go. That is the balanced data slate and all of the associated MetaWatch and or field manual talkity talk. General vibes. Yeah. Posy vibes, right, Phil? Posy vibes.
Yeah, I think so. There's not, I mean, I'm sure we gave it the odd criticism, but overall, I think it's all good changes. So, yeah, my main down was the Forge World points, which I'll bang that drum to death to my dying day, because they do that constantly. But, yeah, overall, really good. I think the actual balanced data slate, well, you could say it's complicated because they've got lots of stuff in there, but I think it does a good job, especially for, I think a lot of it is specifically aimed at like tournament play, in terms of we found something competing and doing very well in tournaments, and we're going to fine tune that particular build. But it's like with the Armour of Contempt. It's like if you're at home with your mates just having a game, you don't have to follow it. You can do, but if you're not being abused by it, and, if you're losing as a Harlequins player and you think dropping down to a 5-up invuln's gonna make you lose just even more, well, just don't do it. Right? Just, agree with your mates to keep it if you're struggling. But, if you're smashing your mates and, you don't want to accept the changes, obviously do it.
Yeah, that's it. Cool, well, there we go. We're going to move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. All right, it's the end of the show. But as always, me and Phil are just going to have a chat, because we never really ever get a chance to do that ever, do we, Phil? We don't ever talk outside of the confines of this, so we'll take advantage.
Why would we do that?
Exactly.
Why would we do
that? Some would assume we're sick of each other by now, surely.
I know. Is it John and Paul sort of scenario?
A John and Paul sort of situation.
Yeah, from the Beatles.
Oh, I see what you're talking about there. Yes, I remember the Beatles.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite an old reference.
It's not necessarily an old reference, but I feel like you need more than just John and Paul,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You're going to remember their surnames now.
Paul McCartney,
hey,
John Lennon.
Look at that.
Okay.
You're a man in the know.
The old cogs were whirring there for a second.
Ain't that the truth? So what's been going on with us lately? We had Christmas. That was fun, wasn't it? That was a lovely time. I assume you had a good time, Phil. That's what you kind of said last time I didn't speak to you.
Yes, no, there was the intro. Yes, no, we talked about that bit already. It was good. Yeah, no, I had a good time. Took me a few days, but I did finally get to watch the Quiz of the Year, which was good to actually watch it in its final form.
Oh, did you legit watch the Quiz of the Year, did you?
Well, of course, because I wanted to see what you'd done.
Fair enough.
After we'd filmed it, I'd done my little bit with the scorekeeper. I gave it all to you to edit together. Of course I was going to watch it.
That's very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. See, obviously I watched it multiple times in rapid succession, so needless to say, I'm not falling over myself to do that again. But it's good to know that you did. I suppose you just didn't go through the editing process, though, so it's a lot more of a fresh, exciting thing.
Well, I mean, the scorekeeper stuff I'd watched many a time over, so that bit was a bit stuff I'd seen before, I guess. But yeah, it was nice to watch the whole thing in its as I say, final form. So it was pretty good. Yeah. I liked it. I thought it came out pretty well.
Amazing. No, it's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. I think genuinely, I think the benefits of doing it remotely, though I don't feel they necessarily outweigh the potential of what we could achieve by doing something live in a studio together, I think we still or have not yet demonstrated an ability to deliver to those expectations or to achieve something kind of from a sort of audio quality perspective that delivers in that context. And a lot of that's always to do with a great many variables, but essentially, yeah, I think there were a lot of really good things about filming it remotely. This year I would like to make a real good go at doing it in person again, but we just got to hope that people stay healthy, right? That's always the problem. It seems like December is just the time of year where you get really sick now. That's basically how it works.
Yes, it needs to be what was it? The Hootenanny. Basically, it's not filmed live. It's this is a New Year's Eve show on the BBC Two. It's filmed November sometime, I think, and then gets broadcast as if it's live. So maybe we need to take a leaf out of their book. And I think we originally we were going to do it the last week of November. So I think if we did it then or a week or two earlier, that would hopefully avoid people getting ill with the Christmas socials and stuff, which invariably seems to happen. And plus we all get really busy around that time anyway. I guess the downside is we potentially miss out on some cool model releases that do come out in that time. So it's sort of pre-Christmas, which is when the big stuff tends to drop. But hopefully we can time it right so we do get some of that stuff.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? I think there's always nuance to it. But yeah, I think we just need to see how it goes. I mean, one of the benefits of you and me doing regular Patreon content and getting together on a monthly basis is that we're going to have multiple opportunities to become more familiar with technologies that will enable us to produce a better quality of production, right? And I think that's one of the innate upsides of deciding to do the Patreon content on a regular basis in the way that we're desiring to do. So I think ultimately if we can continue to do that, I think it will have positive effects. The other thing that we're probably going to try this year is the event, isn't it? That's the big, or at least for me anyway. I can't remember where we landed on this collectively, but I feel like that's the goal for 2023 is to actually host and or manage some kind of Lookout Sir event / live recording potentially. Who knows what it will become as we develop it, but that's something that I certainly am keen to try and get away this year.
Yeah, you mean more like a gaming event, right?
I think a bit of both, mate.
Not a tournament, but
I think a bit of both. I think here's the thing, I think our vibe was, so me and Phil have been talking about this, right? So we'll air our.
I mean, you say this, it all sounds, some of it sounds like it's new.
No, but we have been talking about this, Phil. You've just forgotten it, you see. You've gone away and had too many mince pies. It'll all start coming back to you.
I'll tell you what, I didn't have enough mince pies, that's for sure. That's it.
I mean, you are looking fat, Phil.
Oh, so rude. I mean, it was a fun bit in the intro, but now you're just cutting me deep. Exactly. Cutting me deep. And this is why we aren't friends.
Exactly. That's it. I got to get my little jabs in where I can.
Okay.
Anyway, what was I saying to you? I was saying about the event stuff. So what my feeling was, so me and Phil have been talking about it. The vibe is that we wanted the gaming portion of it, whatever it may be, that we're considering what our USP could be as like a gaming event. And at the moment, we had landed on 1,000 points games played on. Are we going to talk about this, Phil? Are we going to say it? Are we going to say it out loud?
I mean, that is... Yeah, no,
we want to do 1,000 point games played on old Realm of Battle boards. And we want to basically theme it around a randomizer type situation where people who are playing against each other get to gamble it to team up together to take on me and Phil. And then there's like a whole weird, like, beat us in a doubles contingent to it. We're trying to work out some of the mechanics.
I don't remember that.
Do you not remember that? We
definitely
talked
the Realm
about
of I remember the Realm of Battle board bit
My
for
God,
sure.
Phil,
the rest is a distant, foggy memory.
I feel like you need to go.
Obviously filled with mince pies.
Yeah, that's it. You got to go speak to the doctors, mate. It's all. It's like...
I guess so. I mean, yeah, I'm sure we can do something. Obviously, with like some kind of themes, narrative element
100%.
to it, custom missions and sort of stuff like that. Obviously, you're going to probably try and rope us all into dressing up in stupid costumes and doing silly voices for the mission briefings, which. Who knows whether that would actually happen or not?
Well, it's all in progress at the moment, isn't it? I think the thing is for this is I think we're going to do it. It's not going to be till later in the year. I imagine that we will probably be looking towards like the Q3, Q4 kind of area, so somewhere between July and December. But yeah, like because we need to like amass funds, we need to get some like tables put together, we need to find the time to paint it all and
paint everything,
put it all together.
I think we've got an okay-ish number of Realm of Battle boards, but I think we probably need to purchase some more at some point. So if people do have some lying around that they don't want anymore, would let us take them off your hands, by all means reach out. And I think also, we probably need a lot more terrain than we've currently got between our two collections.
I don't know, man. Like, I was going...
Oh, you've got loads.
Absolute truckloads, mate. Like, it's a little bit ridiculous. So, like, we'll see how it goes, right? I think the processes at the moment is like arriving at the point where we're like, we are going to do it, which I think is where we're at the moment. And now it's just about the logistics and working it out and trying to work out how we're going to do it. And what the theming of it is. At the moment, in my eyes, right now, I'm all in on Age of Sigmar at the end of the month. Really excited about that. We've got Tom's RFW free. Is it RFW free? Yeah, RFW free.
Free.
In May. So we're, both going to that, and that's going to be a really fun day as ever. I'm working with the team at Beachhead to do the Beachhead Major, Beachhead Brawl, in a couple of weeks' time in Bournemouth. So at the BIC in Bournemouth, the team at 40k Brawl are putting on another Beachhead Major. At the moment, I think they've sold close to 100 tickets, and they've got capacity, I think, for as many as 200 players. So I appreciate competitive 40k isn't everyone's cup of tea at the moment. But if you do want to come and say hello to me for whatever reason, I will be there. So maybe swing by. But yeah, so that those are like the event stuff that I know of that is in my calendar at the moment, and I'll probably...
Plus Warhammer Fest, of course.
God, I forgot about that. Yeah, Warhammer Fest. Jeebus. That's in what, April or May?
Oh God, I can't remember.
Same weekend as RFW.
No. No, it's the same weekend as the SNGT.
Is it?
Yeah. I think Pardo was a bit upset about that.
Mate, Pardo
probably he's missing out, basically.
Well, yeah, maybe he should just move his event. Like, I can imagine, like, because obviously the thing is with the one in Manchester is obviously it's part of this World Championships and all the rest of it. So I think a lot of people will be keen to go and compete in that one, right?
Oh God, yeah, it is, isn't it? Now, yeah, that was one of their recent announcements, wasn't it?
The Beachhead team for this major in a few weeks' time. I think it's like, hang on, let me just double check the date. Yeah, so it's the weekend of Saturday. It's Friday the 10th through to Sunday the 12th of February. I know Adam has applied to Games Workshop or is appealing to them to see if he can gain Warhammer Championship status, which would be pretty cool if they get that away. But that's not been confirmed by any stretch of the imagination yet. But yeah, I think that's the thing, right? I mean, the Warhammer Championship announcement's a pretty big thing. I mean, I'm not really that bothered, but I would love to win and go and play in America and get involved in all of that noise. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I don't really care about like being good at the game, but the FOMO in me is definitely like, wouldn't it be amazing though to win?
Yeah, it'd be
go?
A great experience.
Yeah,
for sure.
100%, man. So yeah, I don't know, mate. I think so the year in terms of like, yeah, God, so already, I mean, God, it's not even middle of January yet, and I've got AOS, Beachhead, which I'm helping out with. I'm not playing in, although I will play games at it. I'm just not playing in the tournament, so to speak. We got, Warhammer Fest, Tom's event. Yeah, so 4 already, isn't it? Or have I already forgot one?
I've got one extra, which is the Crusade event, which is the weekend before AOS.
Oh my God, you're going
to
double bubble.
Nottingham 2 weekends in a row.
You'll be sick of it, mate. How many chicken wings will you have eaten in that time?
As much as I can stuff in my face.
We need to find another restaurant for the restaurant rotation, though. At the moment, it sort of goes between Hooters, which is the old classic for us. Love a Hooters. Red Dog Saloon has made its way into the rotation, hasn't it?
Yeah,
love that place. That's fantastic. To be fair, their burgers are on point, so they're pretty great. Or we go to Red's True Barbecue.
Yes, lots of Reds.
Yeah, basically, yeah, that's it. So we need to find something that's not in that color spectrum, basically.
Yes, basically, if it's any kind of like cooked meat,
yes, yeah,
that on a barbecue tends to be the restaurants that we'd be drawn to for some reason.
We need to find like a really nice salad place. You know, that's what we need.
Yeah, get some health in us.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We need to just go and find somewhere where we can just sit on beanbags and drink juice or something.
Yeah, no, I think for sure.
Certainly on the Saturday evening, that actually probably would do us a world of good for the day ahead, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so yeah, God, mate, yeah, God. So what are you rocking? What are you taking?
I think I'm gonna do my Minotaurs.
Really?
Even though
Phil.
Because I think. Here's the thing. I know Guard have some interesting like Crusade mechanics.
Here's a question: are they? Is Guard legal because it's not released yet?
Oh well, actually, that's something I should email them if I want to do it. But technically, no, because they're not out yet, so they won't be. So I'd be rocking the old codex.
It is a Crusade event, though, isn't it? I mean, quite honestly, who cares?
True, but I think they'd probably still be a stickler for the rules and will say no, possibly, because you get that weird instance of some people might not have the new codex. So some people might be rocking old armies, some people might be rocking new. Not particularly fair, even though it's not a competitive tournament or anything like that. But anyway, so my Crusade theme idea, I was going to take my Interdiction Strike Force, which is my Minotaurs, led by my Captain Geryon of the 8th Company, which is something I didn't realise actually till recently. The the Captain of the 8th Company is the Executioner. You know how each captain has a different title?
Yeah.
So that's technically his, which I thought was really themed because they previewed the old Meta Order mini that you can get for the 8th, and he's also got a jump pack, so he's very similar looking, basically, to how I've modelled mine. So the idea is that I will have like a little kill tally for him as my own like personal mini mission that I'm going to try and accomplish with him, and I'm going to try and level him up to effectively the rank of Chapter Master by giving him all the buffs and try and give him some kind of cool armor and relics as I go through the games, if I can level him up enough, which will be a mission because he normally always dies. So that'll be an interesting one to do. I think also it's just a much more, it's a better looking force, I think, out of 2 as a sort of standalone piece. Obviously I like my guard army. That would be cool to take.
One of the other reasons why, though, I feel like the guard should be the way that you go is, and again, I know this sounds power gamery of me, and I'm not suggesting that's why I'm saying it, but at the same time, the biggest problem with Marines is, in a power level context, is they are not good now, because it's evident in a competitive sense that they've had to do a lot to bring those points down, but that power level is still sitting at where it was pretty much,
Well, yeah. Well, weirdly, power level in theory is the same as where they are now because they've got free war gear. But the problem is everyone else has also got free war gear when it comes to power level, and that's where the discrepancy will come in. I suspect, and you went to the last one. Like, how many Marine players were there? I suspect a lot.
It was a good turnout. I mean, I was one of them. We had a lot of Marine players, but not as many as you'd think. The funniest thing was the one army that wasn't there was Necrons. It was a bloody Necron event. It was like, it was ridiculous. But, look, for my 10 pence, take your card, mate. You have got a few months of enjoying this army in its actual 9th edition form. You should take it. Like, you've waited a whole edition to get your army back in fighting shape. It would be... So,
it would be a bit of a shame to not play them and get some decent number of games in with them.
100%. 2022 was the year of the Minotaurs.
True.
Don't bring the Minotaurs anymore.
I like them. They've got more, because I've got like named characters and stuff.
You just give names to your Krieg guys.
Personal. No, true. Some of it has a theme to it. I'll think about it. I got emailed like a mission briefing of the event already. So they've given you a little backstory to
it's already better
what
than
happened
what they did.
Here's the thing. They've done it because it's effectively part 2, so it is following on.
Yeah.
So weirdly, I've already got the campaign rules.
Because it was mine.
Given you, it was I've got your one from the first event.
Yeah. And
then the second part is already been in White Dwarf from a few months ago, so I could actually dig that out and reread it or read it because I haven't read it yet. Just to get an idea about how the second part should play. Basically, they gave us some backstory about what happened to all the different factions that you get to pick from the first event, and now we get to pick which ones we want to join. So there's researchers, there's invaders, there's defilers, and there's explorers. I think I was leaning towards invader or defiler if I'm going to be Minotaurs. I guess if I was going Krieg, I might do explorers instead, maybe. Could still be invaders, maybe. Still be a bit thematic.
Yeah. I mean, you could build some fun Krieg armies as well, man. Like, you could bring your Baneblade. That would be fun to rock that with its new rules. Like, that's a fun...
I mean, it's only like 1,000 points, so...
Baneblade's what, though? Like, 500 or something? Not even that, isn't it? It's like 400 odd.
Well, it's effectively like half... Yeah, like a good third of your army, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, what a great centerpiece, Bring out the big guns, and then...
That's true.
I mean...
I feel like I'd just be tarred with that guy.
What, with a Baneblade? Come on. Like, Baneblades aren't that silly. Not even with the new rules.
But in 1,000 points, I imagine they would be, though.
No, I would say in 1,000 points, they're less efficient.
It depends on how much anti-tank people are going to rock in.
I genuinely think
on that point level.
I genuinely think at 1,000 point games, things like that are not super efficient because they're too volatile. Like I think the units that get incredible value are the ones that are like really, really strong in that kind of 200 point range. Like for me, things like Catans or something like that, that's where your value at 200 points is coming out because they're really difficult to shift and they're, you know, although I imagine Catans are probably like 300 points or something actually. But like, yeah, like I genuinely don't think you see much value in like, say, a 400 point model like a Baneblade. Because the thing is with the Baneblade is it is, you know, quantifiable and ultimately can just get destroyed by one unit of, what they call the Space Marines with melter cannons, the eliminators.
Eradicators.
Eradicators.
No, eliminators, yeah. Eliminators are the sniper ones.
But that's the thing with it, right? It's like, you know, not, and again, that's obviously not me necessarily, you know, instilling the virtues of why you should take a Baneblade. I just think you've got a really cool looking Baneblade model. You should just chuck it in an army because it's fun. And then just literally be like that. And
yeah, I mean, I've not used my Baneblade for years because it's just not been practical, really.
Mate, honestly.
Mostly because of the boards are so... I think the last time I played it in an event, it was at Warhammer World, it basically got stuck between like a bunch of trees and a load of like... I think it was like plague bearers. It basically, the board got swamped by demons, and it got in a position where it couldn't fall back because the only place to fall back into was a bunch of ruins or terrain that it just couldn't shift itself. And I think actually this was obviously 8th edition because you didn't have the breakthrough strategy. And even if I'd used it, there still wouldn't have been room for it to go anywhere because there was just so many bodies on the board. And obviously this was when I was, oh no, you could shoot, no, could you, that was it. You couldn't shoot into combat in 8th edition. You could only shoot out of it because the Baneblade actually just had that as a rule. But everything else that I could shoot at with both that and my army was basically, it was all locked in combat and everything that wasn't was behind a big ruin that I couldn't see through. So half my army couldn't shoot at anything and I was sort of just stuck in combat with I couldn't kill because I didn't have enough combat stuff because they were all like demons. So yeah, that was, I think, the last time I took the Baneblade out.
Mate, genuinely, I think, Baneblade, unit of Rough Riders as obviously Death Riders, but just because they're just too cool not to have. And then just some infantry in it. It's like, that'll do it. That'll be a fun army. And it'll be like, you know, it's cool. And maybe, I don't know, like some chimeras, because you got some beautiful chimera kits and you got like, you know, I don't know, like, I feel like there's
yeah. I almost feel like with the Baneblade, it's like something you work up to it. So I think you have a bit of narrative in your head where you've got to get enough points and then you can add in the Baneblade. So you do Baneblade for like the last game, basically.
Oh, okay. You want it in the reserves. Yeah.
A bit like how, because I think Richard for his, when he was doing his orcs, he wanted it to be that he's trying to get enough scrap points to get a looted wagon, and the idea is that if he got enough, he could get like the effectively the Baneblade equivalent of the looted wagon.
Yeah.
And that's what he was trying to aim for, which I don't think he did in the end because I don't think he got it built and painted.
I was hunting,
but he still wanted to do that kind of looted concept. So I like the idea of like an escalation because you can add stuff to your army and swap in.
Well, the way the event worked when I was there, they were just like, agree with your opponent, do whatever you want. If you want to play a 2,000 point game, crack on. If you got the models, go nuts. If you want to play the 1,000 or the 500 or whatever it is, just do what you want. And it was like, it was a really interesting way of engaging in kind of an event type of gameplay where the organisers would just like do whatever you want. And although I enjoyed aspects of that freedom, I do also find that, you know, part of me is like, yeah, but I sort of want you to tell me what's happening. And I think that was the thing that was absent from that Crusade event for us, was that they just didn't do enough world building. And I think, you know, what I saw from what happened at the end of the event was there was teases of, we're working on all this Necron terrain. And it was like, the next one will be better. And I was like, okay, but why wasn't this one? But hopefully you get something awesome, because that'd be great. That'd be really cool. But like, yeah, I know part of me wanted to go back and do that again, especially as we'd signed up for the AOS doubles the week after. Like Richard was like, come on, Dan, come to Crusade as well. I was like, no. Like, it's I'm
I
doing.
know. I'm regretting it slightly, only from the fact that it's a very close deadline to actually get my AOS stuff painted up. So having 2 to 3 extra days of painting would be quite helpful. And the fact that I'm not going to have that, and I've basically got very little free time between now and then anyway, it's going to be a real struggle.
I am
to get it done.
I am really enjoying learning Age of Sigmar at the moment. What I'm learning about it as I play it more is that it is nonsense, and the game is just very, very, very explosive and very, like, it's clear that in order to be good at that game, you, much like in 40k to be fair, but more so than 40k, you need to have a really good understanding of the synergies and mechanics of other players' armies. I think 40k has become one of those games where, because of the nature of the stats and how the game works, as long as you've got, egregious numbers, you can always kind of do okay because it's very numbers driven, which Age of Sigmar is sort of, but less so because of how the game works. And I think the thing is like, it's much more about understanding how things stack to do insane damage. Like, it just seems like every time I'm reading up on stuff or whatever, it's like, take this guy, put this on him, add this to him, do that. All of a sudden they shoot 6 times, and every time they hit you, it's 7 mortal wounds or something. And it's like, what? What is this nonsense? But it just seems like every army is, take this thing, it eats this thing, then it becomes this then happens there. It's like literally some of the most mad stacking of abilities and things I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of sort of buffs and combos that you can do. Like, I think I've done one for my guy on Ethereal Steed, basically my general, and he's got an ability where I think he's got 3 abilities. I think one's is effectively warlord trait, one's is relic, one's his natural trait. So basically, if he survives in combat but he takes damage, he can do a bunch of extra mortal wounds at the end of the combat phase. But then he's got a relic which then allows him to regen some wounds, and he can then gain an extra wound on top of that. And then based on how many wounds he's got, he can do an extra thing that does more damage. So it all effectively stacks, assuming he can take some damage every turn, but still be alive and hopefully heal himself back up again each turn. So that could work. I'm more likely to just forget about half of the rules and get it all wrong, or he'll just die outright. So my worry is that I won't actually have any time to get any practice games in, and I'll be doing the biggest rookie mistake of going to a tournament, and that's going to a tournament having never played the game ever.
Well, we'll get games in on Friday. Worst case scenario.
Well, that's true. Yes, worst case scenario the day before.
Yeah.
What I might do is, because obviously we're doing Crusade with Richie the weekend before, I might suggest we both take our AOS armies up to practice on the Friday rather than do 40k. So that gives us an extra, couple of games, hopefully, of more AOS.
Yeah, it's definitely worth doing, mate. I mean, obviously, for sure, you need to come over here and play some games. If not only because we need to record it for Prosperity, but I think that would be cool just to get you to come around and do that. But I don't know. I mean, the problem is when do you do it, right? I think it's just going to have to be a weekday evening or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Mondays are good for me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can squeeze one in.
Exactly. I can sack off work early and just be like, I don't want to do this anymore, To be honest with you, because I work from home on Mondays, I could probably blag it, take the whole afternoon off. We'll be fine.
I'm sure no one from your work's listening.
They are. It's fine. They know I'm lazy. Anyway, yeah. So no, AOS, man. I mean, wow. Yeah. Mad system. Really fun to get grips with. And yeah.
How are you getting on with painting your army up?
More Crusher done, although not technically done in the sense that there's definitely a few little last things I could do to it to take it just an extra step further. I think for me, another series of highlights on the War Boss would really take it up a notch. I think I need to add a bit more sharp highlights to the armor. So at the moment, I've just done very kind of basic basically I've done the first stage of a highlighting process on the war boss. I took a lot of time painting the skin of the war boss, and I was really proud of that. I think the face especially, I managed to layer in kind of undercoats of different kind of warm tones that I then painted over, and then using like red and purple washes to really kind of get that kind of warmth into the face. So that was a really cool thing to muck around with that I was really happy with. The only problem is you can barely see half of it because so much armor is all over the place. So I put a lot of work into elements that actually aren't actually that visible once you kind of put it all together. And yeah, the spikes on the actual Maw Crusher itself definitely need like a bit more, cause I used like Incubi Darkness for, the highlights. But I definitely need to add some sharper highlights to that as well. But bar a few layers of highlighting, I'm real happy with it. I think it looks great. I've started painting the pigs. I was just slap chopping the pigs themselves, and I'm painting the actual orcs properly. Air quotation marks. But yeah, just started working through it. But yeah, I need to finish assembling the last unit of pigs. And yeah, that's going to be a big project over the coming weeks, is just smashing through all of those. I mean, at the end of the day, the pigs are the troops. I'll be sweeping them off, turn on turn. So I can't necessarily afford to go too crazy, with them. But I was really lucky. I went to Warhammer World last weekend, went around the exhibition, spent a lot of time looking at what they did on their own Gore Grunters, and tried to look for the tricks that they did when looking at the, the exhibition displays and looking at those units and how they kind of like, denoted color and, the things that they focused on and the areas that they didn't focus on so much, that might not be immediately obvious. So yeah, I spent a lot of time looking at what the studio team that did like the exhibition did, to try and really understand where I can make some savings in terms of the painting process. And, definitely it's evident with the event stuff or the exhibition stuff, like they leave off a lot of, extra bits from the models. Like there's a lot of extra detail stuff you can chuck on them, but none of that is on like the ones at the exhibitions. Yeah, they like prioritize. It was quite funny actually, because you look at it and go, oh yeah, that's probably the easy face, because it sort of appeared in more places than not. So like there's like the ones with their mouths a bit more shut with less teeth. They're the predominant ones everywhere. It's like, because the kit's got like ones that are like wide jawed, like, ah! I appreciate people can't see my face there, but I thought it was a pretty good one. And yeah, like it was just like, yeah, they've not used any of them. They're like, nah, keep them away. Although on the topic of making weird noises, I admitted this to Phil the other day. I was like, oh God, I've just realized what I've done. I'm taking an orc army to an event. That means I have to be that guy. And I don't want to be that guy, but I have taken an orc army, or will be taking an orc army, to a Warhammer World event. So it's really difficult to not live up to the social stereotype of that situation and have to scream war every game.
Yeah. Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I despise the wars. It's the worst thing. It's like some of the times but you know what I hated about the wars?
Is it that everyone else joined in?
No, it's not that anyone else joins in. It's that they don't commit. It's nothing worse than a half-assed war.
Yeah, no, I can sort of understand that.
Exactly, because a lot of the time
at the
they
same
come
time,
along.
I imagine it's just a bit embarrassing to do.
It is, but it's more embarrassing to do half-heartedly.
I think when I did doubles with Richard and he was taking his orcs,
he took orcs as well, didn't he? Did he war?
We just politely said, just so you know, we're doing the war now. And I always did a little joke about, we're just phoning in. Oh, hello, war. Are you there? Are you coming?
Oh, was that how you did it?
That was it. That was how we did it. A very polite, gentrified British manner, letting them be aware that a war was about to take place. That was, rather than just scream our heads off like we're some drunk Vikings.
You know what might be fun is if I got one of those like Acme guns from, Roadrunner cartoons, and I got it shoots, but then the stick comes out.
It says "wah,"
and it just the stick comes out with and the bit of parchment unrolls and just goes "wah."
And that would be very funny.
If only I had time to manufacture my own little comedy gun. Oh, man. I mean, and that was the other thing. I was like, do I have to paint myself green? Is this where this is going?
I mean, you could do.
The problem is, though, I'd look less like an orc and more like Shrek.
Well, that is also true. I think the best commitment I saw recently, it was one time we went up there.
Oh my God, I know exactly what you're going to say.
So it was a Battle for Middle-earth event, and there was a
100%.
guy who was doing a treeman army dressed as a treeman with like a sort of cheap fancy dress outfit. And
He had the hobbits on him, didn't he? He had Pip and Merry on the costume as well, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, did you not see that? They were like little hobbits on his. It's absolutely
Brilliant.
phenomenal. I was like, that guy. And the thing was as well, it was like June or something, wasn't it? And
Yeah, it was pretty hot. I think.
baking.
Yeah.
It was insane. We were like, whoa. That guy's testicles would have been soup. If he hadn't got kids already, he ain't having them ever again.
Oh, dear.
But yeah.
Anyway,
Age of Sigmar, honestly, I'm excited for it, man. And also, it's Throne of Skulls. So, Phil's getting all knickers in a twist because he hasn't got a Galatian champion or whatever. But
well, no, so my concern was that the new GT mission pack would come out, the General's Handbook,
Which it
has. Well, it's on pre-order this week and it'll be out before the event.
Are we buying those?
And well, we have to because we need them for the event.
Oh, yeah, of course
basically.
we do.
It's worth doing because I was going to say we can talk about it on podcast.
We are not going. Well, we'll talk about the event. We won't. We're not going to become an Age of Sigmar.
We'll
podcast.
talk about the event. It'll be useful to buy that. They'd sent out an email talking about it, saying yes, it's going to be in effect, because I presume lots of other people like myself had emailed them to be like, is it going to be in effect and stuff like that. And they talked about Galatian champions, which are basically infantry characters on foot that are under like 8 wounds, I think. My army is all on horses, so I don't get any Galatian champions. So I messaged them to say, is this an issue? Will I be in an auto-lose type situation where you need it to score points? And they basically said, and I think I talked about it in the intro, you basically get secondary points effectively on some missions for having the Galatian champions. Galatian champions also give you access to like relics and stuff. So you miss out on some stuff, but it's by no means like an auto-lose type situation. So that was really my only concern, and it's all fine. So it's like, I've got a themed army. It just won't be very good. But as I said before, I'm not really planning on winning anything anyway.
No.
I mean, if I go with that kind of low standard, it can only go up from there.
My concern is that in my pursuit of getting the easiest army I could run, and genuinely, my aspiration was I wanted to do Gloomspite, and I love the Gloomspite models. Gloomspite models, I can't wait for the new book and the new kits, because I mean, I picked up the new Gloomspite's gang from Underworld. Gorgeous, like absolutely stupendous. So I cannot wait to start running Gloomspite in the future. But my concern was like, basically, everyone was like, the problem is with these guys is they are terrible, and I just couldn't get into the idea of running something that is just an auto-lose condition all the time. Like, I don't need to win, but I don't want to be in a situation where it's impossible, which is basically where the Gloomspite gets her at the moment. So really exciting that they're getting a new book in the future, or the very immediate future. But the other army that I've always been super passionate about was the Ironjaws. And I was like, well, the good thing about the Ironjaws is they're really simple. They just run at you. And they either win or they lose. That's how it goes. The only thing was, though, is that it seems like, and again, I'm not really super invested into the competitive scene of Age of Sigmar, but I've watched a lot of Honest Wargamer, and it feels like the Gore Grunter, Maw Crusher build does well in a kind of tournament setting. And I worry that people will look at me and just be like, oh, okay, bringing tournament nonsense to a throne of skulls. All right, mate. And it's like, oh, okay. But to be fair, I'm not taking the stuff that makes it good because I can't get it in the list. I can't get a war chanter in, and they no longer have the bounty hunters detachment. So those are the things that make it like really strong. Without that, it's just a bunch of pigs with damage 1. But with that, there's a bunch of pigs with damage 3, and that just drastically transforms the way it plays. So I feel okay about the Maw Crusher and the pigs because it's the theme of the army, right? Like that's what the Bloodtooths do. But I hope it's not too oppressive. I don't want to be in a situation where I basically am hurling Maw Crushers and pigs at people, and I'm a couple games in and I'm going, oh, this is too good. You know, like I've not read the room.
I think if you've won like 2 of your 3 games in the first day, then you might be on track for being that guy. Especially if you're winning more than 1 game, I think in the first, it's either because you've paired up with someone else that's equally as incompetent as we should be because we haven't played many games at all, or people that have just taken super fun, fluffy lists, or you've just got an oppressive list and no one else has sort of taken that level. I think there will be a mix because even at the casual events, even at, like I said, at the Crusade event, there were people there that took quite competitive lists that, because people do want to go just win. That's their enjoyment. They just want to go win. So that will always be there. So you might accidentally end up there. You might not. If you team up with me though, that won't be a problem. I don't think. I think drag you back down to the ground. Yeah,
I think if you and I end up being the ones that team up together, I think we will have a good time losing horribly. So,
but good like double theme, I think, because we both basically got cavalry lists.
Yeah, right? Basically, yeah. Does yours all charge turn 1?
I mean, well, they can do. They can also, or they can double move but not charge.
See, mine double move and charge.
Oh, okay. Mine aren't that good, but they've all got quite high movement anyway, I think. So, in terms of having mine painted up, I've basically finished all the horses. So I've done 17 horses, 2 of them are characters, 15 are hex wraiths, so they're all painted up to a basic standard, so most of it was airbrushing, and then things like the bone was all done by hand with some washes on. They do need some highlights on them, but I'm going to save that to the very end if I've got some extra time. I've today just done a zenithal highlight on all the riders, so I've got another 18 riders to paint up. Again, most of their sort of skin tones will hopefully just all be airbrushed on, and then I've got to hand brush, like, you know, all the extra little detail bits. So I'm hoping the riders will actually be super quick, because they should in theory be less time consuming than the horses, because the horses have a lot of detail in them with all the little rib cages and stuff like that, which took quite a while to paint. And then I've also got all the bases to do. So the
snowy bases, do snowy bases like me, and then
originally I've got my theme was like muddy woodlands, so I didn't want to. I've got no snow materials.
Of course, you're doing originally mud.
Well, I was, but with leaves and other foliage in there as well.
Mud by any name is still mud, my friend.
Well, because originally I said, so Sean is one of the guys who are doing the doubles with.
Yeah, well, you're not partnering up with him. He's got his mate he's going with.
No, I know, but originally I was going to partner up with him.
Oh, yes,
and I also
true.
said he was the only one that had his army based, so we should all base our armies like him. So actually we can all double up with whoever and it doesn't matter. And actually you're the one that went, pardon the pun, off-piste, by doing snowy bases.
Well, here's the thing, right? I decided that...
But your snow bases look really good.
Well, and the thing was, I was like, I want my Maw Crusher to be drenched in blood. I want it just blood dribbling out of its mouth from clearly having just recently eaten something, and like claw, you know, and having all of the entrails of that all over the base and stuff. And the problem is like, well, I just think that looks best on the snow, because I think just blood in the snow is just a really cool like effect. So I just ended up in that situation where I was like, well, that's what it's going to be. And I had great success with bloody snowy bases when I did them for my Unnumbered Sons. Not Unnumbered Sons, sorry. Grey Shields. Was it the Unnumbered Sons?
They were the Unnumbered Sons,
Unnumbered Sons,
yeah. That's right.
So, like, yeah, with that in mind, I was like, this will be fine. Because I know it works because I've done a load of them before. So it's just like, that'll be the way it was. Plus, also, it's your fault, Phil, because you told me after you saw his red army, you're like, paint him with snow base like he's Santa Claus. And I was like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
basically, it was heavily motivated by the fact that you were like, do it like Santa Claus. And I was like, yeah, all right, fair enough. So, yeah, that's how I arrived at that conclusion. But, it just breaks up the model really nicely as well. It's a fun effect to do, and it's super easy. All it is like the GW technical paint for snow, which is just like a thing that you just like slap down on it, and then it's the technical blood paint that they do, and then you just basically apply it, and then just put water on it to then have like the blood spread out into the snow.
Yeah, bleed out. Yeah.
And then once that's dried, you then apply snow over the top of it, because obviously the aspiration is it's supposed to look like snow still falling in places. And then you just do a few little fresh blood spots at the end. In an ideal world, I should have matte varnished the Maw Crusher, and then the final thing will be to use gloss varnishes to show the melting of the snow. So doing like glosses for like the water.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's the long-term aspiration. But until I've done the final highlights on the spikes, I'm a bit like, it's not worth doing the varnishing, then painting over it, because then I've just got to varnish it again. And it's like, so it's like, I'll just wait till I get around to it. Although maybe if I make really great progress on the pigs, I'll go back to that. I'll tell you the other thing I'm loving at the moment. If we're done with Age of Sigmar, are we done with Age of Sigmar?
Yeah, I think so.
Fair. That boarding actions game just seems so cool. And I'm just super into the idea of doing Corsairs. So much so that I'm looking at doing some like very like cool, I've been watching Valbjorn's video tutorials on green stuffing, and trying to learn how to do like green stuffing fur. Because one of the things about Corsairs is that they're very obviously piratical, but they wear like capes with lots of like hides and things on them. So they're very similar to like Space Wolves, right? Like they wear furred cloaks and things, and some of the cloaks they wear are even like lizard scales and all the rest of it, right? Like they're really interesting with the kind of clothing and stuff they have, or the cape specifically. And I was sort of just looking at that thinking, oh, that's amazing, and watching his tutorials. I have to be honest, I did reach out to him and was interested in seeing if he would do me one as a commission. But he was like, very busy, but I'll consider it. But it was super nice talking to him anyway, because I've not actually had a chance to actually just talk to him. I literally just messaged him on Instagram, and then I just sent him a Google Hangout. I was like, I'll just talk to you now. And I just sent him a Google Hangout. And then, we just ended up chatting after that, and it was nice. Good guy. Really good guy. Check out his stuff on Instagram. He's great. And he's doing YouTube tutorials that are awesome. And maybe at some point in the future, I'll convince him to take my commission, and do my Corsairs, which I've got to be honest is why I'm mentioning it here, because I know he listens. So I'm just throwing it. It's like, do it, Valbjorn, do it. Although obviously I'd have to get it brought over to the UK from America, which will be an interesting transit process. Probably more expensive than the commission is getting it into this country.
Yeah, shipping, I think, from America is quite expensive at the moment.
Do you think it'd be cheaper if I just paid him to fly over and sit in my front room and do it?
Well, I mean, he could make it and then bring it with him. Like, that would probably be the way to do it. That's it. He needs to come over to the UK sometime. He did ask me if I would go to Adepticon, and that did get me thinking that maybe, Phil, Ooh.
Not this year because it's March, but at some point we should go and do an American event, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I've always wanted to. At one point we always talked about VLVO.
I don't think that's the one
I just don't have any interest in it anymore.
No. I mean, maybe with 10th edition, maybe that will rejuvenate our enthusiasm for it. But I think Adepticon's a good shout, though. It seems like a really great show.
Yes, yeah, I think that one's quite... yeah, because I think most of the big ones always do like really amazing narrative events as well. So
yeah.
For like the tournament side of it.
Where is Adepticon? Do you even know?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Let me look it up. Adepticon. Well, unfortunately, I don't know how to spell. The old classic, the dyslexic on the Adeptacon. Okay, there we go. Oh, I was spelling. Oh no, that's why I got it wrong. Okay, Adepticon. God, there's so many things that this could be. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We don't care where it is because we're not going this year. But maybe next year, maybe next year.
Yeah,
do our triumphant tour of the Americas.
Yeah.
That might be fun, Phil. We could plot like a journey across America going to different hobby things.
That's true. Unfortunately, most of the hobby things, the big ones at least, are several months apart. So
That's
we'd
true.
be there a
That's
while.
True. And then
but you could do the old there's the guys up in Canada, the mini wargamer guys.
That's true. That's
there,
true.
so you can always visit their bunker. There's is it the Citadel, the Warhammer one?
The Warhammer Citadel, yeah.
Yeah, so there's that as well. So there are some, general go-to places to check out as well.
That's it. That's the way to go. Oh well, we'll see how things develop. This is next year problems. We're certainly not going this year.
No, that's true.
I'm far too poor.
I was going to say, yeah, well, that's true. I was going to say about boarding action. So you're going to do Corsairs, right?
Yes, mate. I am so excited about the idea of actually having an excuse to finally use Corsairs because I love the kit. Love it. I've actually at first I was a little bit dubious about it, but the more time I've spent seeing them in the wild and looking at the versatility of it, I'm just like, this is because it's just a very good kit. It's a beautiful mid step between the Drakari and kind of Craftworldy elements. There's elements of order and the path, but then it's very feral, and I just think it's awesome. I sincerely hope that we end up in a situation where Games Workshop do get around to doing some more Corsairs. I'd love to see a new Prince Uriel model, but really lean into the new Corsairs aesthetic. I'd love it for Drakari to get a Corsairs character as well, so as they could start to add that into the Drakari range also, because it's obviously weird that Drakari wouldn't be able to gain access to Corsairs in some capacity. I think that's one of the things that is really good now that Harlequins are in their standalone, well, in their sort of standalone form, but you can still theoretically add them into Drakari armies still, because Harlequins and Drakaris hang out, or at least, interact. So yeah, I just think that's one of the cool things about it is I think that's going to be cool. But yeah, so I'm excited to start playing it. I think the thing I love about boarding actions is just the freedom they give you with the army selection. Yeah, okay, all you can take is 1 HQ, up to 3 troops, and up to 3 elites, understanding that each elite has to be different from the other. So you can't just take 3 of the same elite choice. But I think...
Oh, can't you?
No, so you couldn't just go, here's 3 units of Cassicans or whatever.
Wait, hold on a second. I thought Joe did a list that was 3 lots of Blade Guard.
He did, yeah, and it's illegal. But we're all figuring out. Joe's in a playtesting scenario. He doesn't actually know how to play the game. He's a playtester.
I mean, I thought that was the one he did on his stream with this week.
Yeah, it was, but it was a private.
But it was illegal
to the members only. I was talking to him about it. I was talking about it just this morning, and he was like, "Yeah, it turns out my list is illegal."
Because he shared the list. It was a chaplain, some other character, and 3 lots of Blade Guard. And I was like, why don't you do captain and lieutenant with the Blade Guard equivalents, and then your 3 Blade Guard, because that'd be a great theme. And obviously he didn't like that idea, but it's been in my head ever since. And I'm like, because I've done 3 models of my Blade Guard, I've got a couple more kits to make the rest of my Minotaurs Blade Guard. Obviously they've got their boarding shield-esque stuff, like their Spartan hoplite shields that I've done for them. So I was like, there'd be a great excuse actually to make more of them. But now you're telling me I can't, which is a bit disappointing.
Well, you can take 1 unit of 6.
Well, no, you can't. So if I remember rightly, if it has a minimum of 3...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You can only take it up to the 3. You can't double it.
I think you can take it up. I think you can take it up to 5, maybe. I think every team is broken down into 5, so even units of 10 become units of 5. So if you take a unit of 10...
Yes, but I think that when it's units of 3, it can only be taken of units of 3.
Okay.
That's just based on what the Warhammer community article talked about. So I could be wrong. And when we get the rules, we can have a proper chat through and craft then. That's a bit of a shame. So that means I'd have to take a slightly different list. If I wasn't doing Minotaurs, I would be tempted to do an Inquisition style list.
God, that would be amazing.
I've got an Inquisitor, I've got some Assassins. I don't know if the Adeptus Arbites can be a part of that one or not, because obviously that's models that they've teased, and they also talked about that you can add them into, definitely, I think, the Guard army.
I honestly
don't know about the Inquisition.
I honestly didn't even think about Inquisition in that game.
Also, like Rogue Trader. So obviously I've got the Breachers for the kill team. So I've got the Rogue Trader model that you gave me, so I can make one of those. Do a nice like little Breacher force, or Inquisition force or something along those
that
lines would be a
cool.
good one to do.
Oh yeah, Inquisition Warband. That would be amazing. Like, you have to do that. Well, you already practically have done it, but you just need to do more.
Well, I don't have 500 points worth, so that would be the tricky bit. But I can probably give it a go.
Mate, that would be so cool, because you get like the assassin. You get assassin in there. Like, they're 90 points now, aren't they? The assassins they dropped.
Yes, I think they've stayed at 90 for a while now.
Yeah. So you get the assassin, get the Inquisitor, chuck in a few like henchmen,
the acolytes.
Yeah, the acolytes.
That's the thing. I don't have a huge amount of generic acolytes. I've got a bunch of custom ones that are all effectively like mini characters. But there's some room. Actually, I've got. What were you going to say?
You've got the guard box, mate.
Well, I've got loads of guard minis. That's true. I've also got what they called Crusader models that I converted up out of Sisters of Silence models for my guard army, which I was always running alongside as bodyguards for my Inquisition. So they're going to have to just be promoted to acolytes with power swords, I think. Obviously the armor's wrong, but no one will care. I can have them as generic acolytes.
Yeah.
I do hope. I really want them to do Inquisition justice and give them some more rules and flavour and more minis and a bit more support. So one day that would be great if they did more for that. But
I think people
living and dreaming.
People are crying out for more. Like, because it's weird, isn't it? Like, it's the thing that they've moved away from, but they have little hints of it. And I know you've been campaigning around the idea of Codex Surf for a while, but like, the fact is that they're reducing and rolling back the amount of units that you have access to, that are like those fun little expressions of the dark, grim dark aspects of 40k. And I'd love to see more of that coming back. Because, as was demonstrated by the Inquisition miniature that they did as the store anniversary model, there is so much potential within that range. I mean, that miniature is great. And again, Helbrecht is made better by the Servitors, and Grimaldus is made better by the Servitors.
Grimaldus mini is really cool. Oh my God. I keep meaning to buy. I can't remember. I can never remember what she's called. She's the old lady from the Sisters range.
Yes,
Dolores, I think, or something like that. It's the banner bearer plus the old lady with the scrolls. I keep meaning to pick her up because she's a fantastic out the box, no conversion needed mini for an acolyte.
God, you make actually a good point, actually, or like just mentioning Grimaldus. God, I'd actually love to paint him up for boarding actions, have a Grimaldus force. That'd be badass. Like Grimaldus with his
lugging bits around.
Oh my God. Well, I own the minis. And I've painted quite a lot of Black Temple already. I might experiment with
Black Tempers would be a good one for sure.
The only problem is they've got the wrong style of base on them now, because I gave them Mars bases, and I'm like, I'll have to. But who cares?
Yeah, like, would bases. You? Yeah, I don't think it matters too much about bases. Although I like the idea of so when obviously we got the kill team stuff, I was hoping that they would release the boarding actions bases, because that was something they previewed a while ago, and it was like, let's just base the crew and the breaches on those bases, so when we're playing that game, it's all themed correctly, even though unfortunately it means it doesn't fit in with the rest of like my army for like guard and stuff like that. But I'm like, it's breaches, it's, who cares? That'll be fun. So you could do that, but at the same time, I don't think it matters all that much.
No, I agree. No, I'd actually, because I'm quite a ways down with some Black Templar minis that are painted up. So actually, it'd be really cool just to dive in and get that done, because I love that.
But the thing is, can you get it done in time before the support for boarding action stops or 10th edition comes? Because basically you've got until 10th edition comes to kind of play boarding actions. I hope they keep supporting it afterwards, and that's like my big worry. But I think obviously everyone will be then excited for 10th edition and will, for at least a time, forget about boarding actions. So, and this is a problem always constantly when we're talking about like the churn and the rate of the game. It's like they announce something cool and it's like, okay, but it will take me like at least a month or 2 months to make a small force dedicated for that game system and get it built and painted up. And it's like, yeah, this month I'm still doing my AOS stuff, so I can't start till after then. And by that point, it's like you'll get a month or 2 months of games, and then 10th edition will come out, if you're lucky. And hopefully it'll be good enough that we'll still be able to keep playing afterwards. And obviously you could, in theory, still do it even with 9th edition rules if 10th was completely drastic.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, for me, as I say, the main goal really is what I'm moving into in terms of my mindset is now just build stuff, like get stuff built. So I'll build the Grimalda stuff, spray it, undercoat it, and just be like, okay, cool, I'll get around to painting that. But I think just
it's still playable, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, the thing is, it's just because it's such a lovely points limit to make fun thematic forces. It's like, I've never considered Corsairs as a viable thing until this. I've never considered like the Inquisition warband until you've started talking about it now. Just Blood Angel Terminators. Just go, there's 15 Blood Angel Terminators, which you can do because you take one assault squad and one regular squad.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, this thing, I think in the last year I've discovered building armies for 1,000 points and kind of no more is really interesting, because it kind of caps your expectations. It means you're not spending years, building up an army, at least at the rate I paint. It's like, so the Minotaurs started off as a 1,000-point project, but it's like blown beyond that, because I just kind of went a bit crazy and was like, oh no, but it's cool. I really want to do more to it. And it's like my Thunder Warriors are kind of approaching 1,000 points, but not quite there yet. And obviously I want to...
Oh my God, your Thunder Warriors.
They would look great.
500 points of them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, mate, you have to do that. It's just like, that's the thing. It's just a system that supports small little projects that admittedly will take you 6 years to do. But,
yes, but it's done, and then I can move on to another small project, and I don't have to do 2,000 points of it. So I think that is actually really good.
And it seems, and we'll talk about it next week when we got the rules, but it seems like such a good system. Got rid of all the stratagems, just use the ones in the book. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with it in the future books. And it's like, are we in that golden era of indexes, the equivalent, where it's like they've got no stratagems, you don't get anything else, it's the core mechanics, and it's all great and everyone loves it. But then book 2, 3, 4 is like, here's some sort of extra war gear and units, or stratagems for every single faction. And will it actually... will the game get worse as they layer on more stuff to it, because actually people don't need or want those things? Or, they might surprise us. It actually might be really good with those extra things. As I said before, I'm really excited that White Dwarf, they've got another 6 missions in there. So if it comes in time, we can talk about then, in the next episode as well, when we talk about the main boarding action. So yeah,
love to.
It is amazing. I think this episode has predominantly secretly been about boarding actions and about how excited we are for it.
Exactly. I'm hyped. It's just, it's good to, it's just fun to have like projects that, it's just fun to be invigorated about the idea of things you could do with 40k.
Yeah, it's a great way of being inspired to do a project on a relatively small scale, which you can't normally do with a normal 40k.
And you know the thing that I find most interesting about it, right? And this is the thing. This is the first time I felt like I can come up with fun thematic ideas and that they potentially work because the game is made in such a way as like, I don't know if you've heard of this thing before, Phil, but like in boarding actions, they've got these things and they're called walls. I know it's a mad concept, right? And these walls, right? You can't walk through them. It's mental, isn't it? I mean, imagine that. It's just this thing. 40k 9th edition sucks because of the ITC and the competitive community telling you how to play it all the time. I remember I went to the LVO and I had a janky list with, which was a mixture of...
The LVO?
Oh, not the LVO, the LGT.
LGT.
And I went to the LGT and my list, I think, was Mechanicus, Custodes, Imperial Knight. And I remember meeting with one of the players after I'd won 3 games in a row. And in game 4, I played a guy, it was game 5, I played a guy. And he was like, well, you did lucky, didn't you, to get this far? He sort of gave me this like big thing because, this is not meta. This is obviously never going to work. And I was like, brilliant. Thank you. You have demonstrated to me the limited, capacity of your imagination. Because that's the problem with the game. It's all just people online going, this is the most optimal thing. Don't do anything else. And the problem is I fall into the trap all the time because I look at the armies and I go, they are right though. They are the most optimal things. And it just becomes boring because the idea of creating a drop pod army has become rubbish because people go, it's not very good.
No, yeah, and I don't think that's a problem necessarily with ITC or competitive or 9th edition. It feels like that's just an internet problem, like we all become a hive mind and we just have a consensus of what's good and what's bad.
ITC is just my way of expressing people on the internet. You're right, it's become rubbish because of the internet. People like us, Phil, have made it rubbish.
Yes, yeah, basically.
It's our fault.
Yeah, but and it's hard to break away from that sort of mold of, well, I know this unit's good, this unit's bad, and to create your own path in terms of, I'm just going to do a drop pod list because that will be fun.
Yeah.
So it's...
But that's the thing, that's the thing. Like, I look at this game and I think to myself, I'll take Grimaldus. I've never thought that in a 40k context. I'm like, why would I ever take Grimaldus? And it's like, now I'm like, no, this will be fun because I could, it's just... I don't know. Maybe. I mean, the internet will ruin it eventually. But for now, I'm excited about.
Well, I think that's the thing. When something new comes along, there's that early days of everyone's trying to figure it out. So it just feels a lot more liberating in terms of what you can do, because it's like, here's a sandbox, everyone can play in it, get in there quick before it gets ruined. Sort of quickly build up your sandcastles before everyone comes up with one sandcastle that you've all got to build.
Exactly, because before too long, everyone will realise that, I don't know, probably just because Leagues of Votan are stupid, they're still stupid. You'll be like, great. Good old Leagues of Votan. Ruining another thing. Anyway, there you go. That's the end of the episode. We've talked for ages. Let's go away, shall we?
Yes, I'll see. I won't speak to you for another 2 weeks, so I'll speak to you then.
No, exactly. Well, no, we will speak over the course of the 2 weeks because we have these scheduled instances where we get together to have these conversations.
Of course. The contractually obliged ones. Yes, I remember.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not me, the contract's yours.
Oh, okay. If you say so, sir. If you say so.
Don't you throw me down the river here. You're the puppet master here, mate.
Oh, of course.
Indeed. Anyway, goodbye, everyone. It's been lovely.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a great 2023. We love you long time. Bye-bye.
It's been great to be back. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.